You try hard to find the answer when no one knows how it feels between disasters. It comes and goes. The life of dreams is moving faster, and no one knows the constant fear of what comes after. We'll never know. It's weighing me down, got my feet on the ground. Let's hide away from the lights and run away from the night. Let's run away. We're falling hard to find the answer. Will this life we live be all that matters? The life of dreams is moving faster, and no one knows the constant fear of what comes after. And we'll never know. It's weighing me down, got my feet on the ground. Let's hide away from the lights and run away from the night. Let's run away.
Baby, it's whatever. All this ever, but you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your back, I disappear. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. And there's no man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man. Don't need a no man. Back and I'm better. You had to go back where you came from, now you're bitter. Out of sight, out of mind for real. Yeah, I wouldn't wanna be you for real. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. Ain't no man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man.
real, feel free. And I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you won't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but that is okay. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been tossing the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. Man, we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat those they don't get it like. I got a bottle of Patron and some lights off. Two red devil looking eyeballs. And I'm finna turn up when the night falls. If you hear a siren, then it's my fault. Jump in my whip, baby, let's ride. We ain't gonna stop at a red light. And I'ma take shots like a Tag 9. It's gonna get live. Here we go, it's about to go down. Let me know, I'ma buy another round. Get low, drop it down to the ground. Oh yeah, wow, shorty make it bounce. Mama see the put cuffs on my cardiac. Took my breath away like a heart attack. And I'ma spend every dime and my money back. Everybody wanna know. If you're ready, let me know. Let's go. If you're ready, let me know. Let me know. Let me know. If you're ready, let me know. Here we go. Let's go. I got a bottle of Grey Goose and ice cubes. Have a drink that'll put me in the right mood. 80 proof's gonna lower my IQ. And I've been the same way since high school. I look shorty right in her brown eyes. She about to take a trip to Cloud 9. I'm the man, baby, I get the crowd hype. I turn the cadence of a hook into a soundbite. Here we go, it's about to go down. Let me know, I'ma buy another round. Get low, drop it down.
Alright, hello everyone, welcome to New South Wales versus Queensland broadcast on the Vespertine Twitch here, also in partnership with UTS, so thanks to them there. We're moments out from our first game, starting out with the Iron to Silver division, so going to be some interesting games coming up here. Alongside me over here is, I hope I'm saying your name right, but Drafiux. And yeah, there we go, introduce yourself a little bit.
Hello, hello. My name is Draphix. In the flesh now. You guys can see me. I actually play for Vespertine. I'm on their team, but now I am coming to cast as well. I'm hoping for some good games. It's going to be a good time.
Awesome. So, like I said, first game's up, Iron to Silver. So more of hopefully a little bit of a fun style, a little bit silly maybe. See some unorthodox picks. I've been casting a lot of Diamond and Challenger games recently, so this is going to be a change of pace for me. So I think we just have a little bit of fun with it. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of interesting moments.
Oh,
we'll pick
definitely.
those up.
It'll be funny, like the dynamic, because I, as myself as well, I'm quite a high elo player, and trying to like judge it from that perspective is going to be like a weird dynamic. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, so I've got the fortunate job here of play-by-play, so I can just call it as I see it. It would be interesting to see how you pick apart the macro of these players, potentially.
I'll have a very strange like upwards tone all the time. I'll be like, they're going over to the bot lane all the time. That's all I'll say. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe one of them, Secret Smurf, is going to completely surprise us and just go 30-0.
Yeah, so it does look like there's a couple of slightly higher ranked players weaved in. We had to fill up the teams here as well. So, yeah, maybe we'll see a couple of carry players here with a couple of supportive players. But with that, we won't sit here too long and discuss, because I do think they want to get the games underway shortly. But we will be back very shortly. So thank you, everyone, for that. And we'll be with you soon.
We'll see you soon, guys.
I don't wanna call you. I don't wanna know what you think. I'm the one you go to whenever you feel like you're about to sink. I don't wanna just forget you, but I wanna be fine. I'll be waiting for a sign to light up, yeah. And your heart is out of sight. I just wanna feel mine. Hey you, I could become the one for another one. Hey you, maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I'm gonna be the one for another one. Maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I'm gonna be the one for another one. I don't wanna fear you tonight. Got me. I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna hear you tonight. I don't wanna fight you. You don't wanna know if I feel alright. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me,
Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. How'd I end up alone? I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect.
All right, welcome back. Should very shortly be having Champ Select pop up. It has kicked off already, but give me just a moment to try and work out that little kink there for everyone. I'm not sure why that's not showing up.
I'll tell you guys what's going on. So we've got a Lucian ban from Team 1. Interesting because I mean I guess they may be okay. Look, honestly, I don't know if they're thinking that far, but I'm assuming they're either target banning or scared of the Lucian Nami combo, which is pretty dominant. But I think it's not as priority over the current ADCs like Zeri and what was the other one? I know that Zeri and Siva are still pretty dominant. So it's interesting that they have the Lucian ban. It's quite hard to pull off. I'm assuming it's a target ban.
There we go.
Darius ban is not one thing that you see often. Fiora ban from Team 2 here. Fiora is decently dominant. I think Fiora top lane, if in good hands, can always pull off good laning phase and team fighting. So I think that's a pretty good ban. Not sure about the Darius and Lucian ban, although I don't know if they're thinking that far ahead. I'm assuming these are target bans. I have not stalked any of the players so far.
Yeah, so we've got the Champs League finally popped up on stream for everyone to see. As you can see, the ban so far, as were pointed out. Yeah, look, that's the thing, right? So I've never casted an Iron to Silver game myself. So this could go anyway. I mean, these could just be like, you know, your generic silver ranked game bans where you just ban the champ you don't want to verse, or if they actually put targeting bans down. Like, it's yeah.
No, I think this would be a really good game actually because I think this is just the average viewer. You know, like this is just what everyone else is at. You can get some exposure, you can get some therapy here. You can see, you know, maybe what we think about, you know, the what the silver player could do. That's a joke, by the way. I'm sure you guys are better than Silvers. I think Udyr is an absolute poo-poo champion. I don't think that I have played into it quite a couple times in rank game. If I verse it, it does nothing. If I play with it, it could go 8-0 and it would still get out damaged by an 0-8 Cogmore. And I've seen it. It got 1v1. So, in my opinion, I think that champion's pretty dog doo-doo. Maybe in the low elo, it's really dominant. I'm not really sure. I haven't played in... Okay.
Yeah, interesting first pick. So, Rengar, not a champion I think I've seen at all being played competitively, let alone a first pick. So I'm actually curious. Actually, you know what I just realized? I wonder if these players are going to even be bothering to like pick and trade their champions, or if it looks like they're just straight up picking their laners.
That's what I can see here. We have an Aatrox top lane, who is coincidentally also the top lane player. If they pick a jungle here, I guess that'll confirm your theories. No, okay,
all right. A little bit of, unless that team actually wasn't in order like they said they were, but we'll have to wait and see.
So in terms of like actually analyzing this, I think Aatrox is a very dominant. I just think Aatrox is really strong. I might have a bit of prejudice because I'm a top lane player. I feel like Aatrox is just good. Like he scales, he's strong in lane, and he also is useful even if he falls behind because he just has a lot of HP. So with the Jhin pick, I'm assuming they are going to try and either pick a CC heavy bot lane and get the jungle fed, or they are just going to weak side bot. Not sure at the moment. Interesting double pick, Evelynn Rengar. I guess they're going for the invis strats. Rengar Orianna is pretty cool. Not like I've seen it in like many years though. This is kind of like a season 8 sort of strategy.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the approach here. So it looks like Team 2 is going for a bit more of a kind of a team coherent playstyle or pick style here. They have picked up their ADC and their support in the first round, which is usually what I like to see. You know, you leave your mid and your jungle picks open. Usually, maybe your top lane too, but you leave them open and kind of pick that based on what you see here. It looks like Team 1 has just gone straight ahead for the Rengar top, the Evelynn jungle, and the Orianna mid. So they are just picking their own champions on Team 1, it would seem.
It does seem like that. I definitely
And
think there's. Yeah.
I think that's a missed ban. No, okay, so he managed to get the ban out. Sorry, go ahead with that one.
No, Janna's a good ban. Janna's really strong in the support meta right now. I think anytime I see a jungle, Janna, they just take over the game completely. They don't really need to play lane. They can play lane for the first 4 levels and then just go roam. I've seen a Janna like level 3 top and just ruin the top laner, and we won from the top lane. I think Lee Sin is a pretty bad champion unless you're really good at him. I was gonna say it's a bit. Again, it's a bit weird analyzing this super in depth, but I think Jin Leona is a little bit of a weird combo because Jin isn't super. In my opinion, at least from what I see, I think Jin is better paired with enchanters, but maybe they'll prove me wrong.
Oh, that was
no
a
ban.
missed ban. Unfortunate there. Probably the team trying to discuss what they don't want to verse, and nothing came through. That's okay though. It does happen. Yeah, look, I do agree. Jin with some kind of an enchanter or kind of an enabler. I do think that in this game here, depending on what we see coming out from the bot lane, they could really abuse that CC though. It's not too hard, and this isn't me attacking any lower elo players here, but it's not too hard to abuse a laner if you've got CC. In the low elo, they get caught out of position. If you get that lockdown in, there's a lot of room for mistakes there. So it could work out in their favor. We'll just have to wait and see what's picked up from the other side as well. We do see the Akali ban coming out from Team 1 as the last ban there. Now we do need to see a pick. Hopefully this doesn't get dodged. Belveth! And it's going to be locked in. It's an interesting one. What's your take on Belveth there?
So, yeah, I definitely think it's based on. So I was gonna say, I think my microphone cut out, but I think what I was gonna say is now that we have seen bot lane and top lane, it's based on the jungle picks to see where he would kind of path. I think Belveth is very good into Evelynn because Evelynn hates skirmishing in the early levels, but Belveth is very good at it. So Belveth can kind of out-tempo Evelynn so hard that she can't catch up. And that's what I'm kind of hoping to see. It does seem like most of the lanes on Team 2 here have a lot of CC heavy gankable champions. So I'm hoping to see a high tempo game from Team Liquid. And pulling out the Belveth, I think Belveth is strong. Some people say she's easily counterable. I don't think so. I think she's pretty strong because she just kind of right clicks you to death. That's what I'm hoping to see. Belveth, if she's not met with champions like Vi or Fiddle or Amumu or like kind of Zach Ramis, those kind of champions who can just completely out-tempo her, I think she can just completely take over. So that's what I'm excited to see. Silas last pick. It's good with Orianna. Okay. It's
All right. The game was dodged. I'm not too sure. It may have been a placeholder pick somewhere. But we'll sort that out. We'll continue discussing what we've seen in that champ select, and hopefully they'll go back with those same champions. Otherwise, we'll have a bit of a problem. But we'll sort that out when we get to it. Going over what happened there in the picks, I would agree with you. Belveth, quite a scary champion, especially in low elo. I mean, she can pop off and just really take the game home. What I wanted to note, though, is I mentioned how the Leona Jhin could be a bit of a combo there that, although maybe not orthodox, could really, really shut down a player who gets caught out of position, which we may see a lot in this game. Coming out from the other side, though, they had the Xayah and the Morgana, so quite a lot of ways to get out of those hairy situations. It'll be a very interesting matchup in the bot lane.
Yeah. I think also that potentially there could have been a different... So if we see, we got a lot of counter picks. We got the jungle counter pick, we got the mid counter pick, we got the bot counter pick. I think that's just a bit unlucky because we picked it from top to jungle, like top to support, no trades. I would have liked to have seen a couple more counter matchups. I feel like if you see the Jhin, you should like sort of immediately default to like, I think Tristana would be good here, or I think Siva Kog'Maw would be good here as well, because I think those are all really good champions into Jhin, as well as potentially. So they didn't get the bot counter pick. The only thing they did get was the Jhin counter pick, but they didn't opt for it. So I'm excited to see if this guy's actually just a Xayah smurf, and he has confidence that he'll be able to beat that matchup, because Jhin does win quite a bit into Xayah, especially because Xayah is not in a fantastic spot at the moment. But in terms of Team 2 picks, I'm a lot more confident about those. I think Belveth is very good into Evelyn. I think Rengar is a bit of a niche pick. Again, unless you're literally Alex Ich. Oh, not Alex Ich. Who was the... it was Ryan Choi. Best Rengar back in Season 7 or something. And in terms of mid lane, I really like Sylas. I think Sylas is super strong. Especially with an Orianna ult. I think he can do a lot. So I'm really excited to see how Team 2 will continue the tempo and how Team 1 is going to find that edge and see if they can't. So they have, so see if they can't sort of get that Evelyn going, get the Orianna Evelyn combo, get the Rengar Evelyn, get that Wombo. I think that's the kind of 2 stakes for the teams at the moment.
Yeah, so it looks like the bans were slightly different, but that shouldn't matter too much as long as they do the same picks. I don't have the champ select back up on screen at the moment because I figured we'd move to our screen while we have the discussion. Everyone's seen the picks so far. Rengar, Aatrox locked in. Shen being hovered, that's not the same pick they chose last time, and so we're going to have a problem.
Sick.
And I've transitioned over so everyone can see that. Shen coming out. Not sure what happened there. Unless that was the final placeholder pick that they accidentally messed up. If the rest of the team is okay, they did get the last pick anyway, I believe.
Actually, I mean, it could have been.
No, right? But the Sylas came through as the last pick, so they've completely voided this draft here.
Okay, so unless it's like Shen's support or something, maybe they were trying to do that. But I don't know how you would misclick Leona from Shen. But I mean, I guess. Okay. If it's okay with the...
It's interesting. It's interesting.
I guess we'll hear soon whether...
And the Leona still comes out!
Situation.
So the Shen was the Belveth, I'm guessing. That makes no sense to
jungle.
me.
That really doesn't make any sense.
But they've got to pick the ADC here still, which was Jhin. Hopefully that doesn't change up. It is the Jhin.
Yeah, it is the Jhin.
That's strange.
So they wanted to go for the Shen jungle?
I guess so, and maybe the Macho Bird didn't have Shen as a champion. I hope they communicate it. So typically when that happens in a game, you want to communicate it straight away.
Definitely.
Before the game even gets dodged.
Oh, yeah. Because that was a very impromptu dodge.
Because in that case, like I'm sure Xayah and Morgana, they might have not picked Xayah, they might have not picked Morgana based on that.
Yep.
All right, no worries. I'm finding out here they didn't have Belveth. So my assumption here is that the jungler wanted Belveth and forgot they didn't own it. Is from what I'm hearing. So.
So instead he's just opted to play Shen.
Yeah. So it's interesting.
Interesting. Okay. Well, that kind of screws up the entire motto here. Because
I think the Belveth was great.
Definitely. There's no sort of back burner here now that we can use to snowball Team 2. They just kind of have to... I mean, more CC, I guess, but there's not... I mean, I guess the carry could be Aatrox here. Maybe... Like, they could use the Shen ult on Aatrox. I mean, it just makes their team more safe. But if you think about it, most of their picks are pretty safe already. Aatrox is pretty standard safe. Jhin, Leona is decently safe. At least Jhin is. Leona's not as much. Maybe Sylas is the one that you could Shen ult. But I definitely like the Belveth a lot more. I think the Belveth would have worked. It would have made their win condition make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But now it's just a bit of a mismatch.
Yeah, so that's an interesting situation. Definitely not what they would have wanted. What I'm more surprised about is, I mean, if you don't have Belveth, fair enough, you have to, improvise there. Shen, though, is just kind of the complete opposite direction, in my opinion. You've gone from a carry to a more of a supportive style jungler, so it's almost an entirely different approach, but we'll have to see what they have in mind. I'm interested in the Sylas, though. The Sylas could be a carry. In these kind of games, like, you're playing a champ that can pop off. If you pop off, it's over. Oh, yeah.
Especially with that Orianna ult, especially with that Evelyn ult. I think that could be a big, big, huge turn. I think on what you were saying, it's very true. If you don't have Belveth, I mean, there's, like, Vi's up, Wukong is up, Nocturne is up, Jin Zhao is up. there's all those kind. Even if not those, you could do Ramazak or Nunu. They have so much. Maybe not Nunu in competitive, but I think those all still have such high tempo. And they're excellent kind of snowbally ones. I think solo AP Silas is fine as well. So you don't necessarily have to pick an AP champion. So I don't know. We'll see how the game goes. It definitely took a really interesting turn. I think it would have been fantastic to have a high tempo jungler, but I guess Shen is what we are stuck with.
Yeah, so we are going to transition over to our loading screen there. We'll get all set up and we'll be back with you guys shortly. Do you have any closing thoughts, or we're good to move over?
I'm excited. I really want to see how this goes.
Yeah, I'm excited. I have no expectations, so I'm ready to be wowed. We'll say that. But
yeah,
we'll be back shortly, guys.
See you guys soon.
You used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, we'd be laughing off it to save me. A superhero in this. A superhero in this. You called my soul when I was falling. You moved the clouds to stop me from hitting the ground. In every goal there was a meaning. For this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, we'd be laughing off it to save me. A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. Oh, oh, and when I fall too deep, we'd be laughing off it to save me. Quiet's driving me insane. Silence rattles in my brain. Yeah, I gotta get away. Always waiting for the phone, so I built my towers tall, wandering through these empty halls. Break the cycle there, walls are coming down.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome back. We're in game 1 here. We see 5-stack coming out from team 2 over here, red side. Actually, no, sorry, 4-stack. Aatrox in the top there, and the Jhin, he predicts it, and it lands the. No, did he get that? Oh, I don't think he did. So he's just giving away their position.
I was gonna say I definitely would have either gone further. I don't see a point in 5-stacking against Evelyn. Maybe Rengar, but I don't think Team 1 has the stronger level 1. Oh no, they do because they have lethal temper Xayah. No, my bad. So 5-stacking would have actually made sense. I just don't know about the Jhin W to give away their position.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I also think that Rengar probably should have done Doran's Blade instead, just because Aatrox as a champion doesn't really go for short trades. Aatrox likes to do a full 3 combo for the Q. And especially if you're playing Rengar top with Flash Ignite, I think it's important that you have more AD so that you can actually fight that. Especially because you're going to be pouncing all the time and auto-attacking all the time. I think that extra Omnivamp is going to make the difference, unless he has a completely different playstyle. Push control already. Pretty good.
Oh, interesting. By
this should be an all-in from here. Nope. Okay.
Okay.
He has a 10-second cooldown. Not bad, though. Okay, not bad. Pretty action-packed already at the start.
Yeah, a little bit of fighting, a little bit of skirmishing in the top lane and the bot lane. Nothing significant, though. Something to note, both top laners have the Ignite. I believe you called out the Ignite a little bit earlier. But both top laners on the Ignite, both mid laners on the TP. Morgana does hit the Q there, but I don't think anything's going to come of it. Just a little bit of health there on Jhin.
Mm-hmm. Got the Q3 here. I think Xayah and Morgana will hit level 2 first, so they should be positioning aggressively. Nice trade there.
Yeah, mid lane as well. It looks like, honestly, Team 1 seems to be trading a little bit better over towards Team 2. So Team 2 is going to struggle a little bit in the early game. Interesting to see both junglers opting to clear bot side first. Shen backing after 3 camps. A little bit strange.
Redditor Shen, I just realized that.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. He actually didn't pick up anything off his back either. So that was an interesting back. And he's pathing straight back to bot side as well, which is odd choice to me.
He did pick up his boots. I do think that bot lane is probably the easiest to gank here, especially with how overextended they are with no vision. Obviously, they don't know that they don't have vision, but maybe Team 2 bot lane has called out that they have not yet placed any wards.
Yeah, sorry, just to correct myself on that. Yeah, he did pick up the boots. My scoreboard was bugged there, but it's back up and running now. So lucky we got that point out. But yeah.
Mid lane Silas is always a bit of... Oh,
okay, there we go. Engage looking to come out of the Orianna. She flashes away, but we get the Q flash. I don't think it landed. And Orianna's going to get away pretty safely there.
Whiff by just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of whiffing. That's okay. That would have been really nice snowballing, though. I think the Silas Orianna lane is a nightmare until Silas gets a bit of CDR. So that kill definitely would have made the lane a lot less annoying.
Oh, Silas going back in. Does pop Orianna down and gets the first blood. Very well played by him there.
I definitely think that once you have burned your flash as Orianna, especially into a Silas, it's pretty unsafe to stick in lane.
Yeah, and it looks like Evelyn was going to try and push the Silas out. He's going to reset anyway. Probably wants to spend that gold. So no skin off his nose.
Rengar's overextended.
Gank coming out. Yeah, Rengar overextending a little bit. Gank coming out here by the Shen. I think a flash got blown there. Rengar flashing away. Cancels an auto. Oh, and he's going to survive on just a little bit of health. So flash for flash blown there from top laners. Ignite still sitting on Rengar though. So he's one summon to spell up after that one.
Definitely seeing a little bit of the micro...
Oh, a little bit of a skirmish in here from both junglers. Does look like Silas is going to be able to rotate, and I think everyone's going to fall here. No! Maybe the Shen does. Double Flash comes out. And again, nothing to come of it.
Just a bit unlucky. I think these macro decisions are brilliant. The top gank looks good. The mid gank looks good. Just a little bit off. Missing a little bit of those abilities. That's okay, though. The pressure is still exerted. Aatrox is able to come back with a CS.
Evelyn looking for a lane gank. She's sitting in that bush. She shouldn't be spotted at this point. And she's not really going to be able to get in the fight. There's too many minions there. Rengar's playing with fire unless he can win this on his own. He does still have the Ignite. He pops it, gets the kill on his own, and Evelyn was up there just to look pretty.
Wow, gets the assist though. That's brilliant. Gets to push out the lane, get some XP as well. Evelyn should have a substantial XP lead. See him 2 levels up now, and I want to see, as soon as the Evelyn getting 6, just rampaging everywhere. I think that's definitely the win condition for now.
Yeah, it would be the way, definitely. I think with these games, a lot of what it comes down to is honestly just the tempo. When you're in lower elo, you know, you get the tempo, and that's enough. Like, yeah, you know, you start to carry it away with that, and it's hard to come back when you don't really know what you should be doing, and that's probably what we'll find in this game. Once a team snowballs, they're probably going to be the ones to win it, or they make a big mistake and they just fall apart.
I definitely think that in higher elo, the small mistakes gets punished a lot more than what I see. But definitely, is as well in lower elo, you will see big mistakes like this one.
Yeah, it looks like Oriana getting caught. Oh, she does the double. He gets them away. I don't think it's going to be enough. Re-engaged by Silas. They're both on top of the Oriana. Evelyn is approaching there. They're going to have to back away, and she does get out. Interesting rotation there from bot lane as well. Both bot laners are coming up. Looks like we might potentially have Leona getting caught out, but there are 3 members from Team 2, red side there, and she's also going to escape. I feel like this could be a re-engage from Team 1. They maybe responded a little bit too late for that.
Everyone gets away with the skin of their teeth. Come on, where's the blood? Where's the action?
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting game so far. Re-engage. Oriana has no mana. She's not going to be able to get away from this one, and she does fall. So that's the 2nd kill over to Silas, and I'm not too surprised there, but he is behind on CS, so not too big of an advantage for him there.
Again, it's the idea that if you're playing a control mage like Oriana, you have no gap close. It's not safe. You still have the TP. You can just recall TP. There's no stress with that. You have a substantial CS lead. You get some buy, and you'll be safe in lane again. And then you can abuse them more. Control mages, definitely. You cannot stay in lane when you're low on HP and mana. You just get engaged on, you just die. You have to continue the tempo. By using those summoner spells in the creative ways.
Yeah, now one thing I did want to point out, because I actually only just noticed this myself, it looks like the bot lane from Team 2 was actually in the wrong order. So if you're looking down at the tab list at the bottom, don't worry, it's not Leona ADC. We'll just have to compare the Leona to the Morgana, of course. And Engage looking to come out from Team 2 there. Leona flashes forward. She does get the stun off on Desire. Jin's quite far away, and honestly, they're a little bit too low for comfort. I think Leona's maybe overextended this one. Team 1's going to be able to turn it. Heal comes out. Ignite and flash, and I think again it's gonna amount to nothing. Fight breaking on the top lane. Looks like Jin does fall in the bot lane though, and they pick up a kill in the top lane, so that's 2 kills over for Team 1.
This is exactly what I wanted to see from Evelyn. As soon as she gets level 6, I want to see her just ganking as much as she can off cooldown from ult. Gets the top lane kill there, gets the kill, gets some XP from the minions as well, and continues to snowball that jungle lead. Bot lane engage. I definitely think that in concept, it's not bad, but if you look at runes and champions, I definitely think that Lethal Tempo Xayah has a lot more pressure than Jin does. Maybe he could have gone for that big balls play and flashed with his 4th auto.
Oh, Engage coming out from the Silas. Doesn't realize that the jungler is nearby, was in stealth. She picks up that kill. So very well, nice use of passive from Evelyn there for a little bit of a lane gank, and Silas does fall.
Yep, definitely going to see Evelyn as the win condition here. I think that into Team 2 team comp, I think Fade here.
Alright, looks like she did get spotted. She did get spotted, and Shen opts to not engage on her. I think would have been the only play he could have made, considering she didn't use her W there. But yeah, loses the buff, gets smited away.
He might have actually won that fight, actually, because Evelyn didn't have ult, although he might have not have known that because he didn't time it. But Evelyn dueling power without W is not quite as strong. Shen is a very, very strong duelist because that champion is quite broken, and I hate it a lot. And I've come about it.
I will definitely agree. I think that was, I think turning was the only chance of getting anything back there. Otherwise, he loses that buff no matter what. But it's hopefully not the end of the world for him. Evelyn contributed a lot to these games, to this game over the Shen though. I mean, 2-0-1 versus the 0-0-0. She's got more CS. She's done a lot more. She's even picked up the Dark Seal, so that's going to start stacking too.
Again, it's just unlucky because those ganks in the early game made by Shen were actually fantastic in terms of macro, but just micro, it wasn't executed, and it couldn't have made any. What am I trying to say? they couldn't taking any advantage from the excellent macro plays. Evelyn
And
coming in for
again,
another one.
from Evelyn. And a horribly timed engage coming out from the Leona.
Ooh.
They do manage to pick up the Zaya, though, so that's a kill over to Jin. Looks like Leona's also going to fall here. And that probably will be a fourth kill over to Evelyn. No! Shen is close by. She does still fall. Flash comes out from Evelyn to get the auto off. And wow, that's a lot of damage coming down onto the Shen, despite the fact that there was no W there. Maybe she would have won that trade in the jungle.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I haven't seen Evelyn's in like years. I don't think it's played as much in Halo. But yeah, my bad. I guess he would have actually killed her.
Wow,
I guess it is blasting to Lucidity, but I feel like the shield still would have been more. I don't know. Yeah, unlucky timing, but again, this is the thing that I was saying. I feel like Evelyn should just be ganking on repeat with his ult. I would have liked to see him actually let the Jin live so that he could have triple killed them. But just unlucky timing there. Jin actually managed to get the trade kill, so it's not the worst. It is still definitely very bad though.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Looks like so Team 2 actually kind of picked it up at the start. They got the first 2 kills of the game, but they've kind of fallen a bit behind. They did have the macro, like you said. They kind of rotated as a team, but Evelyn's hit 6, and she's really just put them kind of in the dirt. She's taken the control of this map. You know, I'm surprised to see a lot of control wards have been coming out to try and stop her. Although she's been lane ganking, and I guess they haven't really caught on to that just yet.
Yep. They Pink Wards reveal Evelyn now, right? I remember there was a time where they didn't reveal Evelyn for a little.
Yeah, correct. So the control wards will reveal, normal wards don't. Yeah, so it's gonna be those control wards. They've been placed mostly in the river, but she really hasn't ganked down river. Fight coming out in the top lane. Ulti gets popped by Aatrox, but it looks like the bot fight's gonna be more interesting. Evelyn is nearby again. Jin's gonna get popped, goes over to the Zaya. I think this one time Leona might get out, but that's still another kill and probably Dragon on the board. Top lane amounted to nothing there, but Shen is close by. They could look for a dive, or if he gets a little bit ambitious, and that looks like that might be the death of Rain. No, the jump to the minion flashes away. Shen does get the taunt though and picks up that kill. Flash blown from him too.
Yep. If bot lane is dying, I like to. This is a thing that every jungler should learn. If bot lane is dying, just trade on the other side of the map. Get the top kill, deny the Rengar 2 waves, and then try to get that Rift Herald there as a trade. Although with the dragon buffs, Rift Herald is not as good anymore. I remember the old meta was 6 to 8 minute Rift. It was 8 minute Rift Herald. Oh.
Oh, okay. A fight coming out there. Leona. I'm sorry, Leona. Looks like Evelyn missed her ulti. She ulted back.
Yeah, whiffs the ult just about it.
But that's a-okay. Looks like Team 2 though, seeing her on the bot side, they have gone to pick up that Herald. So Jin's still gonna die. Maybe overstayed a little bit. Should have ran backwards instead of trying to back. And,
I don't think actually there was any chance. I think Jin's just kind of crying right now. Maybe he's scrolling his phone when he's dead, or like maybe he's like trying to get something to eat. He's starting to get a little, you know, one hand on the mouse, another hand somewhere else. Like I don't think he's feeling too great about his lane at the moment.
Yeah, that's sort of point. He's sitting at 1 and 4, unfortunately, right now.
Luckily, he's playing Jin, so he doesn't. It's not too bad. He can still be a little bit of a CC bot, but it is pretty bad in the fact that now Zaya is 3-1, Evelyn is 4-0.
Evelyn looking to pick up Jin in the lane here. Oh no, just bullying. Shen ulti comes out though. Evelyn might be caught here. This might be a shutdown going over. No, it looks like she's got plenty of health. Heal does get popped. She's not going to get taunted due to the black shield. And there we go. Pick up on Morgana. Oh, that's an interesting flash forward coming out from 2 members of Team 2. They do get the engage onto Evelyn, though. I think she's going to fall. That's the shutdown to Silas. Not who you want to be giving that one to. And that's a third kill picked up. Silas sitting at 4-1 with a shutdown now. Evelyn lost some of her Dark Seal stacks. That could be the tempo that Team 2 needed to get back into this game.
Wow. And also, that was perfectly done just before bounties. So they even get bounties. Silas super fed. So now it's Silas versus Evelyn almost. Definitely the best sort of outcome that could have happened. I think the shutdowns and the kills is really good to go over to the Silas. So now it's just all about whether the Silas can out-tempo this Evelyn.
Interesting skirmish coming out on the top lane. Looks like Aatrox actually winning this one for once. Flashes forward, but can't catch the Rengar. Rengar does get the Q off. I think that's going to be Rengar away, though. Too much move speed in that ulti. And we can see a rotation coming out from the mid laner as well, but nothing came with that one there.
What I actually want to see is if they can't coordinate a 4-man dive onto bot lane, get that Xayah shut down as well, get that bot turret, and then I think that'll be a complete turnover from the game. Preferably they do it around like 20 seconds before Dragon spawns as well, and I think that'll put them in the winning foot. For Team 1, I'd like to see Evelyn still continue to rampage. If Evelyn can sort of kill that Sylas around the same time that Dragon spawns too, that will be good. Or they can kind of just play a tower defense right now. Oh, bounties fell. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, they fell off. I guess that was too big of a fight. The gold lead has decreased to 1.8k, so not above that 2k anymore. 3-man gonna happen on the mid lane. Orianna does flash away, but I still think she's gonna get caught. Sylas does miss his stun there, but that's okay. Oh, and Evelyn manages to pick up the Shen. Being turned around, she's quite strong. She's low on mana now. They can't do much, and they're just gonna have to back away. One for
Sylas
one
may
trade.
or may not have W'd the minion there.
Oh no, sorry, not a 1-for-1 trade. Just a kill on the Shen. Okay, yeah, he did W the minion, unfortunately, as well. And not ideal. Another fight breaking out in the top lane. Maybe just a skirmish there.
Yeah, those are the proactive plays that I love to see. See, I didn't realize this, but like, yeah, these guys are really good macro. That's like a really, really solid. Like Shen picks up really solid timings to gank. So far, from what I've seen, it's just unlucky with the micro. But that is definitely the proactive. Is this a good trade?
It's no, definitely not anymore. So Evelyn coming up for that. Does manage to get the charm off, and there we go. Rengar ulti killed.
I think he could have autoed, but
Oh, actually, my bad. That wasn't an ulti. That was just from the bush. That was a long leap for Rengar. My god.
he's got the boots. Oh my god, Mercs makes sense in the team. In general, I do like to see, especially for top lane, since you kind of 1v1 each other for a while, I like to see them building tier 2 based on the
laner.
champion that they're, the laner. But, I mean, if he's already stomping him this hard, I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't
I would
matter
have
too
liked
much.
to... Yeah. Oh, but he's got the... At least he's got the...
Oh, the 3-man Orianna ulti coming down. It was a little bit far away. Team wasn't close enough to engage. Leona may be looking a little bit too ambitious there, considering her team is all half health. And
Yeah, this Leona, so far, like, his plays, I respect it.
I
But they're
do respect it, but you've got to have the right timing and positioning for it. Like, it definitely the positioning, what you're looking for can work, but I don't think it's going to. Evelyn's just going to pick up that kill. That's unfortunate for the Jhin.
At this point, you've got to just start, like, I think lawsuit, or maybe, like, one of those, like, what's it called? Oh, what's that one where you, like, say, like, yo, don't touch me?
Harassment case?
Yeah. No, it's not a harassment. It's like you can't stay anywhere. You can't be anywhere close to me.
Oh, restraining order. Yeah, she definitely needs a
Yes,
restraining
yes.
order on him. There's another fight breaking out, going a bit back and forth. Does look like Team 2 might have the... No, Team 1 still got the advantage. They do manage to grab the Orianna, but that's a... Who's coming over? There's still... Oh, and they're walking straight into the Evelyn. How did they not see that one coming? And that turns it into a 1-for-3. Evelyn's going to keep going. She doesn't care.
Ooh, this is good.
Maybe a bit too far, but she does proto belt out. She's safe. And Rengar coming in from behind. Didn't even see that one. They're going to pick up the Aatrox. They're going to pick up the Jhin, and that's an unofficial ace, I believe. That's 5 members down, and they have control of the map.
I was really surprised when they came up with the Orianna roll. I thought they would have... I was like, okay, that's a bit of a preemptive one. I would have liked to see it if they pushed out the wave, stack 2, got the rift. Okay, wow.
He's coming out solo there. No damage done to either member. And I think Leona's better off just hitting the wave at this point. She is looking a bit ambitious. They do have the Sylas close by. Oh, and the Xayah dodges the ulti.
Ooh.
Shen is there as well, and they do pick up the shutdown on the Xayah. 300 gold into Sylas' pocket. He might only be 6-2-0 in comparison to the Evelyn, but I think he's probably going to smell as much gold. They managed to follow over. Rengar going to fall, I think. He should fall here. There we go. That's a lot of gold going into the Sylas pocket.
I want to see them take both Rift Herald and top lane turret. I don't know if they can. They probably don't have the timing, but oh no. Oh my gosh, I didn't check the time.
That's so unfortunate. They should have definitely just grouped around the top tower. The bounties are up despite that play. They could have picked up some more gold. Opted for maybe the wrong play there, and it might come back to bite them in the ass. Oh, and Orion ulti again, landing on 2 people. Evelyn's going to get the free reign to go in. Everfrost going to stop her, though.
Wow, that's a lot of... This Evelyn is so fed.
She
Got the
is
Medjay's
really
at the
fed,
10
yeah.
stack.
Finally bought the Medjay's upgraded that Dark Seal.
Leona's
She's just
dead here.
looking for Leona. There's... Yeah, I guess so. Leona
Whoa,
quite
Leona's
tanky, though.
dead.
Maybe not.
Oh, Aftershock plus W. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Does Leona even go Aftershock? Yeah, she does. Hey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
so
makes sense.
tanky.
I don't play support myself, but I wouldn't be surprised. This was a lot tankier than I was expecting, especially for an 0-2 and 6 support. She does have primarily magic resist, though.
Oh, yeah. Merc trades as well picked up.
Yeah.
Yep. Makes sense. Yeah, usually when I play support, I just pick Janna and I, like, turn on the music and I just, like, kind of, like, play and then, tab out a bit and then it's like, oh, top lane. And obviously, I understand support is a very arduous and expecting role, and it requires extreme demand from both your brain and your hands. Definitely, but for sure. But just me when I play Janna, I'm just bad, and I somehow win every single game though. It's crazy. I have 100% winning with Janna every single time I get filled with support. I just pick Janna and I just win. It's super crazy in D1 Elo. Anyways. Support's not broken.
God, and Jin flashes away in time. That was almost another assassination attempt on his life there. Or indeed, it was an attempt. It just was a failed one. She's not going to care too much, though. Ulti will be back up shortly, and she's probably just going to look for another target.
I think that those kinds of players onto Jin aren't good anymore.
Yep.
I think now Evelyn should be looking for a bit more greedy plays, especially because if she can get like even 2 kills, they can immediately transition that into a Baron play. That's what I would have liked to see. Just no longer needs to go tunnel vision onto the Jin anymore.
Yeah, in her eyes, though, she might still be pretty set on that Medjay. So she's probably looking for...
Everyone's got some sort of personal prejudice at this point. Like, at this point, after the game, they're going to, like, punch up somewhere. We're going to have the video footage of them just starting, like, beating each other in real life as well.
Oh my god, that's
no.
Wait, why is Shin not engaging on that? She is on her own. There's a massive overstep from the Orianna, and they're just not gonna initiate on it.
Even if Team 1, blue team, was around. Oh my.
Oh, the 3-man Orianna ulti, Shockwave coming out, everyone collapsing. A huge fight here. Leona ulti does pop down on a few members, but I don't think Team 2 has the damage. Team 1 is just going to start shredding away there. The Xayah is extremely strong now, 6-2, and then you've got the Evelyn to assassinate. She has fallen though, and that's going to be 3 kills for 1.
Wow, 23 minutes in, we finally get to see the first team fight. Exciting. It was a pretty good one. It's like a lot of numbers on the screen. I was going to say that even if Team was around when Orianna was sitting there, they could have killed him fast enough, especially because it was Silas Shen. I think they could have one-shot the Orianna, and the fight would have been completely different. Unlucky they didn't get that pick. Orianna gets the 3-man Shockwave, just makes the fight a breeze. Shen does have Smite though. Is he going to go for the steal? I think he should. I think it should be easy.
Oh, and he gets it! Shen with the steal! Baron goes over to Team 2. Looks like one member's going to fall for it. Shen does manage to get out. Jin ulti being popped. I don't think they're going to pick anyone up on that. But wow, very well played by the Shen. That was a late steal as well. I guess Evelyn wasn't there, so definitely made sense. But she's going to look to pick up this dragon.
Knowing that there was Hex Gates, I think Evelyn was still down, so she couldn't have come. But I think that they either should have just given up the Baron, called the quits, recalled and went Dragon because they have gold advantage, or they should have tried to zone out the Shen. But they kind of just didn't make a decision, and Shen just took an easy one.
Yeah, it looks like a fight's about to break out. Engage coming out from the Rengar. Does get pulled back in, but a lot of poke is going to start to come out from Team 1. Evelyn trying to look for an engagement. I think she needs to sit back a little bit more. She's going to get kind of harassed here. Rengar just a little bit ambitious, jumps forward for a couple of autos and flashes away. And looks like they're going to try and turn back onto this dragon. This will be 3rd dragon for Team 1 if they pick it up. That'll put them on soul point. And I think they're pretty safe on this one. Team 2 not looking to fight it.
So what I want to...
Oh, Shen going to go for another play here. He might steal again, but Team 1 knows they're turning the fight this time. No, they... Okay, well, unfortunate for Shen, but they almost made the same mistake twice.
didn't go for it. I would have really liked to see red team not actually fight for this dragon, because they know they have no chance of winning the team fight, especially where they are right now, unless the blue team makes a severe disadvantage, severe misplay. But that's a really low chance. They do have Baron. I would have liked to see them literally pressure all 3 lanes and try and pick up 1 to 2 towers from that. I think that would have been a big gold swing, and that would have been way better than contesting 1 dragon. I know the buffs have made a significant change to make dragon a lot more worthy, but especially because you, 1, have Baron, and 2, you have a team comp. Like, Silas is pretty okay, Jin is pretty good.
Fight coming out to play nothing major. Yeah, and to add to that point, just something I want to point out as well is, I mean, they didn't really have prio in any of their 3 lanes. So not only would pushing the lanes out have finally given them prio, but dragon's not really something you can contest from behind when you don't have prio anyway. So it was just a pretty bad decision to even place around that. There's a lot more that they could have done on the map. And yeah, they didn't really take their opportunity there.
Especially because it is only 3rd Drake. It's not soul point. It's not anything super significant. I would have liked to see them give up that drag, try to get some gold advantage from taking some turrets, get some lane priority, farm up the minions, make sure the enemies loses a couple of waves and XP, and then try and extrapolate that to find... Oh,
everyone looking to... Whoa, that's a lot of damage coming down, and he's just going to get 1 shot. Despite the Hex Trinker, despite the Merc Treads, they will do nothing for you.
Never want to be walking around in the jungle alone with no vision when you're versing an Evelyn. Never, ever, ever. Rookie mistake, buddy. But yeah, as I was saying, I think that could have been a potential comeback play. Didn't take advantage of it. Just unlucky. Probably didn't see the angle, but this has really put them on a bit of a back burner now. They're kind of just fingers crossed, praying for some sort of leeway they could take advantage of.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that they haven't actually picked up a single tower themselves. So, no towers at all, no dragons. I think they picked up a herald and it didn't even get used on the tower. They've really fallen behind on these objectives, and that's, I think, where their focus needed to shift about 10 minutes ago. And there's a fight breaking out here. Looks like they're just both going to run away, though. It would have been interesting to see. Silas is quite strong. Oh, Leona's just almost going to get caught out in plain daylight there. She does manage to get away, though. And
another thing I could have seen here... we can see that red ward deep in the in the jungle. When they overextended mid lane and you saw Rengar was bot, I think they could have TP'd, forced a 5v4. Because even though Rengar does have ult and he can make their way pretty fast, it's not as fast as Silas TP, especially if they don't communicate it fast enough. At this point, you just have to make Hail Mary plays and hope for something to happen. You cannot just sit down and bleed, because the person in the leading position will just take advantage of you.
Yeah,
that's what I would like to see. Nothing coming out so far, so they are kind of just getting bled. To be fair, the team isn't making any happen either. I actually think, especially seeing Silas bot, they could have just dove mid lane and taken their mid inhib there. And then moving on to the next lane.
Oh, what is Shen doing? Okay, no, maybe that was a good play. You get the flash coming over from the Leona. Aatrox is close by. Everyone does have to leave the fight. Orion Shockwave comes through. Jin ulti not finding anyone. Silas re-engage onto Oriana. Oriana's gonna fall, and that's a 1-for-0. I think the first trade that Team 2 has won in a long time.
A couple of interesting flash plays there. Morgana had a little bit of a see with the flash, and then Evelyn had a little bit of a see with their flash as well. Looks like they're looking for the re-engage, though.
They are. So, I mean, they still do have the advantage, in my opinion. As long as Evelyn's up, they realistically can win just about any fight, depending on the positioning. But Team 2 going to reset, come back. The thing is, I mean, even if they keep winning these small trades, they're not really doing anything with it. Like I said, not a single objective under their belt. Dragon coming up in less than a minute now, so that's where the focus is probably going to shift.
I think this is a very good point that you've just mentioned. I think a big thing in low elo is that they just kind of kill people and they don't really think about what to do afterwards. They kind of just go for team fights, like, oh, let's fight. And they don't think about, okay, now that I've fought them, what do I do afterwards? There should always be a step ahead. Kills aren't just... It's just... In the early game, kills make a lot of sense. You snowball that with the gold lead, because gold lead is so much more advantageous with stats, because it is like algorithmic almost, right? But later on, 300 gold doesn't mean a significant amount. What does mean a lot is a person being dead for 40 seconds and getting so much objectives from that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm not sure why they were so afraid of grabbing that there. Jin was close by. Could have picked up that ward, but the fight's going to break out. Aatrox trying to find the Rengar. A lot of abilities being missed here. Aatrox falling quite low. Zai ulti does come out, splits up the team a little bit. Jin gonna have to flash away. He is quite low. Evelyn's finally joining the fight now. She's gonna look to just completely assassinate the support there. Goodbye, Leona, and that magic resist will do you no good anymore. That's gonna be Soul for Team 1. Evelyn not done yet, though. She's still looking for those kills.
This is another one of those situations where I just think there's no point in contesting. There's two plays that... Oh, shockwave as well.
Loses the shockwave there.
I think red team could have literally just done Baron. Although they do have a slow take, so it's again one of those situations where no, you can't contest soul point. Ooh.
Oh my god, again, this Jin really needs to file for this restraining order. Or else his life is just invaluable at this point.
Gale Force coming through, saves his life. Lucky him. But no, as I was saying, like, I think they could have just given up Hexdrake. They know that's not their win con, okay? Because if they do win that fight somehow, and they get the Hexdrake, it doesn't really matter. Blue team's still going to respawn, they're still going to take over the game. What I would have liked to see is them literally just giving up that drag, either going for some XP and gold, and like again going for the turrets, literally just Hail Mary, trying for the Baron. What I'd like to see from blue team is not caring about the dragon, because again, they're so far ahead in gold. Like 10k is a substantial amount. They could have just given up Soul, know that Team 2 is going to go contest, and just take a Baron. They have Xayah, they have Rengar, they have Evelyn. They will just one-shot the Baron, and they can just literally snowball that to an end. They can do a 4-1 or a 3-1, 1-3-1, and then just end the game from that. With Baron pressure, especially because they're so far ahead in gold, and they know that Evelyn can just prowl, so red team can't defend as easily, they can just end the game off that. I think that this game could have been over like 10 minutes ago.
Yep.
But I guess they just really like Hextech drag. You know, maybe they just...
Yeah, look, it's not too bad on their team, but I just don't think that's the play, as you mentioned here. It definitely seems like despite the huge lead that Team 1's gained, it definitely shows that their knowledge maybe not where it needs to be when it comes to closing out these games. Like, you know, 32 minutes in, you give it another 10, 15 minutes, which this game very well could go for if they don't close it out. Jin just going to get assassinated again. No surprises there. But, you know, the game goes for long enough, and realistically, nothing's stopping Team 2 from getting enough gold to actually start winning these fights. I don't think it's going to happen, but this game should have just been closed out by now.
That's what I was going to say. If there was any sort of...
Oh my god, again. Whoa. Silas getting away with the Evelyn ulti, well played there.
But this is again one of the situations. Why are you going for a Silas kill? Just end the game. Like,
yeah.
They killed the Jin. They just force mid lane. They do a 5v4. If they defend 5v4 turret, what is the turret going to do? You just pentakill them in the turret, and then you end the game. Why did they chase the Silas down bot lane? It's just unnecessary dragging on the fight. And it's as you said, like, if this was any high-elo game and blue team was taking this long to end, red team would have taken advantage of that and gotten like gold leads over time and tried to pull this back.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to do here when you are just still getting repeatedly assassinated, you're not respecting the Evelyn properly, you're not placing the right vision down, but these are the kind of mistakes that can lose you a game. Evelyn, again, just going to pick up another kill, but look, like I said, they're not going to lose this game. They're more than 10k gold up at this point. They're in the base, but it could have been closed out well long ago. Jin just going to fall again. Evelyn, 13 kills. What a machine she is.
Okay, here we go. Here's the test. What are they going to do? Are they going to go for another kill, or are they going to end the game?
I think they're going to go
if they want to play it safe,
no,
that's
not too bad. Yeah.
But
they're not
with
grouping
two
this fight,
dead-
though.
There we go. Yes! Rengar lives.
And then they just end, surely.
They just end. Don't go for the bottom. Oriana, what are you doing? End the game. I think
She wants the extra gold, man. She wants that gold. Pad the KDA. She doesn't even last hit the damn thing.
I think Evelyn's just toying with their food now. Flying Kennedy doesn't want to play the game anymore though. He's just spam attacking their connectors.
There we go, and the game's gonna go over to Team 1. With a 14k gold lead, might I add, at the end there. One of those kind of gold leads you don't normally ever see, because the game would have been closed out long ago in that case. But nonetheless, was an interesting one. It was actually quite fun to watch, I will say myself.
Yeah, well, the game went, like I said, Evelyn took advantage. Evelyn snowballed the game. It was just Silas versus Evelyn, but I guess Evelyn's just better champion. So I just couldn't find those objectives. I couldn't find those pick opportunities like Evelyn could. And yeah, just snowballed the game until it was unrecognizable. There's just nowhere to come back.
Yeah, can agree. Now, I imagine that game 2 is probably already getting itself underway. Coaches may be talking to the teams, though. So what we're going to do, we're not going to sit here and overanalyze things too in-depth just so far. We'll wait for game 2, because I believe they're probably going to want to get into that shortly. And we'll transition straight over to a small break. So we'll be with you guys soon.
Cool. See you guys soon.
Welcome to unrealization. We can prepare to kill the operation. It ain't fair, but I feel it with the nation. To raise the flag and do the preparation. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. Welcome to reality. Can't fuck with that. On top like forever, man. This is hard fucking beeping after aliens. We on top of the world, we the sapiens. Do you understand massive complication there? Do you really think you know what I'm made of? My flow is so magical, I'm old, call me Gandalf. You can shine, but I'm about to go off. I don't wanna believe what I'm saying, but I cannot do this at all. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. 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 Children used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I never know where it went wrong. So I close my eyes. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground, but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning, but I'm fine. I am nobody. The future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me. Do you ever feel like the world would die out? My anxiety's off the roof, I cry out. We have gone too far, take me back right now. I see fire burning, but I close my eyes. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground, but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning, but I'm fine. I'm nobody. sweat. Oh, this madness is insane. Why you still live in vain? I'm not the one, you're the victim of your own mistakes. It's time to hit the lights under the street lights, under the street lights. I'm not the one, you're the victim of your own mistakes. Untold stories, they were left behind. Silent breeze, I got nothing on my mind. This madness is insane. Why you still live in vain? I'm not the one, you're the victim of your own mistakes. It's time to hit the lights under the street lights, under the street lights. I'm not the one, you're the victim of your own mistakes.
Let's spark a light and see where it leads. Just you and me, hiding behind the curtain. A world so uncertain. Come and see where this leads. The circus. Circus. A world of your imagination, living sensation. There's no one to stop you. Come on, I know you want to. There's no going back. You stepped across the final crack, and we see through you. You'll always be a part of the circus. The circus. The circus. Gone somewhere and dyed my hair now. Wanna be alone. It's much to bear and you don't care, and I won't play alone. I got you in my sight. I keep all the words you said to me. I get you, get you, get you, get you on your knees. Rewrite all the things you said that I should be. I'll get you, get you, get you. Now you'll beg me, please. Hey. Now I stay away. You were never meant to save me. Now I stay away. I'll hear you say you're sorry. Hate I even loved you. Hate I fell in love with you. Hate I even loved you. Hate I kinda fell in love with you. Hate I even loved you. Hate I fell in love with you. Hate I even loved you. Hate I kinda fell in love you sorry. So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. Coming for the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane? It's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. I'll take it. I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. I'll take it all. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne.
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down.
All right, welcome back. Sorry for the wait, guys. We are just waiting on a few things. So teams are being swapped around, players are being moved around just to give everyone a little bit of a go in their main role, make sure that everyone's comfortable with their team as well, and give them the opportunity to play at their best so we can work out who from these teams are going to go forward. Graphics over there, if you're having a bit of food, if you want to make a comment.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're taking their sweet ass time. I'm not complaining. I got my food.
But yeah, look, we shouldn't be too far out. I think they're switching up now to get the team sorted, so we'll be with you guys shortly. But I just want to give you guys a quick update. Quickly, a little reminder of what's happening so far. We're currently going through the Iron Silver games. After that will be the Gold, the Plats. They should be coming after this game, fingers crossed. And then at the end of the day, we'll have some Diamond Plus games for you. Some familiar faces on stream for those games, so be tuned for that one. And yeah, I think we're gonna leave it there for now. We're not gonna ramble on for too long because we don't know how much longer they're gonna take, so we don't want to bore you guys with our sweet voices. But enjoy the music for a little bit longer, guys. We'll be back.
It is 1:44, so get some food.
Yes, true. Get some lunch.
I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my worlds have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. You try hard to find the answer when no one knows how it feels between disasters. It comes and goes. The life of dreams is moving faster, and no one knows the constant fear of what comes after. We'll never know. Swing me down, got my feet on the ground. Let's hide away from the lights and run away from the light. Let's run away. We're falling hard to find the answer. With this life we live, be all that matters. The life of dreams is moving faster, and no one knows the constant fear of what comes after. And we'll never know. Swing
forever. All this ever but you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your back, I disappear. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. And no man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no Back and I'm better. You had to go back where you came from, now you're bitter. Out of sight, out of mind for real. Yeah, I wouldn't wanna be you for real. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. No man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man.
I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you won't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but that is okay. Lately I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first cause we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been tossing the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. Man, we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. Yeah. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey. Yeah, we be the best, best. Hey. shit with a basket, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat those they don't get it like.
Alright, welcome back. Finally, we're in Champ Select. Here we are, game 2 in the Iron to Silver. And yeah, if you want to take this one away with the picks and bans, potentially. I'm not sure if you've done your food there, but hopefully you can have a bit of a chat.
All right. I just had some amazing food by the way. It's good. Okay, I'm ready. So, Jin ban, interesting because I don't think Jin was that dominant during the game to warrant a ban. Did we switch up the teams or are they still the same, like blue side, red side?
I think it's entirely different here. So I think players have just swapped around as a whole. I don't think it's like the teams are the same. I think it's just entirely different players. But yeah.
I definitely think that the Jin Leona ban is interesting. Maybe Team Liquid plays a lot of Jin. Leona ban, I think there's better supports. Evelyn ban I could see making sense because Just Max, I'm assuming, was the Evelyn last game who did Smurf. Rengar, again, it might be a target ban because it's so dominant. Lilia is the first ban where I would actually think it would make sense meta picked because Lilia, unless they nerfed her significantly, when I played, Lilia top lane and jungle was just so dominant. Although I haven't seen it as much in pro play, I still think that she's very strong if you know what she's doing. Udia, again, I think it's complete dog doo-doo, but I mean, if they think it would be a nightmare to face, that's fair enough. Top lane first picked, I would have liked to see some other priority picks. I think that there is jungle picks that you could have picked. I think there's some bot lane picks that you could have picked, but I mean, on top lane, very safe. Maybe just sort of setting the standard there. Yeah, and hey, that's the problem. Oh, okay, sick.
Okay,
Well,
game got
dodging.
dodged. Interesting. Again, this is the second fucking time. Sorry, I didn't mean to. What is happening? What is happening? That's fine.
Well, I mean, I'll just keep rambling, but on top lane pick, the problem with first pick top lane is that exactly. You are going to get counterpicked and you are going to start feeling the flattening of some certain regional areas and you are going to hate your lane so much. Because Mordekaiser into Ornn, or Ornn into Mordekaiser just feels like you're grading your something on a grader and you're just going to make cheese with it. It's not a good matchup. It doesn't feel fun. That's why I would say, especially with nowadays where Dragon is so important, I think it might be more important to pick those priority bot laners, like the Sivir, like the Zeri, like the Draven's really good as well, I think. But I don't know, maybe they have a game plan. Maybe they do, but we'll see. If we weren't getting dodged again.
Yeah, so we'll have to get back into this one and see what happens. Hopefully, for the love of God, hopefully we get into this. Otherwise, we may just go to another short break and then hopefully get the plat games on the way. But hopefully we're not too far out. Thanks for all staying patient. Anyone who's watching at the moment, we only have limited ability of what we can do. They got scared. You know what? You might be right. Just bring out a comment from the chat. Maybe they did get scared.
Instantly, the Mordekaiser pick just mental boomed the Ornn player so much they just dodged. They're like, oh my god, what am I gonna do? And they dodged.
I mean, do we ramble on? Are they going to be back in soon? Do we ramble on? Do we transition back to a break? I don't know at this point.
I mean, I want water.
Yeah, you know, you can go get some water and then come back. Maybe tell us what you ate. Maybe give the stream a little bit of detail.
Oh my god, I totally could. Okay, you entertain them for now.
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh, I'll ask you this question. What is your favorite drink? Explain, and then I'll be back.
My favorite drink. Oh, that's a tough one. That is a really big tough one. So, you know what? We'll just go on this topic for a little while we wait. I've been drinking nothing but water for the last 4 weeks. So that's been fun. But I don't know. Favorite drink is a good question. feel like it's got to be like some kind of smoothie or something. Like I'm not really huge on like so. I mean, I drink soft drink a lot, but like it's whatever. It's average. If we're talking soft drink though, I do love me some raspberry Schweppes. That's my go-to. But we'll wait for Drafix to get back here, and we'll hear his take. What is everyone else up to in the chat so far? Let's get some chat going. Let's make the stream a little bit more entertaining while we wait.
What was the consensus?
We were talking about favorite drink, right? So I went in to say that I've only had water for the last 4 weeks, so that's a bit depressing. But probably like some kind of a smoothie or something. I do love me a smoothie.
Smoothie? What kind?
Fruity, something tropical.
Ew. I mean, wow, that's so cool. What about like? No, actually, I can't speak. I don't know anything about smoothies. I just drink juice because I'm. Yeah. Someone in chat says, "Nah, on into mod is free. Just gotta change them. Ranked before 3. I don't know what ranked before 3 means, lol. But I know. Okay, on into mod is free. Just gotta change them. Yeah. But that's not the point though, because in my opinion, it's like one in the first place, Ornn versus Mordekaiser in the matchup in terms of the lane is pretty annoying because like Mordekaiser just gets to freely do dirty things to you in the lane, which means that you don't get as much gold income. And then aside from that, you'll have little team impact because all he's going to do is going to ult you. He's going to smash you in the team fight. I mean, in the 1v1, because even the chains won't. I don't think the chains matters. I don't think you'll win the 1v1 even if you chains him. So he's going to ult you. He's going to build Riftmaker. He's going to take your stats. He's going to be tanky. And then he's just going to slaughter the rest of the team. Because Ornn in teamfights is really oppressive. So if you take out that, you're going to, one, take out a key member in the fight. And then also to steal the Ornn stats so that you can rummage over the fight afterwards. In my opinion. Also, you can ult him through his ult, so Ornn can't even get his ult out. So you're basically just flattening him in very mischievous ways. But yeah, favorite drink, smoothie. I mean, all things that I know about smoothies, like a nice banana protein smoothie could be nice, but I'm kind of like Pepega, and I don't really know much about smoothies. Because if it's like fruity, wouldn't you just, drink juice?
I mean, you could. There's nothing wrong with just drinking juice. I think it's more for like the texture. Like they typically like reasonably icy, right? Like they stay cold for longer. Like
Oh, that's kind
of a little bit more like it's more like having, instead of just having like a straight drink, it's kind of more like having a dessert. Like the ice cream, get the whatever kind of thing. We're
like
finally
you
back in.
ice-
Let's transition over.
Nah, screw that. I was going to talk about my food. Okay. I just got a mac and cheese hot dog. Not bad, not bad. I think it was always. I could think they could have. The cheesiness was good, but I don't really like hot dogs. I've realized because it's just kind of the same stuff, right? And then what else? I had the Cuban sandwiches, like some pulled pork. Good stuff.
Dude, making me hungry. I haven't eaten today. I'm gonna have to maybe order myself something.
I know, that's why.
Damn.
I didn't eat the whole day, so I was like, I was like starving, but now I'm full of energy and I'm feeling good, especially after that good ass meal. And I've got my water ready and everything. And finally, the game started.
Yes.
How long have we been streaming for?
It's been about 2 hours now on the thereabouts. So.
Anyways, I've been asked in the chat by Reverse Forwards ZZ, do you hit the gym? I indeed do.
Oh, I think your mic's cut out briefly there. You're back now, though.
Pantheon first pick. Is that allowed? Like, didn't he pick Ornn? Why did he change to Pantheon?
Well, the whole reason that they dodged was something to do with I don't know, man. I don't know.
Pantheon first pick. Wow, that's so cool. Pantheon after the jungle buffs has been a little bit of a flex potentially. I think that Pantheon jungle is poo-poo because the clears are really bad. But top lane Pantheon is good. Same with mid lane Pantheon. Same with support Pantheon. Not the worst first pick. I like it. As long as the person who is playing Pantheon has balls, they will steamroll. Set as a blind top lane is okay. I think it's a lot better than it. I mean, it used to be a lot better. Mm-hmm. I think nowadays it's kind of mediocre because with the durability patch, set isn't that turbo turbo annoying champion anymore. I think you can kind of just outscale him and kite him, especially if you're good. But maybe Set is a really dominant champion in these kinds of elos. What do you think about Nunu and Graves?
Nunu and Graves, interesting. So, I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't seen a Graves jungle in a while. I think the last few times I've seen Graves picked, he's been put in the top lane. I don't expect that to be happening here because I do imagine they're probably going to put Pantheon top lane. But Graves and Nunu, I think Graves can be very strong. Do I think it's going to work in this game? Honestly, no. And the reason I say that is because I haven't seen a lower elo player pull off Graves in a long time. I think it's one of those things where if you don't have the right team for it, I feel like it's more of a solo queue style champion, and it's not going to work out here where they really need to have that team cohesion, which they kind of didn't have last game. So I feel like that's just going to fall apart if that goes the same route. Zim back on Silas again, though, so that's something we know he can pull off.
Yep. Zine Silas was pretty good. The choices he made of when to go in, when not to go in was pretty good. I missed a couple of skill shots here and there, but overall, pretty clean. I'm excited to see it again. This time he's versing Katarina. So we'll see how he fares into that matchup. What you said about Graves, I completely agree with. Graves is such a high skill cap champion that it's quite hard to execute most of the times, especially if you're going the damage build. I know that there is a new build where you go Sterix Gage into a team that might be heavily AD, and you're just a brute that can't ever die. The only problem with that build is that you just don't do any damage either. And Graves, with no CC, it all relies on you getting that tempo lead so that it doesn't matter if you can't do damage because theoretically you'll have more gold than them and theoretically you'll just do more damage than them before they kill you, basically. War of attrition. So we'll see what kind of build he goes for. Looking at the team comp currently, I would really like to see him go the Sterix build. I think that would be better, especially into so far we can already see 2 melee champions. I just don't think building lethality on Graves at the moment would do a lot.
Yeah.
Because I think Katarina would one-shot you before you one-shot him, and you can't kill Nunu and Set. In my opinion. And also, it's another one of those situations where you see that Nunu is first picked, and you know that Nunu can't flex into any other lanes. I just think there's so many good junglers into Nunu that does not involve Graves, because Graves kind of gets dirtied by Nunu. I think that maybe it doesn't work in competitive play, but I definitely think that there was some better picks.
Yeah.
Namely, I think Kane's pretty good, Talon's pretty good. Nidalee would be actually very good with Pantheon. But yeah, that's my thoughts.
Nidalee Pantheon's pretty disgusting. You don't want to face that. It's a pain in the ass, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, look, the team so far, I honestly, I don't know how I feel. I'm so used to seeing champions that almost entirely only work in team play, and we're seeing a lot of more solo queue oriented stuff coming out, in my opinion. The Katarina, not something you normally see picked up in a competitive game. Even like we mentioned before, Nunu, not the most interesting competitive play champion. It's quite all over the place. I will say my favorite pick here though is that Zeri. I love a good Zeri, and I hope to see her pop off hopefully. But Thresh as well. I don't know if that's a standard pairing for Zeri. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's not the worst. You can get him out of sticky situations. But yeah, I think Zeri as a champion, it's just better if you pair her with something enchanter related, or just something like that can frontline really well. I think, namely, Bronman and Mumu would be really good pairs. If not, just like Janna, right? I think those are really good. Lulu's taken. I think if you could play Yuumi, that would be a really power pick. That's really high skill cap. That's the only problem.
Yeah.
But into Jinx, I think they could have done it. If they did Zeri Yuumi and then just kind of scaled, I think that would have been possible. Another thing is, it's a little bit wacky what they've picked bot lane, because I think Zeri Thresh really wants to front to back, but then Set, Nunu, and Katarina really want to dive in. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic. I'm going to see how they play the team fights. Granted, we only had one team fight last game, so maybe it's not really the priority in these games. For the blue side here, it looks like a bit of a dive in comp as well. It's again one of those situations where Jinx likes to front to back. but Silas Graves and Pantheon like to do extended dive-ins. So we'll see how that works. It's going to be an interesting dynamic. I guess it'll just be whoever gets the first kill, pretty much. Because if Katarina gets the reset, she just rampages. If Jinx gets that reset as well, she can rampage too.
Yeah, it's a very solid point to look at. And the thing is, as well, is Jinx, Lulu, very strong. What we saw from last game is that these teams are, at least from that game, struggling to close games out once they get a lead. So if this game manages to go even or manages to go a little bit later than the other team would like, Jinx can really pop off. Katarina can really pop off. Even if they don't find that early lead, it's just this game can go really either way. I do think that Katarina might have a little bit of a hard time if the Lulu can do her job right. But outside of that, I'd say, yeah, it's honestly just going to be whoever really finds the kill first, whoever gets that pop off. But again, the games take a long time to close out, and it can go either way.
Oh, 100%. I think it will definitely still be what you said, though, where it's like tempo based. It's kind of up to, if not, whether the solo lanes can sort of create an advantage through some solo plays, or whether the junglers can create some tempo lead by finding good angles. But I think whichever team does will just snowball the game. Because if Pantheon gets a lead, Set doesn't get to play the game. If Silas gets a lead, Katarina doesn't get to play the game. Bot lane's pretty stable, so I think it will kind of, in the early game at least, be a lot dependent on what happens to these solo lanes. Unless, of course, someone in the bot lane missteps a bit and a gank goes off. That will happen as well. But I think it'll be much more dramatic, the effect of a gank, rather than getting a kill on the bot lane. So I'm kind of expecting the junglers to sort of path top early and then maybe transition into bot lane once Dragon spawns. But we'll see. We'll see what they do.
We'll see. We're very shortly out from getting into the loading screen here. So we're going to transition over for you guys, and we'll be back shortly with the game ready to go.
Game over.
All right, welcome back. There we go. Game on screen now for you guys, and here we are, game 2. Interesting start. Looks like Nunu picked up. No, who picked up the control board there? There was a control board.
I think it was.
Oh, it may have been Nunu.
Yeah, Nunu didn't get 2 parts. Went for the control ward instead. I respect it. I think could have gone for a little bit of a deeper ward though.
They could have. A relatively standard start here. Nunu is going to get spotted out now, though, by that ward that Pantheon's placed.
Minions have spawned.
Bit of a bait, though, because we know that Nunu's not going to start top side. Hopefully they don't ping that out. Set's looking for a boost cheese. Standard with the lethal tempo, although I hate it. In my opinion,
Oh, and here we go. Okay, he's gonna manage to maybe. If he didn't cancel that auto, it would have been a half health. Does get traded back though.
I think even if you want to win the lane, I think even still Conqueror is just better. But now you don't have that Conqueror, and now you are just kind of poopy after lane, in my opinion. Fair enough if you're versing like literally Darius or something, where he just wants to like cheese you level 1. But even then, I think I've played that before, and like Darius still wins. Here
Yeah.
you go, though.
I mean, it doesn't make sense. He is just genuinely looking to bully him out. He's not even going for CS at the moment.
I like that a lot. I'm a top lane myself. I know the pain, but I also know that it's super important if you're playing champions like that, and you pick the runes that you have, that you cheese them, and you make sure that you get them away from the first 3 creeps. Wait for the second wave to come, get the level 2 advantage, and then you just maintain the XP lead for the rest of the game.
Yeah, for the most part. So we see junglers as well. Both started bot side, both doing what it looks to be a full clear so far. I'm imagining Grove's going to keep pathing up. Nunu also going to keep pathing up. And yeah, top lane just smacking down Pantheon. He's got the level advantage at the moment. He's hit the level 2 due to the fact that he pushed him off the wave. But as you said, not having Conqueror could be a problem later. Almost a misplay by Silas.
Oh, he's going. Is that a good trade? Pops the potion a bit early, I think, in my opinion. I think Silas could have just kept on sustaining with W. I think one thing that people do often is they kind of see that they've lost a bit of HP and just spam potions. But then oftentimes you will just regen that naturally.
Oh, okay, and
Unless-
Engage coming out. Pantheon does drop low. She jumps to her minions. Looks like that's not going to be the star fight, though. Something might be about to happen down in the bot lane. And no. Looks like Team 1 here just pushing in the wave.
You know, I take back what I said. With the amount of times that people just keep skirmishing, maybe it is good to pop potions early.
Fight breaks out in the top lane again. Zet really wants to win that lane. A fight breaks out bot lane. Thresh manages to get the Flay under tower, then walks back into the Jinx Chompers. A little bit unfortunate for him there.
Nice polymorph. Just gets him out of the trade. Did have to use the Jinx flash, though. I think
Okay,
that
and
was a bit
Katarina
preemptive.
kind of low here. What is she doing? Silas just going to keep looking for her. She is playing a bit of cat and mouse there, but she does fall. Nunu coming in mid. Does get the snowball down. And it looks like he might pick up the kill. No, he manages to get away. He'll come out from his W. Another engage on the bot lane. Thresh gets the hook there. Lulu looks like she might be caught. Zeri not really doing much damage. Misses the Q there. Misses that one too. She manages to pick it up though. And that was an interesting turn of events. Now losing a lot of health over to the Jinx.
Wow, I don't even get a chance to say anything. I just keep fighting. This Jinx is even contesting his wave. Oh my god.
Nunu also coming down. Jinx might get punished for her mistakes. Looks like she definitely will. Zeri probably an unnecessary jump over that wall. No longer in the fight. Misses another Q. Zeri manages to pick it up with the auto though. Fight breaking out of the top lane. Ignite does get popped. Pantheon probably going to live on about 20 health there if he's lucky. Looks like it.
Would have killed him with Conqueror. Yeah, well.
Oh, the flash forward! Flash for flash and still picks up the kill on Pantheon.
Wow, 900 things are happening at once. Okay, we'll just do now. Good thing Graves is here. A lot of junglers don't know this, and they don't do this. Some junglers will just be clearing their bot side right now, but it's better that this Graves picks up this CS, gets a huge XP and CS lead. Jinx cries, but I mean, who cares, right? We're going to carry. Screw your teammates. Not in competitive, don't do that. But in solo queue, like if your bot lane died, take the farm. All of it. It's yours. You can carry. Who cares about your team? Unless they rage quit, and then it's your fault, and then you can cry. Top lane, yeah. The thing with Pantheon top lane is just because there's a very handsome, sexy man who plays Pantheon top lane and makes it look really strong, called Spearshot. I think that champion is actually really difficult because he seems like an easy steamroll, like just level 1 stomp champion. But in actuality, when the laning phase goes, he actually is kind of like a ranged champion because he wants to play with his Q range and he never really wants to auto attack because he loses.
Nunu coming in the mid lane. Thresh is also with him. Two-man rotate, but they were caught out on vision. Knock up hits, but I don't think anything's going to come of that. But the fight in the top lane, there's lane to look out for, and it doesn't. Nothing again. Unlucky there. Oh no! Pantheon getting quite low, but I think he's still safe. Does still have a corrupting potion.
I would have liked to see the Pantheon try and drop the Ignite early, make sure that the set
Fight
gets
breaking up
low
mid.
enough.
Silas steals a Katarina ulti, but doesn't manage to pick up the kill.
Mind you, that set does have TP advantage, so these kills will snowball even harder. But yeah, I would have liked to see the Pantheon pop the Ignite earlier, try to get the set low enough for the Q to start crit damaging. Not quite though.
Another fight in the top lane. Set ulting there. This could be anyone's fight. Looks like it's going to go to the set, though. Ignite does get popped by Pantheon too, so he's without a summoner, and he has a death on the board now. Actually, 2 deaths on the board. Double CS coming out from set. That's an interesting top lane. You know, you might not agree with the lethal tempo. Maybe Conqueror was better, but nonetheless, he is winning his lane like he planned.
Fair. We'll see how he transitions this lead. I think it's just unlucky. I think that Pantheon definitely could have won that fight. Just unlucky use of E there. So far, wow. Oh my god, the CS leads are quite...
Not great for Team 1 here.
Yeah, CS leads are quite significant. We'll have to see. So Team Liquid right now, as well as Verparake, has the... Oh, goes in for the trade.
Oh my god, that's a fair amount of damage coming out. Well played by Silas, but it's just a weird fight to be a part of. Another fight breaking out in the bot lane. Thresh misses a point-blank hook! And that's going to be a disengage from Team 2. Oh no, they're still looking for it. Zeri looking very kill-hungry here. Does have the CS advantage, does have the kill advantage. Should be realistically just dominating this lane.
I'd also, at this point...
Oh, hook comes out onto the Lulu. But again, just going to be a small trade. Jinx wasting the last of her mana on a W, and I don't think it got her anything.
I want to... Okay, so Graves is speed pathing towards bot here. Never mind. I would actually like to see Silas... Oh.
Okay, and the Ignite comes out. That might actually be a kill. I thought this was just going to be a little bit back and forth, wet noodle fight, but no. Third kill over to set.
I would have liked to see the Nunu Silas rotate for a 4-man dive onto the Jinx and tie the wave, but looks like Nunu's going for this. I don't think he win this thing.
Go for the mid. They definitely don't. I feel like Silas could honestly re-engage it if he wanted to. He could insta-pop that Katarina, but he is just going to back away. Yeah, that is true. It was quite low on the mana. Maybe not worth it for him. Graves again picking up another wave in the bot lane, so he hasn't contributed much to this game, but if he does keep farming up, he has, however, opted for lethality, so he's going for that damage-oriented build. I don't know how well that's going to work against the team with a Set and a Nunu and a Thresh, if I'm honest.
So, this goes against another philosophy, which in a game, there should be no more than like 2 carries or 2 people who want gold. Silas wants gold, Jinx wants gold. Now that Graves wants gold, it's going to be a bit more challenging. Or not 2 people, I think 3 people maybe max. So it's okay, but also you're going to have to starve out someone. So Pantheon's probably going to get starved out. Or they're just all going to be competing for resources, and they're not going to be as effective as, for example, on the red side, where Katarina wants resources, Zeri wants resources. Set is fine without them, although he can do good with them as well. And it's a perfect distribution. There's not 4 people competing for 3 waves, right? Especially when the game gets later, where Jinx can just start one-shotting waves. Jinx wants to, like, ideally just start rice balling everywhere. Like jungle farm.
Okay, Katarina rotates a bot. Looks like it's going to be a 4-man dive. Do they commit for it? I think the Nunu should have definitely taken the tower there. Puts it on to Katarina, who gets exhausted. Not the play. Nunu ulting on the tower, but he's going to fall now. This might be 2 kills for 2. And I don't think that was the play there, Nunu.
A little bit, ooh, Silas
rotating down. I don't think he can do anything. It is a 2-0 Zeri and a 0-0-3 Thresh. He's just going to try and get them off the tower. He really should be hitting his minions.
Yeah, I think they got a bit impatient there. I think they could have... Oh,
okay. Breaking out of the top lane. Set wants another kill, but Pantheon says, no thank you, my jungler is nearby. Does ult himself under Pantheon's tower and then flashes away. But Pantheon going to pick up the kill.
Yep. Okay, as I was saying, if I'm not going to get rudely interrupted every single time, I think they could have just been a little bit more patient, waited for the Zeri and Thresh to push in that wave, gotten the wave down, 4-man dive would have been clean, because 2 for 2 is not worth it when you're so far ahead. When you're ahead, you want to have 2 for 0s. If you're behind, 2 for 2s are okay, but that's only because you don't have a gold lead, and for that to happen in the first place is a good thing. As well as high death timers, blah blah blah, all the maths. But not the best, but not the worst. But this also means that they couldn't capitalize and get
Hook does
Dragon,
land on
really
Jinx. Sorry to interrupt you again there, but Jinx gonna have to flash away. Graves is nearby.
Oh, gets trapped.
Oh, the chompers. How is that happening? Graves turns back for his Krugs. Priorities are not in line. He is going to look forward, though. Does land the smoke screen there. Forces a flash coming out from Thresh.
Pantheon ulting bot.
Pantheon is ulting bot. There's also a fight breaking out in the mid lane. 3-man coming out from Team 2. Jinx going to pick up a kill with the ulti. And Thresh will fall. 4-man still bot. They could definitely look for the dive here. Rotate the dragon. Plenty of options, but it looks like resetting is their choice.
I would hate this. I think Pantheon... Okay, Pantheon can reset. I think they should definitely get Dragon, though. I also think that... I think Dragon's just better than...
And they're not going for it.
Yeah, but to be fair, Thresh is dead. It would have been a 4v4, though. I think they could have won that, especially once Zeri ult popped off. Nuno could have gone from mid straight to bot.
Graves does instead opt to go mid. He is going to end up walking into 3 members if he keeps going, though. And was this play really worth it instead of going for the dragon? Yes, it was, because you got the shutdown. Over to Graves. Misplay by Katarina there. Wow. And I still think that the dragon is on the board, to be honest. Maybe not boss resetting, but so is Zeri.
Okay. I have not played Katarina in I have not seen a Katarina in a long time. I do know that right now, Team 2 is very, very heavily AD. Divine Sunderer does seem to be something that does give AD to the champion. Now, I know that Katarina might do hybrid damage, but I feel like if any of the champions, especially if this Graves decided to go and went for the Sterix build and then went full armor, it would just be unkillable.
I do have to agree with you. I mean, I do know that Katarina, even with his build, still does a fair amount of magic. I think it's still primarily magic damage, but I mean, why wouldn't you just go for that straight raw magic damage to get the best of the fact? I mean, wow, Silas, interesting play there. It's going to die on the mid tower. It seems like players aren't in it as much as they were in game 1. There's a lot of skirmishing going on. There's a lot of back and forth, a lot of unnecessary fights. And, I mean, look, we had a lot of situations in game 1 where players weren't thinking straight, but it seems like they've really just gone and given that all up this game.
Yep,
Fight
just
coming
fight
out bot lane. Nunu ganking here. Another tower dive. Last time it didn't turn out in their favor. This time it looks like it has. Zeri, overambitious though, loses almost half her health to a single tower shot. Graves has been in this top bush for a very long time. They're looking for a dive onto a set. I don't think that's going to work out. He does get very low. Ignite ticking away, but I think Set's going to escape.
At this point, it's like there's no point in analyzing this like like super hard. It's just kind of like, damn, nice play, holy moly, that's so sick.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's interesting. It's this game's very skirmish heavy and not a lot of macro. Macro's almost gone entirely out the window this game.
A little bit, in my opinion, a little bit. There's no cool, clean jungle plays. It's just fight after fight. They don't care. They just want to get at each other. It's not even okay, yep. And as I was saying,
3 members running mid. Tower is low enough that they could have dove that. I mean, it is what it is. Now, one thing's interesting to mention is Team 1 had a perfect opportunity to grab the dragon. They didn't do it, and what happened? Team 2 ended up getting the dragon now. So, that's really put them on the back foot. And now they're 3k gold behind. Thresh does land a hook, though. Silas is going to be able to easily escape that. Could have gone over the wall. He's still safe. Graves is close by. 4v3 in the mid lane. Katarina takes a interesting dive there. And does just back up.
I feel like if Lulu had that reaction time, could have polymorphed, and then maybe they would have just one-shot the Katarina, especially if the Graves is building lethality.
Yeah.
Didn't want to go for it, though. Went for the safe play, farming the waves instead.
I think a lot of resources going into defending this one auto mid tower, which, you know, you probably could be putting resources elsewhere, to be honest.
Yeah, Jinx is having a great time right now. She's having solo.
Okay, Pantheon ults in. Zeri tries to get out. Does flash away. Pops the ulti. She might melt Graves here if he can't get on top of her. Never mind. Shutdown goes over to Graves. Zeri has fallen. 4 members to 3. Katarina flashes over the wall. Does the nice Lulu ulti coming out to cancel the Katarina ulti. And it looks like this could be a 1 fight for Team 1. That's going to be 3-0.
Wow.
And that's the turn of the century right there. Gold lead back down to 2k.
was about to say, Magic About is just kind of chilling. He's got like his Hawaiian punch there. He doesn't really want to join the fight. Like, who really cares? I was like, huh, you know, I don't know if they can win this without you, but hey, it works out. They pick out the Zeri, which was the person who had the most gold. Set, who also has the most gold, is not around. So it's just kind of Katarina, Thresh, and Nunu, who just don't do enough damage.
Alright, and it looks like Set's strong enough that he's happy to run into the enemy jungle there. Knows that the jungler shouldn't be anywhere nearby based on the recent plays around the map. And yeah, it's very interesting that, I mean, it's like you said, it's very hard to analyze this game. Very back and forth, a lot of fights happening. But it's interesting to see, in my opinion, that Jinx was sitting in bot lane on her own for that long. She's still behind in CS.
You're not wrong. I've just realized that. Caught up in levels, but is still quite a bit behind in gold income purely from the CS there. But it was a very good decision for the Jinx to stay bot there, and it's lucky that the Team 2 couldn't capitalize that much. I guess we can look at prospects forward because there's no point in analyzing the fiestas that has been going on so far. At this point, okay.
Oh my god. At this point, there's another fight in the top lane. Pantheon likely gonna fall here. Wow, that did little damage, and Ignite does have to get popped. Another skirmish about to happen in the bot lane between the two mid laners, but no. Back to the top lane we go. Zeri's here now. 4-man dive coming out on to Graves. He does fall. Shutdown goes over to Nunu. And there comes the Jinx ulti. Oh no.
I thought Graves would have been able to get that Thresh Lantern away, but got the perfect Lantern. I mean, got the perfect CC chain, which was good. Okay, this is one of those situations where it's like, oh my god.
Again, another fight breaking out here, and the double Katarina ulti. Katarina does win it though. The true Katarina did a lot more damage coming out from her ulti than the Sylas, and that's probably due to the fact that she's 4 and 4 versus the 1 and 3.
Well, they have similar items, to be honest. It's just nice timing from the Katarina to use that Divine Sunderer. I think Zim could have altered a little earlier and then transitioned into her into using his abilities to deny that Divine Sunderer heal, because that was literally what made the difference there if you were looking at the HP bars. Okay, well, I don't even know what my original point was now, but interesting, because when do you ever see at 18 minutes your Zeri from mid lane roaming all the way to top lane to try and Gilded Graves, who was randomly top lane? Anyways, brains exploded.
It definitely. Now, what I find interesting is that we're actually at more than a kill a minute right now. Sitting at 20... oh god, what are we at? 22 kills? Am I mathing correctly? 22 kills at 19 minutes. It's Cloudfest, and looks like we might be about to have another one here. Nope, Pantheon just wanted to hit a Q. Does finally get the engage there. I don't think he wins this. Not even the slightest. Conqueror is procced, though? And no. Another skirmish. Oh my god.
Which is good, Oh no. But it wouldn't save him as much from Katarina. Yeah, I think they... But if he spaced that perfectly between the passive, maybe. Katarina has a nice...
Nunu gonna look here. Katarina is close by as well. Looks like they're gonna give the dragon and just look for the fight. No, Nunu does run in, try and smite. Miss smites though. Katarina gets collapsed on. She does manage to get the reset on the back line. That's gonna be one down. Lulu probably gonna fall to that. And the rest of the team cleans up a few kills there too. Silas late to the fight, and it looks like he's gonna get beat down by Set. Whole team in tail here. And I don't think he's going to get out. Flash does come out. Never mind. There we go. He's safe from that one. And Herald going to be popped first. Good use of Herald we've seen so far. Hopefully they'll grab this tower. Maybe even another one, considering there's only 2 members here to defend.
I want to see them take inhib tower and not take inhib. Or at least get the charge. Oh, if they were base, they would go for the inhib tower. Because you don't want the inhib. It's too early. Okay, just back off here.
Yep.
Good. Smite used on the Rift Herald, just backing off. Oh,
Pantheon's looking to engage though. Zeri running away over the wall there. I don't think he has enough to kill. I mean, the rest of the team's in tail there. It's quite a separated fight. Set's looking on 2 members, but that gives the rest of the team free reign. Zeri flashes over the wall. Well played by her. Looks like Set is going to fall though, but the rest of the team's close by. Pantheon, the only one who has a decent chance at getting an engage here, does manage to only onto the Thresh there. Katarina in the back line. That's a double kill for her. Probably going to look for a quad here. And never mind. She doesn't get her resets off that one. She could still look. No, and she's killed herself. That's unfortunate. Shutdown goes over. Ignite might take the Graves out, though. And that's 3 kills for Katarina. Shutdown heading to Graves, though.
Okay. Okay. Nice play by Set there to hold off the team, the enemy team for long enough so that they could like rotate back over. Very great. Like Nunu and so both Flame Candy and Luciao Xian, whatever, is like they're performing. They're doing well. I was gonna say that Nunu roll down towards the Jinx was a bit troll because none of the team was around, but it didn't matter. They were separated enough for them to just work. Silas wasn't there in time. Zoom didn't make it there. And they were just able to make a clean cut play. Now, I was gonna say that they get the tier 2, they get that charge off, and then they should have played for jungle. It is my bad because I didn't see Pantheon. I think they shouldn't have actually gone for the second charge, and instead they should have just backed off immediately, gone for the jungle, backed, and then looked to set up some sort of Baron play with that gold lead that they've accrued. But that's the turning play. That's it. That's the one that they've gotten to snowball the game. Just looking for a Jinx here.
Is looking for that Jinx. Nunu also above Jinx in a very interesting position. And all she's done is blast cone herself back into the set. Her health bar just going to be deleted as another kill goes over to set. Baron definitely on the board. Katarina honestly probably could stay bot. It's not too needed. She could rotate up. I mean, there's plenty of plays to be made, but I think hovering mid is not the one.
Yep. A thing that a lot of people always do, they ARAM. Not good because you share a lot of XP. If we were to see Katarina, who has been sidelining for quite a bit, is level 13. And then Zeri, who has been mid lane sharing XP, level 12. But they all have been ARAM a little bit more than they might wanting to admit. If we're looking at the CS boards, okay, if we're just looking at the CS counts right now, it doesn't seem like everyone's been farming too efficiently. So everyone's XP levels are not quite as high, although the kills might accommodate for that. Not a normal game, but hey, here we are.
No, now what I want to say, in my opinion, and I'm not attacking anyone here, I do just need to make a very troublesome observation coming out from Team 1. If you're picking Jinx, don't be grouping mid. Don't be ARAMing. You know what your champion needs to do. You need to hit that 3-item power save, 2-3 items at least. You need to be that hyper carry, and sitting at 113 CS at 24 minutes and ARAMing with your team when you do nothing is not the play.
100%. This is why I was referring to that thing where you should only have a maximum of 2 to 3 people who actually want gold, because now you're just splitting the gold between 4. None of the champions have the items they need. None of the champions can do what they're meant to do. So Jinx is... Ooh.
I think Katarina might be caught out, but she could still turn this. She turns onto the... Oh, and she cancels her ulti. That was a bit unfortunate.
Unlucky timing there. She might have already burnt some of her abilities, not able to turn that 2v1.
And kill picked up by Zeri there. The 9-second Lux ulti on that W just about. Nunu is close by, but I think he's going to try and run away here. Thresh is close behind though, but to be honest with you, I don't think they can turn this. Thresh might get himself caught. Pantheon coming top. I still don't think he wins these fights, although he's done a lot of damage. Set is just about to pop him though, and there we go, as mentioned. Jesus. And the Ignite takes it away as well.
Wait, Lethal Tempo is just the best.
Another fight coming out here. They don't notice that the Nunu's in the bush. The damage comes down, Flash coming away, Lulu ulti gets popped.
Not enough
and
damage.
nothing to come out from that.
On the bright side, with all this XP and gold, as I was talking about, Graves was managed to catch those bot waves. Although it has set Jinx quite far behind, he himself is quite fed. The win condition right now is Team 1 has the Graves carry for a little bit, enough for the Jinx to get enough items to be a champion. But at this moment, it's looking quite hard to find angles to win any of these fights. Jinx doesn't have his items, Pantheon's been a bit champion gapped, and Silas is not where he needs to be in items as well. So it doesn't look like they can win really any of these team fights. It's only up for Team 2 to make a mistake, like the ones that we just seen, where Li Xiaoxuan Ooh.
Okay, fight breaking out in the bot lane here. Pantheon close by. I don't know what that was, but he is gone
Needs
in
some movement
now.
speed.
Okay, fair enough.
Doesn't
Maybe for
matter
the
to me.
movement speed, but it's just Katarina's still gonna get out, unfortunately.
Katarina's Katarina. What is it gonna do? What I would also like to oh.
Alright, nothing.
See, this is one of those situations again where I would really like to see some creative plays. I think what they could have done is set up vision around Baron. Oh,
Okay, Katarina going in. Oh, probably does it on her own, but Zeri is close by. She does fall. Not even to an ignite. I think she just stayed a bit too close there. And there we go. So Thresh does hit the hook. That's going to let Zeri pick that one up. Jinx finally doing what she needs to be, pushing out waves and getting minions and towers and gold in her pocket.
Lulu comes, takes 225 gold from the Jinx, says thank you very much. Takes the gold from the Jinx because Jinx doesn't need gold anyways.
What is happening here? Another skirmish there.
Sunfire, Bork, Lethal Tempo. My eyes hurt. It's probably actually good because Bork with Lethal Tempo actually matches. But like, okay, let me do some quick research. Is Sunfire still that broken? Is it not Sterak's?
No, so Sunfire is interesting. They haven't nerfed the one thing that makes Sunfire strong, which is its tenacity. And then here we go, another fight set on his own. And the three people missed a couple of abilities, and his best bet there we go, actually, is to flash away. He did manage to get out.
What I would have actually liked to see, which I think...
Oh, the Zeri steals the blue! Wow. Oh my god.
I think what would have actually been sick is if they did a triple threat, because they already have Nunu Thresh's tanks to peel for the Zeri. I think that set could have been a backline triple threat, backline threat with the Katarina. Go on Stridebreaker and just did some dirty things to Jinx and the likes.
Yeah, it looks like a fight breaking out there. Nunu looks to be engaged. Does get polymorph. Gonna fall quite low. Another re-engage comes out from the Silas with the Nunu ulti, but it doesn't do too much. Nunu going in with his actual ulti now causes two flashes to break out. Zeri picks up a kill. Katarina picks up a kill. Pantheon in the back line. He's gonna fall probably to the Nunu. And that was a 3 for nothing. And probably an inhib tower. Maybe even an inhib picked up. Wave still coming back from the lane though.
Yep, I'd like them... Okay. Guess a bit of a split decision. Nunu decides that he wants to get off the Baron, but some other people have other ideas. I think they could have gone for both. I think it would have been really easy for them just to take the inhib or transition towards the Baron and get both. But with this, they're slower at doing both because they're slower at taking the inhib, slower at... Okay, well, Katarina shouldn't do that. It should immediately help for the Baron. Nunu can take Baron quite fast, though, so I guess it works out all in the end. Maybe just... Oh, it all works out. It's fine.
Not overly efficient, but I mean, technically speaking, you know, they actually have the Baron slightly later now, so they are going to have it for longer.
What I would have liked to see, though, is like what a really gigabrain strat is if Just Max knew that Nunu wasn't there and knew that they were doing Baron, pathed all the way with Lulu and just stole it. That would have been so sick. I don't think it would have happened, but it could have been like something just something at this point.
Definitely could have been like something. Now, just as a reminder, when this game closes out, we will finally be in the gold to plat. That should be taking away very shortly, and that'll be where we'll be soon after for you guys. So this will be the last silver game here. Fight breaking out. Set just absolutely demolishing the Lulu, but the Lulu ulti gets popped. Now he's on top of Jinx, who's also going to fall. 3 members converging onto him, though. Can he get another one? No, he's going to get shut down, unfortunately. And maybe a little bit overambitious. Did trade the 1 for 2, so not the end of the world, but it's a shutdown that he didn't need to give.
See, I like that. I think that was cool. Although, yeah, maybe, like, really lucky that their team didn't converge around fast enough. And honestly, you didn't need to take risky plays like that. You could have literally just all did a 4-1 bot, set stay mid, just play safe. Or because the Baron, pressure, get the body here, move towards top. But
Hey.
it doesn't look like it matters, honestly. This is again one of those situations where look at what they're doing. Instead, okay, oh my gosh. In a situation like this where you have Baron, there is no reason for you to go for Dragon. It doesn't matter. Because Dragon takes 5 minutes to spawn, right? And you're going to be taking Dragon. The next Dragon is 5 minutes later, which means you're delaying the game for another 5 minutes because you want Soul for zero reason. You are literally 12k gold ahead. You could literally like right-click and then just take your hands off your keyboard, and you'd eventually kill them. That's obviously an exaggeration, but you probably could have just literally drove them there. But you're strong enough, and just won the game from that. Instead, we decided that we don't care about Baron buff, we don't care about Baron buff minions, we don't care about doing a 4-1 or a 3-1-3 to pressure top and bot inhib and then go towards a super minion siege. We just want to get Dragon, because Dragon's the best and they buffed it. Just, just siege. It's you're so fed, it doesn't matter. 4-1, 3-1-3, don't ARAM. You have Baron, don't waste Baron. This is always, if you have Baron, use it. Luckily they still have Baron, but it's going to wear off soon. And it's, oh wow.
Okay, another fight breaking out. I can't call these fights anymore. It's killing me. But we do see Katarina picking up a kill.
Okay, here's again one of those situations. No Pantheon, okay, and they have, oh my god. So they do a 4-1 finally, thankfully. Katarina is bot lane. They have 3 bot. Now what are they gonna do? Please take the turret. Who cares about the Sylas? The Sylas.
No, Silas, big value. Come on, man. There we go. They pick up the kill. Pad the KDA. He's got to look a little bit better for
Okay.
this trial
All right,
here.
4-1 takes the top inhib. Transition towards the bot inhib now. Get the bot inhib. Do a 6 super minion crash into a tower.
No, I think dancing around the Nexus towers and looking for kills is a better play, to be honest
Actually, I
with you.
totally agree. You know what they should all do? They should just have an... Okay, I can't say that. They should just all of a sudden disconnect their PCs and then just like right click towards the front.
And fight breaking out, hopefully based off this. Okay, what a wombo combo there. Set doing a lot of work as well. This
Nice
one
AW.
again, and wow, the shutdown goes over. 2 shutdowns in a row for Graves. Maybe he'll come back alive and carry this game still, because it doesn't look like Team 2 wants to end anytime soon, but they may finally call it a day. Silas is up. He could very well stop this. Maybe not anymore. Now,
All the hope.
please attack the Nexus. Everything that is holy. Nope. Katarina needs some more gold in her pocket. There we go. Grab those minions, Katarina. Good job. Well done to you.
The riveting game, 33 minutes in. We have Team 2 claiming the victory as Lee Xiaoshen carries the team all the way, and Team Liquid does his best on Zeri. Virapro. Okay. No, good game. I mean, that's pretty much it. Just whichever team got tempo won the game. That's it. Like, especially with champions such as Sylas and Pantheon, there's really nothing they can do to come back in that game. It's just the team comp. If they had a different jungler, if they didn't have a different top laner, I think they would have been a chance. If they had a tank jungler, maybe they could have had jungle. Maybe they could have had Jinx. Just rice ball for a little bit, try and see if they can't scale. But against Zeri, Katarina, and Set, unlucky. It's just hard to come back after losing tempo so hard.
Yeah, I would agree. And one thing to point out, as we've seen it both in the first and the second game, is for a team to close out, they really seem to need a big advantage. Like, that was a 16k gold lead again on that closing out. Just one thing to keep in mind, I'm hoping going into the next couple of games, slightly higher elo, maybe we'll see a little bit different. I'm hoping to see teams capitalize on smaller gold leads a little bit more. You don't need to just snowball and pile on kills. You can start to make plays when you have those small advantages. Play the map a little bit better. Close out the game a bit sooner. Don't put yourself in a situation where you can fall behind again.
I really want to see teams start going for macro plays. Instead of just ooga boogering and looking for whatever kills they can get, it's again what I was saying, where 300 gold does mean a lot during early games. Past 15, 20 minutes when death timers start to increase, it's really, really, really important. Even from like 10 minutes on, just start looking for those objectives. They mean so much more. More gold, more stats, everything more. So once you get a kill, turret, dragon, Rifthold, whatever, enemy jungle, something. Not just kills. Kills is not what's important. Kills is so you can deny the enemy gold, you can crash the waves, get the waves to die, and you can also deny people enemy objectives. That's just it. I want to see it. I want to watch it.
I think one thing to just to adapt on that, or I guess simplify that, you get a kill not for the gold that it gives you, but for the ability that you can make, so the impact that you can make on the map with it. Grabbing just a single kill doesn't all of a sudden mean you need to reset and spend your gold. It means, you have so much more that you can do with it. So just, be mindful of that, and I'm hoping to see players really start to capitalize as we move into the next set of games. With that, though, we're not too sure how far out we'll be for that, so bear with us while we find out for you. Hopefully not an hour away, but we will move back over to our waiting screen. Thank you, guys.
Baby girl, I know you wanna hit it, oh no. I'm a playboy like Sinatra. See the evil eye every time we pull up. Talking about the fakes, but that's not us. You know you can call me Dundada. Baby, we gon' pull up to the opera. Baby girl, I know you wanna hit it, oh no. I'm a playboy like Sinatra. Who that hopping out the Beamer? It's a party when I see her. Fell in love with my demeanor, and she love the way I treat her. We gon' pour it by the leader. Everybody watching now, I'm blowing off the meter. All these people talking Frank Sinatra through the speakers. If they got a problem, cause in time he got a feature. So I'm popping off. Now I'm hearing talks about falling off. I could never. All these people that been dropping off, I could never. All that talking just to top it off, I could never. Got a bag, homie. Yeah. I don't mean to brag, homie. Know a lot of people hate on me. Get the fuck up out my way, homie. Yeah. Baby girl, I know you wanna hit it, oh no. I'm a playboy like Sinatra. See the evil eye every time we pull up. Talking about the fakes, but that's not us. You know you can call me Dundada. Baby, we gon' pull up to the opera. Baby girl, I know you wanna hit it, oh no. I'm a playboy like Sinatra. Ain't nobody pop where I'm from. No attention, now these hoes falling like it's autumn. Richie Palo on top, that's a fucking problem. Russian cream, suede seats like we hit the ladder. And I hold on to my pride, cause you know where I'm from. And I grip that bottle tight, I'ma sip it till it's done. I'ma take that corner wide while I'm screaming red rum. You the Bonnie to my Clyde, now we really on one. Now I know you wanna party all night, mix the Henny with Bacardi all night, in that Giorgio Armani all white, and I know you love that vodka with peace Sprite. Can I hit it in the morning? Cause I'm flying, man, I'm soaring. I'm just going through the motions. There's no telling where we're going. Baby girl, I know you wanna hit it, oh no. I'm a playboy like Sinatra. See the evil eye every time we pull up. Talking about the fakes, but that's not us. You know you can call me Dundada. Baby, we gon' pull up to the opera. Baby girl, I know you wanna hit it, oh no. I'm a playboy like Sinatra.
Lights they flicker and the candles glitter like you're in a thriller. Heart goes pum pum pum. Ghostly figures they can get so bitter. Sure you want to until you can turn back. You don't know where I've been. What's going on inside? Where the monsters like to come alive, come alive. Do you really wanna know me? I'm really not that cozy. It's up to you, so you decide, you decide. Would you love me up my words till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd. I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you're too scared, get out. A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. Broken windows and a warning scribbled on my wall saying that you better turn around. Wouldn't be the first to try to burn me down. Your move, you do. Would you love me up my words till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd. I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you're too scared, get out. A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. could you love her? A haunted, haunted house. Oh, could you love me now? A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. Oh, haunted, haunted house. You're just looking inside. A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. My words till the coffins in the thought. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion. Thought you'd call, but you didn't, so I'm sitting here. Thought I heard my phone ring, but it disappeared. Guess I'm just losing my mind again. I told myself to breathe in, but the darkness unconcealed, and its mind has got me thinking. Sick and tired of feeling, so sick and tired of dreaming. 'Cause I always wake up. Sick and tired of believing that this pain will never end. Oh, I've had enough. Cause it always comes back again, and I'm not even gonna pretend that it's okay. Constantly putting bad thoughts on replay. I really don't like living life this way, but I know that these things will never change. Tell myself to breathe in, but the darkness unconcealed, and its mind has got me thinking. So sick and tired of dreaming, 'cause I always wake up. Sick and tired of believing that this pain will never end. Oh, I've had enough. I've had enough. Here we go again. You're my friend. You're my
Welcome to reality, there's no way back. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. Welcome to unrealization. We came prepared to kill the operation. It ain't fair, but I feel like we the nations. Raise the flag and do the preparation. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. Welcome to reality. Can't fuck with that. Yeah, it's okay to be on top like forever, man. This is hard fucking beeping after aliens. We on top of the world, we the sapiens. Do you understand massive complication there? Do you really think you know what I'm made of? My flow is so magical, I'm old, call me Gandalf. You can shine, but I'm about to go off. Heard me wanna believe what I'm saying, but I cannot do this at all. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. 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 Children used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like all that's sad, 'cause we're old and people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground, but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning, but I'm fine. No, I'm nobody. No, I'm nobody. The future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me. Do you ever feel like the world would die out? My anxiety's off the roof, I cry out. We have gone too far, take me back right now. I see fire burning, but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground, but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning, but I'm fine. No, I'm nobody. mind my own, I don't even break a sweat. Oh, this madness is insane. Why you still live in vain? I'm not the one, you're the victim of your own mistakes. It's time to hit the lights, under the street lights, under the street lights. Untold stories, they were left behind. Silent breeze, I got nothing on my mind. This madness is insane. Why you still live in vain? I'm not the one, you're the victim of your own mistakes. It's time to hit the lights, under the street lights, under the street lights.
got you in my sight. I keep all of what you said to me. I get you on your knees. Rewrite all the things you said that I should be. I'll get you, now you beg me please. Hey, now I stay away, you were never meant to save me. Now I stay away, I don't hear you say you're sorry. Hate I even loved you, hate I fell in love with you. Hate I even loved you, hate I kinda fell in love with you. Hate I even loved you, hate I fell in love with you. Hate I even loved you, hate I kinda fell in love with you. With you, I cried with you, now wanna be alone. I lied for you, I tried for you, you wouldn't play alone. I got you in my sight.
And we're back after more delays again. Apologize for that, but there's only so much we can do with the teams needing to get themselves sorted. And first ban. Okay, so we're starting to see some more popular bans. I don't think Ronaldo's banned in any of the other games.
Oh, no.
But yeah.
Yep. Definitely one of the more meta bans. I think Renata Glask is quite strong as a champion. Just so easy to execute her abilities and be like a champion in all stages of the game.
I do agree, and then an Ornn ban coming out. So these are a lot more like what I'm used to seeing. We're finally getting some actual decent champions banned and not just some kind of worried picks. Jarvan as well. These are all making sense. So I'm hoping for a slightly higher, I guess, not elo game, but there's a higher tempo game. I want to see more tempo. I want to see a lot more things being done on the map. What are you looking forward to here?
Yeah. Hopefully they actually make the smart. So there were good macro plays that were being made in first game. Second game, well, we don't talk about that one. And hopefully I'm wanting to see some outplays, some micro plays, some high, fast-paced tempo, some really, like, they understand their champion to a T and they make those really crazy plays. I want to see it. I want to see the micro plays. I don't want to see any more mishaps or lost kills because of some little micro misplays anymore. Lux ban, I'm assuming that's a target ban because Lux is not very seen in competitive. Jarvan, I can completely understand. That is a strong tempo-oriented champion, which is what we need so far. Very, very strong. It kind of matches those kinds of Jin Zhaos and stuff like that. Lulu's good ban. Usually paired with one of the high priority champions, and like Jinx or like one of those hyper carries, which is interesting because, T1 is first pick, so we'll see what...
Oh, I think you've cut out there.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go, you're back. But yeah, you are right. So Team 1 here going to get their first pick. They could have gone for, if they were so worried about the Lulu, it's probably one of those champs that you want to usually pick up, unless they have something else in mind.
That's what I was thinking as well. Karthus ban seems like another one of those targeted bans. Doesn't seem like a very particularly strong champion.
All right, Sejuani picked up first. Now, Sejuani's an interesting one because she's a champion that I personally have seen played more in the top lane than in the jungle recently. What's your take on that? Sejuani top, do you think it's maybe just a bit of a flavor of the month thing? Do you think it's actually viable?
So I actually have been playing a bit of Sejuani top during my ranked games, and I think she is sick. Because basically, she denies, like, her laning phase is quite strong because she goes TP Ignite and she makes it so that she actually can be skirmishing and she can duel the enemy top laner. Also, the fact that she literally will make sure that one champion doesn't exist because she will ult and then W, she does like a long range ult, just one shot, or she can like from the E go into the ult and then solo CC an enemy champion for 2.5 seconds, blow them up, and then continue the rest of the team fight. I think Sejuani is really strong. Scales, it's tanky, really annoying with CC. And really strong in lane. In my opinion, you just gotta kind of land the W, and you gotta pray that you're not facing one of those really annoying champions like Mordekaiser.
Yeah, now, on that, you just mentioned the Mordekaiser. Another one that in my opinion, can be quite a problem though is Trundle. He honestly can really cripple a Sejuani. If the laning phase isn't too tough for him, if he gets to that kind of 10-minute mark unscathed, he can be a big problem. He completely just chips away at those stats and can probably 1v1 the Sejuani himself.
I definitely agree with that. I think Trundle in the later stages, once he gets a Divine Sunderer, once he gets some of those items, makes Sejuani not a champion. Luckily enough, Sejuani is playing CC, so it doesn't even really matter if she does die. She can still just one-shot someone. But definitely into those mid-late game fights, I think Trundle can just take over with all of Sejuani's stats. In terms of the laning phase, I think it's not actually that bad as long as the Sejuani doesn't queue too aggressively.
Okay,
Wukong,
I like
really
the Victor pickup. I like that one.
Yep. I think Wukong Victor, both very, very strong champions at the moment. Very meta. Wukong's really strong. High tempo, high clear speeds. Team fighting is good for the mid game. Victor, maybe not too much early game priority, but definitely still doing fantastically after he gets some items, gets some CS leads, gets some XP.
Yeah, now one thing I want to... Lee Sin and Syndra, okay, we'll move on to those. We briefly touched on Lee Sin, I think, when it was hovered in the earlier games. I do think that if you're not an amazing Lee Sin player, that he's probably not the champion to pick. I think going with the team so far, they do have a lot of potential to catch people out there, and so Lee Sin kind of plays into that role. Syndra, can kind of delete someone if they're caught out of position. Sejuani can kind of help lock down someone if they're caught out of position. They have a lot of ways to just completely assassinate a carry, and I'm sure most people here already know, but Eid on the other team in the ADC role is a master player. So when you have someone who's going to be such a cornerstone in that team playing a squishy champion, I would imagine ways to shut him down can be what you need here.
Yeah, 100%. So it kind of does honestly seem like in the team fights, who's going to get caught out first, honestly, or who can get that sort of angle at the start. And then whoever sort of gets that engage, if Wukong gets that engage, if Victor gets that angle, if Syndra or Lee Sin gets that angle, or Sejuani picks someone out with the ult, I think that could swing the fight in completely different ways.
Yeah, definitely could be. Tristana picked up there. So, a champion that has an escape has somewhat of a safe way out. But can still just be completely locked down. And so there we go. Just following with that, a Nautilus as well. So they have a lot of ways to shut down carries with this team comp here. Whether it be the Tristana or whether it be the Victor. The Victor may be a little bit harder to potentially kill because he's going to kind of be a bit further back, getting you with that poke. But nonetheless, it's a very strong comp that I see put together from Team 1 here. Team 2, on the other hand, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think they work together as well as Team 1 does here. Team 1 all seem to have a kind of a focus on and a drill down on that one playstyle, whereas Team 2 seems a little bit more split, in my opinion.
I think both go towards the same sort of genre. I think that Team 1 is definitely a little generally bit easier to execute because they kind of just press all their abilities and make sure someone dies. Whereas Team 2 kind of need to pick and choose when they send the Wukong in and then have the follow-up, and then when it can go in on and not. I think that's kind of it. Sona last pick. So they're kind of going for a little bit of a weird, like, sort of going in, but sort of not, but sort of like front to back, but sort of not. It does seem like a very flexible team comp. Definitely, as you said, not as straightforward as Team 1 has. Yeah. I think... What do you think is the win condition for these teams?
I definitely think, like I've said, Team 1's win condition is just definitely going to be to lock down and assassinate the carries. That being said, that might not be enough, because you've got the Victor, you've got the Tristana, they can be very, very impactful in the mid to late game. But the problem is even if you take them out, you've got the Wukong and the Trundle who can really chip away at your team as well. Wukong is quite a high tempo champion, so when it comes to that mid game, even if, like I said, even if you are taking out the carries, a decent fight found by the Wu could still turn. But I still think that's Team 1's win con, is just to try and hammer down onto those carries. Team 2, on the 100%. Other hand, I think it's going to be maybe having Trundle and Wukong playing a little bit more of a front line and kind of just letting the Victor and Tristana do work. I mean, you've got such a strong power duo with those two there. And I think just peel off the enemy. Don't let them shut them down, and you should just win fights.
I think also this is one of those games where JEC really needs to secure a tempo lead because even though it is very straightforward on what you need to perform, the problem with these dive comps is that it's really hard to execute once you fall behind, unless you find a very nice pick with Sejuani and Nautilus, which could definitely happen, but it's sort of relying on the enemy misplaying, which is never really a position that you want to be in. You kind of want to be making the proactive plays, and you want to be making the position or putting yourself in a position that would result in an advantage. And so I really would be curious to see how JEC can push that forwards and snowball that advantage into such an avalanche that it would be really hard to come back from. And what you said is definitely true. For Team 2 here, it is how Shao can manage the pressure from JEC, how he can make sure the Victor and the Tristana gets the items, make sure that they don't get one shot by an engage, see how the Wukong and the Sona can peel for the carries here. It's yeah, oh my gosh, I haven't seen a Lee Sin in competitive, and I haven't seen like a Trundle in a while as well. So I'm really curious how they're gonna play these team fights.
I do think that Trundle is one of those champions I think is pretty underrated. There's a lot of meta champions that he really kind of just gives it to. Sejuani being one of them that comes to mind. Another one as well, which we saw, I think it was a couple of patches ago, rising in some form of popularity, was Poppy as well. She's being picked up a fair amount, particularly in the jungle. And at least I never really seen Trundle being picked into it, but in my opinion, one of the easy picks into that. You can play it top, you can play it jungle, but either way, it's going to stop Poppy from being that frontline that she is in the late game. I think Trundle's a really good pick, and although we don't see it too much, I'm excited to see what it can do.
Yep. Definitely. Poppy is so annoying. I hate Poppy so much. Anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Victor. Yeah, well, we'll see. Enough talking.
Yeah, we'll move into our intermission, and we'll be with you guys shortly once we're in game.
Baby, it's whatever. All this ever, but you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your back, I disappear. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. And you know, man, to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away, do you? The weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette. And when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away, do you? The weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man. Don't need a no man. Back and I'm better. You had to go back where you came from, now you're bitter. Out of sight, out of mind for real. Yeah, I wouldn't wanna be you for real. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. No man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away, do you? The weight of you, of my shoulders.
All right, welcome back. Game 3, finally into the gold to plat games here. Looks like there's going to be a fight breaking out, potentially. Team 1 looking for an engage, but that was very well played with that W there coming out from Wukong.
Yeah, Instead of opting to flash, just starting W, it's not going to impact your clear. It will impact your clear, but it's not going to be like world ending. It's not as bad as wasting flash. Pretty good, but definitely a very good decision from Team 1 to invade there. Whoever made the shot callers right. I think Nautilus, Kaiser, especially with the Halo Blades, especially with the Syndra and Lee Sin there, definitely have the level 1 advantage.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, one thing to note is that it was actually a perfectly played fight, in my opinion, from Team 2, though. The flash did come out from the Sona. She would have been caught even though Wukong uses W, if not for that flash. So, perfect flash, Wukong times his W perfectly, and I imagine they probably communicated that there as well. Instant
I also
skirmish.
want to see... Oh, this is good. This is what you should do. Again, like what happened to the Pantheon from last game, Trundle should be trying to harass the Syndra away from the first 3 creeps. I don't see him doing it on the Mio map. A bit disappointing, especially because he has lethal tempo, but definitely something that I would have liked to see. As well as what I would have actually wanted to see is Lee Sin going for a level 2 gank onto bot lane here, knowing that you have Nautilus, knowing that Sona has no flash. Doesn't look like he's going to go through it. Maybe he'll do a 3 camp 2 bot. That could have been cool as well. But I want to see a lot of pressure on the bot lane because they know Sona has no flash.
Yeah, definitely. Now, top lane, this is kind of what you want to see. You want to see Trundle abusing what he can. Maybe not doing it the greatest he could so far. And the stun instantly comes out onto the mid lane. Lee Sin nearby. That could be a kill. Nope, flash blown for Ignite instead. And that's one summoner down for both mid laners.
Here we go. Hopefully someone's timing the flash because it's very important. Now that you know both Victor and Sona having no gap closes are very, very vulnerable. One Syndra stun, one Nautilus hook with Lee Sin there should just be a kill. So I think the game... Ooh. Yep.
Okay, wow, okay. That's going to be a kill onto Sona. Eid might look to pick up... There we go, pick up the Kai'Sa there. And that was kind of out of nowhere. I didn't even see that one coming.
Yeah, well, as I was saying, landed the hook, gets an easy kill. Just too many minions, so Eid could get that trade kill. I wonder if Hal Hafton... I'm not even going to try.
Oh, fight break on the top lane. Toronto just fall very low, and the Ignite's ticking away. He could still die here. No. Fight's going to go over to Shao in the jungle there, and that's going to be a kill onto Wukong.
Yeah, I was going to say, Hal, Captain Emil, I wonder if he flashed the EW, would have been able to actually get away. But, 1-for-1 trade, definitely actually in Eid's favor here. He gets to push out the wave. Hal misses out on some minions. So, in the end, it's a worth trade for Eid somehow. A flashless Sona gets caught, and it's still a good trade for him.
Yeah, the only downside would be that First Blood went over to Team 1, but even still, I mean... Gold-wise, he was up in minions. He has just reset now. He's going to have a little bit more gold to spend anyway. Yeah, so he's going to come back to lane with just about the same gold worth of items. Actually, better off than the Kai'Sa did.
XP2, we can see that both of them have the same waves taken right now and similar CS, but Eid's upper level. Probably not a crazy amount of XP, just a really small thing, but still an advantage nonetheless. For Samo up here, very unlucky timing. Would have been such an easy kill onto Ninja Fighter, but Shao's just there on the perfect timing.
Yeah, it was. I mean, at the same time, Ninja Fighter probably wouldn't have made the engage or been that close, if not for the jungler nearby. So there's things like that you've got to observe. The wave here for Samo is huge, though. And Trundle is going to just farm that up, I guess. Not really much else that can happen here. Now, I'd love to see a little bit more tempo from this Lee Sin, to be honest with you. I know he made that reasonable gank onto mid lane, almost got something out of it, but he hasn't really been seen since, and I'd like to see him kind of start to abuse champions before they hit their level 6.
Another thing you might realize in transition from iron to gold to plat, if you look at the minimap, the red side vision is nuts. Just a second ago, some of them have died already, but just a second ago, the entire top side river was warded, and even the bot side. Look at those deep wards. I think, yeah, someone has placed some really nice deep wards there, and I really like to see it.
Yeah, vision is a huge thing, for sure.
That way you can track where JC is, you can see where he's pathing, you can decide whether you go in or go out, what plays you make based on that.
Yeah, and then another thing to note as well is same thing happening basically from Team 1 here, blue side. The whole of the bot river is completely watered. 4 wards going straight down. Actually, I think it was 3 plus the Herald. I mean, sorry, the Scuttle. 1's fallen now. But still, you know, getting vision on what you want to prioritize and knowing who's going to be around there, it's definitely a difference maker. And it does also allow for what we're talking about in game 1 and 2. You know, sometimes you get a kill and you can make a play and you do need vision for it. You can't just make a play off of like a miracle. It's not just going to happen out of nowhere. You need to know where the enemy is.
Yep, 100%. I think that's probably something that I'm very guilty of, though. I am one of those very avid supporters of being lazy and not buying wards. Even though it wins you games, I'm just lazy. That's not...
Oh, he's
my-
going to get caught by the hook there. He can just jump out, though. Loses a lot of his health.
Wow, so far N1X is performing on the Nautilus.
Yeah.
Caught here? No, doesn't go for it.
I don't think he can risk that. I mean, I think Sedge is a little too far away. We do have Trundle has a level 6 there. Level 6 for both mid laners as well at the moment. That could be potentially a kill. No. I was expecting a Q ulti ignite, possibly. But,
As
I guess not.
we were saying, though, like, because we know... I'm surprised that JEC wasn't able to capitalize on NC Unawa and Small Sushi not having flash. I think that could have been a very good opportunity, especially both of those being sort of no escapes, like just mages. I think that could have been a kill, but guess he didn't find
Now,
out. It should be a
Trundle
kill.
really needed
No.
to pop the ulti as soon as he could there if he wanted to be safe. And yeah, now Sedge can't really take the chance. In fact, he probably could have fought
Oh.
that. Despite the minion wave, I think he was fine. He would have honestly won that trade, in my opinion.
Well, actually, I think Semo just ran out of mana. If he E-ulted, then W'd, with Ignite, Trundle was dead. Especially with all those
Minions?
creeps
Yeah.
minions hitting him. I think Ninja Fighter would have been dead. It's okay. He's still getting the mana regen. I think he's looking for it here.
Ninja Fighter no longer has ulti. Ignite does fall down onto him. The ulti comes out from Sedge. Yeah, there's the kill. And that's the downfall, in my opinion, of Ninja Fighter not turning that fight once he did get the ulti off. Without it, it's just no chance. And I guess he expected Samo to back there, but he definitely didn't. And that's the death for Ninja Fighter.
This is what I was talking about with how dominant Sejuani is as a champion in the top lane. He seems like a cute little tank, but he has so much damage with... she has so much damage with the Ignite, with the passive, and the ult. She just deletes champions.
Okay, flash forward coming out from Wukong. Ulti is popped. Does have second cast. Use the Q on minions. And that's a bad day for him.
Oh, just see, I was expecting those little kinks to be ironed out during the Platinum games that was so fervent in Iron games, but yeah, looks like everyone's gonna still be making
Okay,
those mistakes.
JC over the wall. It does miss the Q, but that's 4 members onto Small Sushi. And Small Sushi gonna fall down again. Dragon probably gonna be picked up for Team 1 here, I would only imagine. Wukong on the other side of the map, so no chance at contesting that one. But he might grab the Herald instead. Nice, love to see it.
Wow, that's a trade and a half.
Yeah, now the problem to note is that Sedge has already picked up her Plater's Steel Cap, so just about without ulti, I don't think Trundle ever wins this match.
No. Trundle needs to kind of bide his time and wait until he gets a Divine Sunderer, then he can slowly whittle away at Sejuani's HP. Make sure she doesn't get that extended trade for the E though, otherwise she still just walks up for the Q.
JC flashing forward onto Small Sushi. Eid is close by though. Full combo comes out. I think JC's gonna fall. Yeah, and that's a kill over to Eid. Trade kill, probably honestly pretty worth it. On this Tristana, you're gonna want to get them kills.
Yeah, Eid's getting quite fed off these little comeback kills. Just these little 1-for-1s. Eid's getting the advantage. Not as much CS as he probably would like to have, but still better than nothing.
Definitely. Now another fight breaking
he's
out top.
dead.
Another auto coming out, and he's gonna die. There we go. The E's gonna come out. Auto on the ulti. Oh, he does prop the ulti though. That's what I mean. If Trundle ults, he just wins the fight. There's no real way for Sejuani to do anything. Both low on mana though. And if he just popped that a little bit earlier, he probably could have won it. It's just a... There's a lot of hesitation coming out, and it's what's leading to the Sejuani just letting her be so dominant.
I think also on the contrary, so Sejuani's passive amplifies damage by 10% of whatever next ability you use. So if she ulted there instead of waiting for the auto attack, and then allowing the Trundle to get the ult off, she would have killed him too.
Oh,
definitely-
flash forward from the mid, and it was a bit of a
Ooh.
misplay. It looks like she's actually potentially going to fall. She just popped the ignite, sorry, but no mana for the ulti, and that's going to let SC Nawa get away. Sorry about that.
Definitely, it definitely does feel like some like this isn't anyone's. It doesn't seem like Samo plays a lot of Sejuani. Probably plays a little bit. Ninja Panda doesn't seem like she plays a lot of Trundle either. Might just be one of those picks where it's like it seems like good on u.gg. But I'm pretty impressed with everyone. Like this is good. Everyone's CS is good. Everyone's taking advantage of summoners as much as they can at least. Although it does seem like a bit of a lane focused. I haven't seen any of the junglers do anything crazy yet.
Yeah, junglers really haven't had that much of an impact. They're both playing champions that honestly could have dominated the first 10 minutes of this game. Didn't happen for either of these teams. Fight breaking out in the bot lane, but they don't seem to notice the Wukong. And unfortunate there for Team 1.
I think they could have won that. Just unlucky placement of the Q. It does look pretty like weird because when Tristana jumps, it like displaces her character to make her look like where she's not. So it's actually kind of hard to hit that Nautilus Q, and I think I'll give that to him. If they did land that though, I think that could have been a very advantageous swing.
Yeah, it looks like there's skirmish happening in the top lane again. I think Trundle's a little bit too tanky this time around. He does have his Merc Tread, so he's going to stop a little bit of that CC. And I think top's just going to become a wet noodle fight now, unfortunately. Another fight in the mid lane, and I'm really surprised that this Syndra is not taking more advantage of what she can, but a fight breaks out in the bot lane. Oh, an interesting, potentially misplay from Eid there. Looks like he W flashed.
Oh, she cancelled the W damage potentially. Didn't get the second W down.
Yeah, unfortunate play there. Very well turned fight though, but nothing to come of that.
What's for the all in?
Trundle, I
does
think
the ult
he's
not last
popping
long
the ulti too late, in my
Oh.
opinion. Yeah, he's had the flash out now. I mean, the thing you need to remember is that it also reduces their stats. So if you're going in, it's going to let you do more damage. It's not just going to make you tankier.
That's a weird.
And it was very unfortunate. But there we go. Unfortunately, Small Sushi getting caught out again.
I think if JAC saved ult there, went straight bot, I think they could have made some ult players and saved that bot lane turret and into a transition towards Dragon.
Yeah.
Looks like they might still take it anyways if it's spawning anytime soon. But Eid and Xiao should be able to make it back in time. And it's just whether or not they want to contest this Dragon, which in my opinion they definitely should. They missed out on the first one.
JC actually resets, so looks like they're not going to go for that one either.
Going top side. Ooh, see, this is one of those situations where if Ninja or Xiao was able to get some sort of deep vision into the topside jungle, they would have spotted Lee. They would have been able to immediately transition into a dragon play. I don't think that JUC should be topside at all during this time. I think they should have been at dragon if they wanted to contest it, like 20 seconds beforehand. And they don't know where JUC is, so they can't capitalize off that. But this is one of those situations where, especially because of how important Dragon is, see, like, yeah, they're all rotating towards it now. They want to go for it. They have vision control. They can do whatever they want. They have mid prior. They're going to go for it. We do see Samo rotating down. They have noticed and picked up that they're going for the Dragon, but it's just way too late. This is why you need to be there, like, ages beforehand, and Team 2 just gets a free Dragon.
Yeah, so Dragon going over to Team 2, and that definitely could have been Team 1's Dragon if they just made the right play.
Ooh.
Although, Syndra looking to completely assassinate everyone here. Eid falls low, does have Ignite ticking, gonna look to leave the fight, heal up off minions potentially. And I think they'll take that 1-for-1 plus the Dragon. Kill goes on to Eid, he's sitting at 3-0 now. He has his Mythic, he has a Dragon in his back pocket, a Hex Dragon no less. He's going to be pretty happy with that one. And Hex Dragon's exactly what that team needs, with the Trundle, with the Tristana, and even the Wukong taking advantage of that one.
We can see that even though they do get that bot tower here, they did lose the Dragon, and Ninja does trade the top lane turret as well. So even though they did get a little bit of trade back, it's still generally in favor of red team over here. It was
Yeah.
a nice attempt from Maximum Max. It's just unlucky that with the team comp Team 2 has, they just one-shot him.
Yeah, he did fall very quickly. I think I saw even an exhaust. No, there's no exhaust on that side. The exhaust must have came out from the other side. Right, Eid does. Eid has the exhaust on him. So, you know, when a carry's looking to one-shot him, when they're on top of him, he can pop that exhaust. He can give himself a little more survivability. And he did exactly that. She was in a great position, but it wasn't enough.
Yep. Too bad. Stinky poo-poo. Nice try, though. I think
What?
moving forwards, it's all onto where the SC Noah can get enough gold. He did go for the crown. He will be safe from Syndra's Wrath, but also he will take a bit more time to scale into that Victor hyper carry that we've all seen. For now, it is up to Eid and Xiao onto carrying that mid game, transitioning onto the late game. But I feel like once they are in that late game position, they will definitely be in the front foot here.
Definitely should be. They've got in my opinion, a slightly better scaling team. I would say that, in my opinion, Lee Sin falls off quite hard in comparison to Wukong, who does kind of fall off a little bit, but has that utility, can really kind of get in the back line, hit a multi-man ult, and just kind of win the game based off that. So utility coming out from both sides, but I think Team 2 definitely has a bit of scaling comp here.
I would say so. Especially because Wukong used to actually not scale super well, but I feel like his 5-man sort of knockups that you can do is a little bit easier to execute than Lee Sin's is. Well, not a little bit, a lot.
Yeah.
Which will just make it easier to team fight with Wukong. And in these situations, especially in competitive, it's not easy. So whichever team comp is easier to execute is usually the one that actually scales better.
Definitely the way. And like I said, neither no champions here. There's not really anyone that falls off like super hard on either of these teams in my opinion, but he is going to fall behind a little bit, and that's just a very well played fight there in the mid lane. Decent gank coming out from Wukong. And that's a kill. Actually, that one landed onto the Wukong, so sharing the gold around a little bit. Eid's sitting quite comfortably already at 3-0, 141 CS. And shredding down this tower. Sejuani is looking for the rotation though, but they spot her out on a ward.
I was gonna say that here we can see a big difference between those silver gold games and these platinum games is that instead of just taking the kill and backing off, they actually want to pressure that mid lane turret here. Luckily for them, Samo did realize that and rotated down in time to protect the mid turret. So good macro plays all around. I'm pretty happy with it. We'll have to see how that leads. The game is still very even. Gold is just basically the same. CSing everyone is 8 CS a minute. Some people less, some people more, but pretty good. It's just at this point, like these kinds of games, it is all going to come down to one dragon fight, one Rift Herald fight, because most of these players, I think, are good enough to not get picked out.
Yeah, can't agree more. And here's the fight coming on the top lane. I really want to see a fight break out where Trundle just pops his ulti early and really just threatens this edge. He keeps holding it, and I personally just think it's not the play. If you're gonna look for the fight, just do it. Don't let her get you low. Really, just take it into your own hands.
I completely agree with that. I think at this point, now that
See, there we go. Look how much he does once he uses the ulti, and it's just he's been backing away this whole time. If he popped it any earlier, this fight it's now the problem is the ulti's gone, and he wasn't able to do enough. He's too low for it.
Yep, I think as I was saying before, Trundle really doesn't win that until he gets the Divine Sunbreath. But he needs to, it's like this small little window where he can really get the opportunity to take a lead before the Samo's going to get a Thornmail. Once Samo gets Thornmail, it's again back to square one when Ninja Fighter just doesn't really have any leeway. But at this point where he has Divine Sunra, I think he can just completely slap up Samo.
Yeah, I'd strongly agree. Like I said, I think Trundle is an extremely underrated pick. I'm happy to see it picked up here, but I'm not very happy with how it's being played, unfortunately. That being said, 5-man stack onto the dragon. Xiao's going to get caught out. No, yes, he is. Sorry, that's the clone right there. But a 5-man fight, 5v5 is breaking out. Eid's sitting in the back line, trying to do some damage, but Team 1 is mostly just shredding on their front line. Eid's going to have to back away there, and that's going to be a 4-0.
That was a clean kick by JEC there. Snowballs the fight into just a complete stomp there. And as I was saying, this game really even until it comes to that one team fight. And here's the transitional period. Here's the swing. Team 1 takes the advantage.
Yeah, it was a very interesting turn of events there. It was interesting to see that Team 2 played their comp kind of the way that they needed to, but it wasn't enough. This Team 1 executed their goal perfectly. So I think Team 2 needs to maybe pull back to the drawing board, play a little bit further back. Don't play so ambitious. You've seen what Team 1 can do now, and they've gotten a lead off that. You just need to start being careful.
That's what we were kind of talking about as well, right? Whichever team has the easier to execute comp is usually meant to be the one that wins. But also, there's a dynamic where not only did that Lee Sin land a fantastic kick, but also the Team 2, their job isn't clear cut. Their job isn't as clear as Team 1 is, right? Blue team, we just want to engage, we just want to press our abilities. Whoever dies, whoever dies. Team 1, it's not so sure. Victor doesn't really like the dive unless he gets that perfect opportunity. Wukong does love the dive, and same does Trundle. But then Tristana, does she like the dive? Does she like the front to back? It all depends, they have to find that right opportunity. And same with Sona too. Sona can't really engage that far. Sona's much more of a front to back type of champion. She doesn't go in. So it's a bit of a dynamic here. It's a bit of an unclear pathway to a team fight. But it's still not over yet. It's still... Oh, a fight here.
Interesting turn there. I don't think anything's going to come of it, but one thing to note is the Baron is up and they are posturing around. Victor does have TP, so he could also join this fight if he needed to. And just a lot of back and forth.
This is one of these situations where not taking TP is actually a detriment. Victor just gets a free farm bot lane here, but it looks like blue team is actually capitalizing off this and knows that Victor is... Oh, but they don't go for it. I would... See, yeah, Victor just gets the free farm. The longer that red team can stall this, the more Victor just gets free gold.
Yeah, very well observed by him there. Just kind of doing his job. He is backing up now. Yeah, and that's exactly right. And, blue team has to rotate down to stop him, but also they probably know that he's going to back. If they don't, then they're stuffed. If they do, then, it gives red team an opportunity to do something else on the map. So, well played by him there. Blue team responding just as they have to, but that leaves a little bit more opportunity on the map for Team 2 now.
So now that they're in the back pedal, this is the time where I want to just see crazy, it almost seems like you're making, slurred plays. You need to make something happen. Because if you are at a back pedal like this, you need to have some sort of opportunity. You can't just get bled out. Because that's what's going to happen eventually. Blue team's just going to take advantage of every objective because they have that gold lead. They can force that fight of however they want to do, but it's just not... and then so it's just based on whether red team can find some sort of window to make something happen.
Yeah, definitely. Now, this is probably the stale part of the game, this very moment, where teams are kind of deciding where to go from here. I'd say red team's not going to really want to look for anything unless they find that perfect pick. They probably are looking to scale up just that little bit, but also they need to be wary of objectives. If blue team groups around this Baron, how are they going to handle that? And I think having Victor in the bot lane permanently is one of those ways. Blue team can't really group around that Baron if Victor's just going to do his own thing. And it seems like they know that.
Yep. I think at this point, blue team should want to try and see if they can't send Samo down bot. I think Samo should have no reason to be top here because they're not contesting for the Dragon. Dragon's not going to win them in the game. They really want to have Samo being bot, having the TP, unless he gets caught out here.
He looks like he's going to be caught out. There's 5 members converging onto Samo. Samo's definitely about to fall here, and the shutdown goes over to Trundle. Now, Trundle was 0-3, but a 1-3 Trundle is just as scary as it looks. He's going to do a lot, especially if he gets the ulti off on either of the 2 tanks in a team fight, and he's just going to be that big front line that I think Team 2 really needs here.
Yep, way too overextended. You know where the, like, never, ever, ever. Past it's like a 20-something minute mark, you can't overextend that much not knowing where the enemy team is. Again, what I was saying, though, is I think Semo should be bot here. Semo is the only one on the blue team who has TP. If Semo just goes bot, they play a 4-1 or a 3-1-3. I mean, a 1-3-1, sorry. They can just have it so that Semo can TP for that Baron, and then they don't need to send someone bot. Because if, let's say, they send maximum max bot, if they send anyone else bot, they just lose Baron. But they don't send the right rotations. Semo gets caught out. Unluckily, red team is not able to capitalize on this advantage. They don't go for any objectives. So in the end, it's just $500 for the Trundle there.
Yeah, I think it was a little more. I actually think Sejuani was worth shutdown. She was worth... Oh, no, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's probably about the 500 mark. She was worth 300 gold. But yeah, it's not the end of the world for Team 1. They really don't lose a lot. In fact, they do pick up the Dragons. They put themselves at sell point now. They still got about a 5k gold lead. But looking at these team compositions, I think if Team 2 gets their stuff together, I think that 5k gold lead's going to start looking smaller and smaller, to be honest. They've shown that they know what they're doing, and they just need to execute it properly.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's all about if they can get those items on the Victor and Tristana, as long as they can space it, I think it's not over. I think it's still definitely very easy for blue team to kind of steamroll the fights, but I definitely think that Tristana and Victor can get those items. They can play the spacing well, and they can still pull out the victory in the team fights. Especially with that crown. Although they didn't nerf it. I remember crown was so stupid. You just took no damage and you did 9 billion.
One thing I want to note, I haven't seen Victor buy items for a very long time, so I imagine he's about to back. He's going to finish his item. He's going to come back a lot scarier. There we go. So that's the Shadow Flame done now. And what else did he pick up? No, nothing. Just the Shadow Flame. I was expecting a little bit more there, but that's okay.
Doesn't get the stopwatch unless you already had that.
I think that was already there, but I could be wrong.
There you go. It's actually another thing that I realized. For some reason, these players love to play the single AP carry comp. In this situation, it seems to be pretty good though. So this is why it's a lot more on Victor again, because it's solo AP. It is interesting actually that Tristana goes for Gale Force, because even though the escape is good, I think because you have 480 champs, I think you kind of need that Kraken to do a little bit more damage. Because if we can already see the itemization, Sejuani has built 4 armor items. Lee Sin has 2. I think like if they tunnel vision onto the Victor, they have no more AP damage and they just won't take any damage. They can just all stack armor, and there is like the team fight's pretty much over from there. So they are pretty much relying on Esinawa to play perfectly at this point.
Yeah, I would say the one exception to that, don't forget, and I genuinely think it's underrated here, is that Trundle ulti. If he does ult one of the tanks, that tank is dying. In a team fight, if everyone focuses correctly and does their job. But there's a fight breaking out now, and Xiao's going to fall. Small Sushi's also going to fall. Eid's going to get low, and unfortunately the fight doesn't play out as intended by Team 2. Team 1 sitting quite happily here. There is the Trundle going off, almost kills JC. Does survive on a little bit of health though, and that's a 4-for-1 for Team 1.
Yeah, a little bit trigger happy on that Wukong there. I think that was a bit of an early engage. If he maybe waited just a little bit more for the team to converge, they might have been able to find a pick, but you know, dives a little bit deep for Hal there. It wasn't managed to get off anything because there was no team backup. Kind of dives one by one. And JEC destroys Eid in the backline there. I think I saw a little bit of it. Eid had nothing to do. Kind of just 1v2'd both Small and Eid. And they're able to pick off the Baron. Yeah,
the one thing to note though is that they're taking poor fights, but Team 2 is still kind of getting a little bit done. So I'm not giving them credit for, you know, they're not doing anything amazing, but they are holding it together. They've fallen behind by about 8k now. And, you know, the game could very well easily end at this point. Team 1 could just take it away. Every fight, although they're losing it, they are still looking like, you know, given the right fight, they can bring this back. So I wouldn't call it over yet, but Team 1 looking quite strong here, and they're definitely going to look to try and close it out, maybe after the next dragon.
At this point,
oh, he does get caught. He is going to fall there. I don't think there's any saving him. Little bit overextended on his own. Didn't have enough vision around, I guess. There was a lot of wards, though. But that's his death there.
So this is one of the situations where I was going to say that I think it is like an 80-20, but after Eat's death there, I think it's probably like a 90-10. I was going to say that there might have been a chance if they play perfectly from now on, but any deaths is just making it harder and harder for them to win. Now, if we do notice, there is a timer on the bottom right corner that is saying dragon is spawning, and we notice that the team is not going towards the dragon. I'm very happy. I'm a very happy man. I would also like to have seen them maybe potentially putting one person down in the bot lane. Maybe Maximum Max could do a 1-3-1 pressure. Oh, it looks like I'm eating my ass because they're just going straight towards the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, most members from Red Side are up. They still definitely could have looked for a play. I think Dragon is probably the safer one, but, you know, they are quite a far bit ahead. They definitely could have maybe done something a little bit different. It seems almost like Team 1 is a little bit hesitant. They don't realize how far ahead they are. They're taking the safest play every time, which is working out, but it can go very south.
TP.
Interesting. TP coming straight out from Toronto in the middle there. Doesn't die straight away, though. Does get blown up, though, by the Syndra. That means Xiao's going to fall down too. He's right in the middle of everyone, so he's going to get tossed around like a tennis ball. Small Sushi also going to fall, and that's an ace. And I think that might even be close to the game. 30 seconds on death timers. I don't know if Team 1 can close it out before then.
I think this is the game, yeah. 30 seconds, plenty of time. Kasa does a lot of damage, so does Syndra. I believe Sejuani has Demolish. Yep, there it is. So it should just be game 1 here. Yeah, just the game kind of just got snowballed out of control as it was just through that one fight in the Dragon there, as I was saying. The game was very even until they lost that one team fight, lost another team fight, and just made some really panicky plays until the end of the game.
Yeah, do have to agree. Like I said, Team 2 kind of, they held composure for as long as they can, but Team 1 just kept getting the right fights. They kept making the right engages. And like I said, they executed their comp just a little bit better. And that's led them to their victory here. So a little bit better. It still was a 13k gold lead. So we still needed that much gold to close out the game. But I will say it felt a little bit better. Team 1 capitalizing on mistakes a little bit more so than we saw in the first 2 games, which definitely makes me a bit happier.
Yeah. And again, it seems to be a pattern of just whichever team comp is easiest to kind of execute, right? Having 5 people wanting to do the same thing just makes it easier. And that's really advantageous there. Yeah, Team 1 picking up the first win.
Now, I'm not too sure what's happening with the next game, whether we're going straight back into another gold to plat. I believe we may be, depending on what's happening with the rest of the teams. But we shouldn't be too far out from that. Fingers crossed we get this one sorted a little bit quicker than the last few have, and we'll be back with you guys shortly once we work out what's happening.
See you guys soon.
Quiet's driving me insane. Silence rattles in my brain. Yeah, I gotta get away. Always waiting for the phone, so I built my towers tall, wandering through these empty halls. Break the cycle now. Walls are coming down.
Gotta save me from myself. This emptiness, it hurts like hell. My good intentions let me down. I keep getting in my way. My stubborn pride will dig my grave. Leave it behind with every step I take. Yeah. Cycle down, walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look
haunting melody. What do spirits say? What do spirits say in the darker days? What do spirits say? When the mist is overgone, there's something inside the water. Don't know where they're coming from. They are free to roam above the sea, and their story stays with me like a haunting melody. What do spirits say? What do spirits say in the darker days? What do spirits say? Oh darling, if I had bought you flowers, would you still be here by my side? Yeah, I thought this moment could be ours, while I'm walking only through the night. You can break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart. You should fucking stay with him. You should fucking stay with him. Darling, if I had bought you flowers, what if you stayed at home the night? Yeah, I've been lonely counting hours while I'm getting blinded by the light. You can break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart. You should fucking stay with him. You should fucking stay with him. Break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart.
I know that you're afraid. It feels like every day things are slipping away. You're slipping away, and you think back to a time that you were lost. Thoughts disorganized, can't seem to dry your eyes, and chaos is collapsing from your mind. And you say that you're fine, but now you're out of time. Out of time. You're out of time. You're out of time. And now you're out of time. Ooh. And now you're out of time. Never measure up, you'll never be enough. People say tough love, you should just suck it up. And you think back to a time that you were lost. Thoughts disorganized, can't seem to dry your eyes, and chaos is collapsing from your mind. And you say that you're fine, but now you're out of time. Out of time. You're out of time. You're out of time. And now you're out of time. Oh.
Don't know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. About to shake the ground, you feel it moving with the revolution. You don't know what goes on behind the.
All right, hello and welcome back. Finally, we are back into another Platinum Elo game here. Ban stage kicking off with an Ornn ban again. We've seen that last game. We see it this game. I think Ornn makes perfect sense. He's quite a strong champion in general, and particularly in Plat, where one team fight can really change the game. I think he's a great ban or a great pick.
Yep. I'm assuming there is someone who is actually good at Ornn because not only is Ornn really good at late game team fights, he's also really sick in lane. Ornn really has not many counters aside from a select few if you know how to play him. I think Ornn as a champion, a lot of people think it's like one of those like scaling, just safe picks. But actually, if you can capitalize and make use of those, like Ornn is really good early game, basically. Like you gotta really play it nicely, but you can really threaten some early game kills if you play it right.
Yeah, most definitely. You can do a lot of damage, especially with those brutal procs. If you're not careful, if you overextend just a little bit and get caught out by him, your health bar kind of just disappears, especially in the early when you don't have those tankiness stats like you mentioned.
Yep.
Yi's an interesting ban, in my opinion, but it is what it is, I guess. It's going to get knocked out, and the rest of everything else here seems reasonable to me.
I think Yi's one of those champions that makes a lot of sense in solo queue because people just want to pick what they pick. But in plays like this, where everyone can communicate, I feel like you can just pick champions that would lock Yi down and make him not a champion. So even if you did funnel gold onto Yi, which is one of the ways that Yi can become quite unstoppable, you can just CC lock him down and he's still just like not a champion. Leona man makes sense. It's good. LeBlanc, is LeBlanc meta?
I don't think she's meta, but I think she's one of those things you don't really want to face if they know what they're doing on it. Like, it's a respectable ban.
It might be one of those target bans again. Gangplank makes sense. Gangplank is one of the very oppressive champions. But again, it's very high skill cap, so it might be a target ban.
Could possibly be. We see Mundo coming in for the first pick. I think Mundo's I don't think I've seen a Mundo in competitive play whatsoever in this kind of level of coordinated play. But I do think that Mundo is one of them safer picks, especially if you're taking it blindly. It's not the end of the world. It's not something I would have liked to have seen, but we'll see where they go with that. And Jin being picked up on the other side at the moment.
I think Mundo is a very niche champion. Not many people play it, but the people who do, I think, are pretty good at it. I don't know anything about Mundo, though, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think he's just probably one of those. He's kind of like Shen, but just worse. Like, he's kind of lane dominant in lane. He kind of makes an impact later on and is tanky. But, like, why not just pick Shen? Because he is also good at skirmishing, also tanky, but makes such an impact around the map.
Yeah, I think Mundo's good when he's in those strong stages where he gets those buffs and he's just kind of a very dominant champion. But otherwise, he's kind of just average. It's not the worst pickup in the world, though. It's always good to have a tank, at least. The other picks coming out, though, interesting. Jin and Lux and then Kayn Zeri, both sides picking up a lot more damage, kind of kill-oriented. I'm hoping to see a fun game here. And are we going to see the Sejuani picked back up this time? We have.
Wow. I love Sejuani. I played with Sejuani recently, and it's just super fun. I really like seeing her. So I like to see these games, especially because I think Sejuani's kind of broken. Unless you get counterpicked, which then it kind of sucks. But Sejuani doesn't have any like really hard counters, aside from Mordekaiser and Lilia. But if this is Dr. Mundo top, I'm pretty sure that's a pretty horrible matchup because Dr. Mundo has that passive, he has that Q and the sustain. I don't see how Sejuani would ever really have any kill threat on Dr. Mundo. But we'll see. Yeah, Kayn Zeri. Kayn is a... Have you seen Kayn competitive any time?
No, I've seen it be picked up in a couple of scrim games behind the scenes, personally. I don't think it's great in competitive. I think it's great in high elo where you're playing solo queue and you want to pop off and you pick a champion that's strong and is capable. But I think in coordinated play, it can work. I just don't think it's the priority usually. So it's a bit of a strange one, definitely.
Kayn's definitely one of those where it's me. If I get all the gold, I'll carry the game. But in team play, I feel like it's so much easier to shut down someone who's super fed. It's much more about how everyone can come together cohesively. One person will not be able to carry the entire game. But maybe this guy's just a smurf at Kane.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid point there, and I don't know. I do agree. Kane, I like Kane, but we'll have to see what they can do with it. Now, I do like seeing the Yumi ban picked up. Yumi Zeri, we spoke about before, can be quite scary, so they've gotten rid of that opportunity there, and then they've gone for, it looks like a Gwen. Now, that could be a Gwen top lane, or it could be a Gwen jungle. It's an interesting flex pick. You do have the Sedge. I'm not sure what their plan is here.
Yep. Oh, funny enough, I was just about to talk about Lulu. Now that there is no Yumi, Lulu is the next pick, and it looks like that's what they've gone for here. Zeri Lulu, very strong bot lane, very scaling. It's a bit contrary because Kane likes to skirmish. Zeri Lulu is not super good at skirmishing, so I'm assuming Kane might part top. Gwen. See, I used to be number one Gwen OC. I have the screenshot, and I still stroke it than myself after sometimes at nighttime when I look at the picture. Not anymore because I don't play it and I think it sucks. But I'm assuming it's Gwen top. I don't think Gwen jungle is good anymore. If it's not Gwen top, it might be Gwen mid. But what?
Okay, so to put my 2 cents in, I agree Gwen jungle is not nearly as good as it used to be. She did get a small buff to her E though, and then a nerf to her Q. So she got adjusted. I think it made her a little bit more viable in the jungle just because her Q's really not where most of her clear comes from. It doesn't really impact her jungling very much. But her E buff did make it a little bit more playable. I wouldn't say she's meta, but it looks like that's where they've put her in the jungle now. Mordekaiser top and Sejuani mid. I'm shocked, but also not shocked at this Sejuani mid pick. And the reason I say that is because we watched last game and we saw Samo play at top lane. He's now in the mid lane, but he's picked the same champion. It must be potentially a comfort pick. We talked about how he messed up the combo a little bit. Maybe it wasn't his go-to, but maybe it is.
Well, I think in general, Sejuani, the skill cap isn't anything crazy. So, I mean, that's such a minor thing. You go for the passive proc for the 10%. But in general, no, he kind of knew where and when to go in. Obviously, it's not fair comparing him to like challenger Sejuani players. But yeah, I definitely think he performed last game. I'm looking forward to seeing him perform again. I'm so curious about this Gwen, especially because Gwen is, for me, I would say probably one of my main champions, or it used to be my main champion. So I'm really excited to see how he can pull this off. Whether he's going to use his W well, whether he's not, whether he's going to be able to rice ball hard enough to outpace the Kane, that is what I'm excited about as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I personally like Gwen. I was playing her when she was primarily a jungler. So she went through that period where she was extremely strong, passive damage to monsters. It went through the roof. She was a monster. I loved that pick, and I haven't played it since she got nerfed, to be honest with you. So I can't tell you what state she's in the jungle right now, but we're going to see it nonetheless. She can be reasonably high tempo. She ganks pretty well. It's, it might be what they needed into a Kane who also has a reasonably high tempo, but nonetheless, I think this is going to be a much more interesting game than the last one. I see less. I mean, there's a reasonable amount of frontline, but I see less kind of frontline and a little bit more damage coming out from both teams. And I want to see these carries really pop off.
Another thing is that this Kane kind of has no choice but to go red Kane here, which I think it will be fine. I think that red Kane is probably better in this kind of team comp, especially into two big beefy frontliners, as well as a Gwen who is a little bit hard to one shot with the W. So I think he will probably be looking to path topside here. I think Gwen might look to do the same, just because Zeri and Lulu are quite safe. Zeri can just stand near a wall, be safe. Lulu can polymorph. You can time it so that you can W the polymorph, but I don't think it will make that much of a difference. So I think both junglers will be looking to play topside until Dragon spawns. I think that's the prediction for now. In terms of win conditions, I think blue team just needs Zeri to scale pretty much and peel her, and they win. I think Kane and Ari and Mundo can do a lot of peeling, and Lulu. So this is kind of a hyper carry Zeri comp in my opinion. What do you think about red team here?
Red team it's funny because it kind of brings me back to that point we were talking about earlier, right? Where it's you have a couple of carries. You have a Gwen, you have a Jin, you even have a Lux, you have a Mordekaiser. They don't want as much gold as the Gwen and the Jin. They're the two carries there, but there are a lot of win cons that could kind of play against them. So I like the champions. I don't know how the team's going to work as a whole. So I'm a little bit stumped on that one, to be honest with you.
I think it will be. See, Gwen can't do the hyper carry because it's 3 ranged and 2 melees.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see whether or not. Yeah, there's no clear hyper carry in their team comp. It's kind of just a 5-man like bash. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, and with that, we'll be back shortly. We'll jump into a loading stream for you guys, and we'll see you guys soon.
Sick and tired of feeling, so sick and tired of dreaming. 'Cause I always wake up sick and tired of believing that this pain will never end. Oh, I've had enough. Cause it always comes back again, and I'm not even gonna pretend that it's okay. Constantly putting bad thoughts on replay. I really don't like living life this way, but I know that these things will never change. Tell myself to breathe in, but the darkness sun gets deep in, and its madness got me thinking. So sick and tired of dreaming.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. So here we are, Game 2, Gold Plat. A little bit of a different team. So on Team 2 side, you'll see a very familiar team for the most part. Players are just about the same, switched up the roles a little bit. But on the other side, you're going to see an entirely new team here. And it looks like that team is looking to pick up this Lux here.
Get some free grass procs, but also Lux does get some mana bind procs. So who's the real winner here? We'll never know. I really love that Mundo skin. It's absolutely like the little car that it goes in, as well as that like little suave walk is so awesome.
Yeah, now I do have to make sure, give me a second, make sure my scoreboard is working. I believe so. So we're good. Yeah, so Kane, interesting here. Looking like he's opting to start the red, which is reasonably normal, I believe. It's still usually Raptor start on Kane.
I think red start is better now. I think they did change it. From what I know, I'm not sure though.
Yeah, it may very well could be the case, and I doubt it's too big of a problem regardless. Ward is placed down here though, so they are going to know exactly where this Gwen started. And one thing to know, and this is typical with the Gwen jungle, she does have that ghost, so she's going to be flying into lanes when she's looking for a gank. Fight is happening in the top lane though, just a bit of a skirmish.
And funny thing is that both junglers are pathing top lane, but Kane will just have that advantage because even though Gwen does have that ghost, Gwen itself has no CC, so she will kind of be gravitating towards lanes that do have a bit more CC. I think she might want to look to gank Ahri in these early stages, maybe Luden's with like just pre-6, maybe look to put some pressure there. But aside from that, it will just be...
Okay, and it looks like a CC lock comes down on the big A. Lulu falling low. A lot of summoners being blown. They do manage to pick up the kill, though, but it looks like Hal, Captain, and Mill are going to fall as well. It might be a... or possibly a 1 for 2. Yep, and I think the Lux is going to pick that one up. There we go. So Lux picks up both of those kills, which, you know what, probably isn't a bad thing into a squishy lane. She can definitely just start to blow up both of them in the early game before they start to get a little bit tankier. Another fight happening in the top lane. Just another skirmish. I don't think either of these top laners are really at risk of dying anytime soon. Kane is moving up, but he's going to get spotted on a ward.
No, they both have so much sustain that it just doesn't even matter. Mordekaiser W is so broke. I hate that champion. It's Mordekaiser, Ilaoi, and like Tahm Kench. It's just dodgeball. If you don't win the dodgeball, you just lose. And like sometimes that is just pure luck because they will throw the most crazy skill shots, but it'll be like, why would you ever fire it out that way? But you just lose it because you get hit by two.
All right, so despite the ward, Kane is here. He's gonna try and push the Kane away. Pops the W a little bit early, in my opinion. Gonna have to flash up, but I think he still falls. Double flash comes out and a kill drops over to Mundo, but Mundo does fall. So that's a 1-for-1 in the top lane.
1-for-1 trade, not the best, especially because NX can just TP back up top lane here. It's not going to miss that much. 1-for-1 trade, very worth it for NX there. Aona does get some passive drops, which is good, but kill does not get picked up for him. Tempo is going to be a little bit in JEC's favor right now.
I'm going to be honest, I'm surprised at seeing this Vandal Glass picked up for the Lux. Damage coming down onto Lulu, though, again, getting caught pretty badly. Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Vandal Glass. I honestly was just expecting when she picked up the 2 kills just to come back with some straight-up AP. Maybe be a little bit of a bully in this lane, and I think that might have worked out in their favor, but that's okay. They're still winning that lane pretty hard. I think bot lane's going to be the interesting one here. Jhin is falling behind on CS, though.
I've also just noticed that Red Team here is actually solo AD Jhin, which is not very good because if CRMOI or Aona just builds a bit of MR and focuses and tunnels on that Jhin.
Oh, Jhin stepping a little bit too far forward. He should have been able to see that the Kane was coming a little bit earlier. And Maximum Max just needs to back up there. I think he stayed a little bit too long. There was no shot he was saving that Jhin. And they both fall for it, unfortunately. Shut down going over to Kane.
Beautiful Kane W there. Make sure they slowed down Maximum Max as well. Flash is not enough to save him. Yeah, I was saying, if they can focus down on Hall here, because he is solo AD and Gwen Mordekaiser, blah, blah, Gwen has less true damage now. That's what I was saying before. She did get nerfed once, and she got nerfed again. Twice in a row. I don't think the champion is really that good anymore because she does 50% true damage with the Q, and she has like a slow... I think one of the biggest changes to her was that her ult is not spammable anymore. So you can't just one-shot a team fight, you actually have to play it completely differently to how you would originally, and I feel like that's cut a lot of her kill pressure. So especially because of that and your solo AD Jhin, it's going to be harder for you to win team fights if Jhin ever gets picked out. Yeah,
that's a solid point, and you know, it's quite an interesting one as well, picking that much AD into Mundo. Mundo was the very first pick here. Sorry, picking that much AP into Mundo. Mundo's quite a magic resist based tank. I mean, he wants to build that Spirit Visage to get the extra healing off. He benefits from just going straight magic resist at that point if he can, and not needing to split his defenses. And he's going to be quite a front line as well, based on what you've just pointed out there with the majority AP.
It's like a 3-man coming top here.
Does look to be Mordekaiser gonna pull Mundo into the realm, but now he's gonna be on top of 3 people. Can he pick up the Mundo in time? No, he turns the fight as well. I think the better bet would have been just to take out the Mundo, but I guess they leave that one for Gwen, who still hasn't managed to pick it up. I think that was a very, very big misplay by them, and for that they're gonna trade it 1 for 2.
Yep. See, again, that's one of the situations where it's like, ooh, can you hit the Q? Ooh, I hate that. It's just, it's like, where is he gonna land the Q? I mean, sure, it's like skill, but it feels more like a guessing game, and you trade 300 gold for guessing right or guessing wrong.
Yeah, I can agree. I just think I could be wrong in saying that, but it almost looked like his goal was to change targets when he came out of the realm. Mundo though was probably 1 Q away from death. And so
yeah, no, that's very true. Actually, he did kind of launch it the opposite way. I wonder if he was trying to. That would have been very weird though, because there's no way that he actually could have turned that into a fight.
Yeah, definitely not.
But maybe just a bit of a miscommunication or a misclick, who knows?
Yeah, very much could be a misclick. Maybe we're overanalyzing it. It is still only a plat game to think.
That's good.
And okay, Samo tanks one more shot than he probably needed to there. He's going to get the... Oh no, he doesn't get the proc!
Ooh.
And he takes a lot of damage too. It could be. Kane's very close by. Now, thing to note, 7 minutes 40 in. Kane already has form. Rast looking ready to prowl here. Gonna pick up Samo. Gets the kill. And he's 3-0-3. Gank coming out in the bot lane though. Looks like Gwen attempting to make a bit of a play. Shutdown comes out onto the Zeri, and they should be able to pick that up too. That's Lux with 3 kills. No kills going over this Jhin, who, as we mentioned, is their only AD threat.
Takes the whole wave as well. Doesn't really care. This is all mine. Bit mad that Maximum Max took that kill with the E. Decides to take the entire wave as payment. Judgment has been delivered.
Okay,
Oh, it has
Samo
gone, yeah.
looking mid. He needs one more auto
Big
attack
kill.
and can probably get the combo. Oh no, but the passive wears off.
Just ult. Yes.
Still gets the kill.
Yes.
Oh my god.
So,
No, just a turn of events there. Definitely caught me off guard, but still managed to pick up the kill.
yeah, Sejuani does such a surprising amount of damage with his passive there. Even if you're half health, it's just like, oh, I'm safe. It's a tank, and it just one-shots you. It's so crazy. But yeah, it's the pocket pick. I wonder if he actually timed the Ahri ult, or he just kind of was... Maybe that's why he was hesitant to throw the ult, because he wasn't sure if Ahri had ult or not, but considering that he held it for that long... Wow, top lane gank?
Yeah, so Samo coming in the top lane. Kane close behind them, even if they pick up this kill, and unfortunately, it looks like they're going to get the flash too somehow. But I think Kane has more than enough utility to win this. No, he definitely does, but it was a bit of a misplay. Could still come out and win this one. There we go, and I think he wins this fight. Depending on... Oh, the W comes up in time, and the shutdown's going to go over to Mordekaiser. There we go.
Wow, I was going to say, that was an incredible W buffer there. Even though he did get pulled in by the Mordekaiser, he was still able to get the W off, get the knock-up, double knock-up there. Unfortunately, he got clapped down by the Mordekaiser Q again, and falls down.
Ahri looking for a
Definitely not
play
worth.
here, though. She does have ulti available. But her team's playing a little bit too far forward. Wow, Lux just goes a little bit over-ambitious, though. And that's going to give Zeri the kill. They're going to still keep going onto the Jhin. Ahri might be able to pick this one up, or she may potentially... No! And Zeri's going to die to tower. Jhin lives on about 2 health. Flashes forward. That was an interesting one. Ahri also flashes. There's no way Jhin almost gets that kill, and Ahri almost dies to tower. What a turn of events.
A little bit sloppy. Works out in the end.
Another fight happening in the top lane, and Mordekaiser opts to ult the Mundo instead of letting the Gwen, who has popped her ulti, assist in that one. And so, unfortunately, it doesn't matter for Mundo. He still dies.
JC picks up quite a lot of kills, though, but to be honest, if any of these kills were to go on anyone, I think Gwen would be the best champion. Even though she does do 50% true damage, it is still true damage. So JEC getting fed here is good. It's good. Is she keeping up with Aona, though? So far... Oh, here we go. We'll find out.
Well, no, we won't. We'll look bot lane instead, where Lux picks up a kill. Looking to transition to the mid here, and it's a bit of a skirmish. Remember, Kane is quite strong here. They may be still overextending. He does heal up. He does almost have his ulti. I think he played a little bit too far forward without it, and now it's up. If they just delayed that fight another 2 seconds, that would have been a win for them.
JC is a little bit trigger hacky with his W's here. I feel like if she used her W's in a more creative or streamlined
Lux
way, I feel
is
like we can make
here.
this better.
Jhin picks up the kill onto Zeri. Kane looking for a kill, but he's going to end up dying for it. I don't think that's the kind of play you want to make after that, and he still dies anyway. Doesn't even get the kill.
Wow. Well, I guess that answers my question. I think Aona has now officially fallen off tempo to kind of greedy plays for kills, a bit overestimating his champion's abilities, and falls back behind.
Yeah, Dragon looks like it's going to be pretty reliably picked up here as well.
Realistically speaking, if you're Kane and you get your form at 7 minutes with
Oh!
Drinker, you would feel pretty powerful. I think it's maybe just a little over-ambitious in some of these fights.
Yeah, now one word or one observation I like to make and point out a lot when I'm casting is... Oh, okay, almost a lot of damage down, but Ahri managed to dodge. The word is discipline. And I find that if a team has discipline, and I'm talking more so for your Diamond Plus, I'm talking, and there's a team that I usually point out when I say this, and it's usually Avalanche. They have a lot of discipline. They're not trigger happy. They can wait for that right moment. Even if they get ahead, they just keep looking for the right moment, and they pull the trigger when they need to. And I think not being able to determine when that is, and being a little bit trigger happy, can just lose you a game.
Yeah. And that's the kind of struggle we're seeing here. It was kind of up to Aona.
Okay, and again, he's invading here. He does have his mid lane, but I don't think they have enough damage to get this Sedge down. Bot lane's looking to rotate. Lux is now in the middle of 3 people, and she's barely lost any health. You also have Gwen in the back line, picks up Luden, now looking to come back in. A lot of members getting very low from Team 1. Team 2 picks up another kill. Zeri is just firing away, and she manages to fail that one there. She's going to fall down to JC. 5-1 on this Gwen, and he's definitely got more tempo now coming out than this Kane does. So, bit of a turn of events there, but it looks like Team 2 is definitely pulling this one back together.
Maximum Max with that sick binding. I'm feeling quite rigid after seeing that one. It was 2-man into the E, into the ult, bursts both of them down, denies any possibility for a turn of the fight, and takes a clean fight. As well as back to the disciplining thing, in a situation like that, where you really don't have too much vision, knowing that you're invading the enemy jungler, knowing that both Harl and Maximum Max can rotate faster than Neversky and Big A can, it's quite a deep fight to take. Luckily, he doesn't get punished for it. He gets to get away, but Neversky and Big A, as well as Ludens, take the L for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's... I mean, they had a lead. They're now sitting 4k behind, so that shows you how quickly it can turn when you just kind of pull the trigger when you shouldn't. We've seen Kane die twice to fights he definitely shouldn't have. Had a bit of a invade that probably wasn't necessary, and a couple more members fell, and that's just all it takes, really, for a team to get ahead. And now we see Team 2, every single member of their team looking quite strong at this point.
So what I actually would have liked to see have happened is, since Iona had such a big lead with the 7-minute stacks plus the form, I feel like...
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah, it does get popped. It wasn't really... I wasn't expecting that one. And the flash comes forward from the Lux. I don't think Jin's within range, though, and they're just going to turn on the Zeri. Probably has the opportunity to change targets if he wanted to, but he is just playing a little bit further back. I think that might be the misplay there. Lulu going to pop ulti on herself. Jin potentially falls here now.
Wow.
Yeah.
That movement from Big A. I was about to say that Maximum... Oh, okay, never mind.
Now there's a fight breaking out here as well. Looks like Mundo's going to fall down to JC. JC doing a lot of damage now. 6-1. Quite scary. Charm coming out onto NX. I don't think that's really a problem for him.
I was going to say, how sexy was that play from Maximum Max flashing in? But unlucky for him, Big A has the movement. He flashed in with the ult, double knock up into Zeri, cleaning up the double kill here. I was also... so what I was trying to originally tell was that Iona should have tried to take that tempo in and make... with both Lux and Jin as a champion, they don't have any escapes. And if they did repeated 3-4-man dives on bot lane and made sure this Zeri got ahead, because realistically, the win condition for Blue Team is Zeri. It's not going to be the Kane, it's not going to be the Ahri, it's going to be the Zeri. Little skirmish? Nothing too major.
No, well, maybe. No, Ahri going to use her ulti to get out, and Mundo's close by. Ahri actually probably going to look to go back in. I do think they managed to pick up the Sedge. Oh my god! Ludens might still fall with Ignite, and he does! Wow. What a trade there.
The Johnny's broken. Yeah, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to pick up those kills. He goes for some risky plays, and here's how the tempo falls. Because Zeri is interesting as a champion, where her win rate is really bad. But I think the reason why is because her champion is a little bit... Oh no.
Another skirmish back and forth. Jin's gonna get collapsed on by 3 people, though. And there's definitely no chance that he gets out here. Doesn't even get to pick up the kill. Lulu there to shield her ADC. And that's 2 bad plays coming out, or unfortunate plays coming out bot lane. That's going to really put this Jin behind, where he had a bit of an advantage himself.
Yeah, it really starts to look like we're not even playing League anymore, you know? It feels a little bit like basketball with the amount of times people are just throwing this game back and forth. Originally, I thought it was completely in Red Team's favor if they were going to get JC that fed, but now Zeri picks up 4 kills in a row.
Yep, and really the Dragon to capitalize on top of that one. Now, look, Samo's still quite strong, JC's still quite strong. The problem is like we mentioned, if this Jin doesn't become an absolute threat, they're really just a full of magic damage.
We can already see Zeri's built the ninja tabbies. I don't think Aoni... I mean... Oh, wait, what? Hold on. I meant to say it the other way. So Iona had the Merc Treads, which is really good. I don't know why Neversky has ninja tabbies, though. I definitely don't think it's the way to go.
No, definitely not.
I don't understand what kind of damage it would be blocking, because... I mean, it's not exactly like Jin's going to be auto-attacking you to death. maybe he'll fourth shot you, but I mean, I don't. I don't know. I definitely personally, if I was in Nevrovsky's position, I would not have built Ninja Tabbies. I don't think that's the way to go. I don't think there is any AD threat big enough for you to to justify building plated steel caps over Merctrans into Lux, Sejuani, Gwen, and Mordekaiser.
I fully agree with you there.
But I mean, maybe he saw something we didn't.
I don't think he has. I gotta be honest with you, I don't think he has. Maybe he thinks it's gonna help against the Gwen with the autos. Maybe he thinks, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but I don't see it.
Yeah, because the thing is, even Gwen's like E auto damage, most of it comes from his passive. Same with Mordekaiser, most of it comes from his passive too, and abilities. And Sejuani doesn't.
Iona
really
again looking for an invade where he's gonna get caught out. Probably again. No, his team is close by though. They actually get the wombo there. Shutdown comes down onto Gwen. Samo's on his own. Gonna fall as well. I think Jin needs to back away because he's gonna get popped too. And there we go. Exactly right. He does. Charm was still going out. Manages to Gale Force away. And Flash comes out from Big A to pick that one up. And this game is turning. We're only 200 gold out. And I mean, double dragons for Team 1. I'd say it's pretty even at this point.
Wow. He just claps him. That wasn't even fair. Anax was full HP.
Maximum Max looks like he's going to fall here as well. And one of those situations where maybe you should have just left after that clown fest happened in the jungle.
Hey, that was those situations where this time Iona did go for the aggressive invade, but fortunately for him, Nevrovsky and Ludens and Big A, they were all around behind him soon to follow. So it's not like the same anymore because the tier 1 tower has been destroyed. He knows that his team can be close to around him. I think Ludens is in trouble here.
Okay, Ludens and Big A may potentially be in trouble. Jin W misses. Flash coming out from Ludens does not have the ulti available, so Samo could continue to look. Ultis for both champs are going to come up soon. It looks like Samo is just solo winning this 1v2.
They just don't do any damage.
It's funny to see. I mean, Samo's gone almost entirely armor, which you do expect to see on a Sejuani, but this is a bit of an overextend. The team just hasn't bothered to rotate. Aeona's come past, and Luden picks up the kill, and that was a really, really greedy play.
I definitely think, even in the aspect of like, okay, if you do kill them, like realistically, what are you going to get? 300 gold. It doesn't, like, it's such a high risk, low reward play. It doesn't really matter because you're going to kill, you're tunnel visioning on the Lulu, and it doesn't matter if Lulu dies. Maybe if you do manage to kill Ludens, it could matter, but like, you're not going to 100-0 the Ludens. So, in obviously in retrospect, which is unfair, that's just not a very disciplined play.
Yeah, definitely a way to look at it. And, you know, Mundo just clearing out the top here.
I love that skin
I do want to say, and I have a serious problem with this. I understand that there's healing, but I really don't think the play for you, Mundo, was to grab a Bramble Vest.
Oh.
White is breaking out, though. Jin getting his shots down, but it's not seeming to do much damage. Fourth shot does land, but he's got to worry about Iona. JC maybe accidentally places the Herald there when he's looking to place a ward. Who knows what that was all about? But that's going to end in the death of 2 members from Team 2 and looking like it's going to be a third. And Axe stuck between 4 people now. And I don't think he's going to get out either. Does pop the ulti just to kind of set it as a 1v1, but he couldn't have picked a worse target. No, he couldn't have picked a better target as he picks up the shutdown. In that scenario there, he's going to fall, but at least he got a shutdown on his way out.
Back to the healing reduction. I think after the nerfs of healing reduction, that both Bramble Vest and Avarice Blade, not Avarice Blade, what's the other one? Healing reduction sword.
God damn it. Yeah, that one, yep.
Yeah, I think they're both poo-poo items now. They do so little because it's 800 gold. The stats are okay, but 25% actually just doesn't do anything, in my opinion. Especially into... I can understand there is a bit of healing with Mordekaiser and Gwen. I don't think it's big enough to warrant spending 800 gold, or rather when you could have been 800 gold closer to Spirit Usage.
Now, Fight's definitely about to break out. TP comes down for Samo. He is close by. TP also coming out for the Mundo there. CRMY gonna get blown up. Does have ulti, but no, he doesn't have ulti, and that's going to let him fall there. Iona going to pick up a kill into the Jin, but it looks like he is also going to fall. We're now in a 3v3 situation. JC does get polymorph, which is going to stop him. Zonya's coming out at the last second, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. It doesn't look like it. Maximum Max and NX still here to look. They are both quite strong in their own right, but if they can't get on Novolsky, then they're just going to get blown up. Loon's on the sideline too, and there we go. That's an ace for Team 1.
And that's what I was saying. It doesn't really matter how fed the JEC gets, just gets polymorphed. Navrosky can't just play the extended fight out, kite out for a little bit, get enough stacks on the ultimate, and let's just turn the tide of the fight. I think that was a beautiful engage from Iona. W went a little wide, but it was still good enough to one-shot, I believe, Hall there. And there you go. It's 4 AP champions. Mundo has a completed Spirit Visage. Even Kane's building some MR. What are they supposed? They just don't do any more damage once the Jin gets caught. And it's very easy for Iona to dive on that Hall there. Straight for the Baron here. Okay. Fair enough if they knew that NX didn't have TP. This is a good play. But if they did, like if they somehow, like if NX had TP or Samer had TP, this would be a huge throw. But they're lucky that they didn't.
Yeah, and looks like Max gonna have to flash out after he lands that Q. Does have 2 members coming in tail. He's still gonna fall. A lot of mobility coming out from that Kane, running straight through the wall, right into your face. Looks like this is gonna be a 2v2 under the tower. Jin coming close by. Mordekaiser gonna pop the ulti. Aona's falling very low, but does manage to look like he's gonna get out. And Jin's firing the complete wrong direction. Does get a fair amount of damage down on CRMY. Lulu ulti gonna be popped there. Oh, and the 4th shot just blows up Aona. They can turn this fight pretty heavily now. There we go. Ludens, though, looking to just one-shot Jin there.
Oh my god.
Exactly what he does.
See, that's one of those situations where if you didn't kill the Jin... Oh, no. Shield bow, though. Prox saves him? No, it doesn't do it.
And now there's no way for Samer. Never mind, he gets the Q forward and gets the kill.
Wow. Really smooth. Yeah, well, I was going to say, the team fights can be very hard to play if Jin is alive. So they kind of need a tunnel vision on Hal there. Once they can take him out, then they can fully engage in that team fight. Before that, it does become a bit of a struggle because they have to watch out for that 4th shot. They do, in fact, have no armor, especially the frontliners, so they can just get blown up. So they have to really make sure they kill Hal first. Fun 1v1 from Hall there. That's from Samo and Navrosky. It's still one of those situations where it's... Sejuani is just so strong. Even though he dodged the W at the end there, he got the Q back, he got the Grasp proc, was just enough damage to whittle away at Navrosky. Gets the shutdown, 600 gold. I don't know if it's going to make the difference, but it's definitely a huge shutdown for Samo.
Yeah, it was still a shutdown nonetheless, and it's still gold in the pocket of Team 2. This is a very back and forth game. I liked earlier how you compared it to basketball, where you're just going back and forth up the court. And it looks like Jin this time going to be... No, not going to be caught out. This is going to give him opportunity to slays down some of that damage. Somehow misses the ulti straight between 2 people. Threads the needle right through them. And then they're going to let Mundo get away. This is a situation to behold.
I think he's going to die to the turret there. I was going to say, Maximum Max has been a bit of a star player in these games with those bindings. Looking for the engage.
Yep, and Samo gets the engage onto Mr. Robs. You're going to have to get out. I don't think anything's going to come here, but... Lux could get caught here. Oh, there goes half her health.
Gosh.
How does she enjoy basically being Lux ulted to her face?
Yeah, and what is the cooldown again? Like 10 seconds?
Oh, something short. It's not very long, I know that.
I hate that. She has her IE. Makes sense, but... As soon as she gets her IE, as soon as Zeri gets her IE, W is just literally like a ranged Jace Q. Just like you just get blown up for no reason. And it's so fast as well. And it's so fat. Just gets in you. It's so lame. But I don't know. Zeri's pretty high skilled champion, to be honest. But now that Zeri has gotten to that 3-item power spike, it's what I was saying before. It really puts them in the driver's seat. They have that Zeri. They have that protection with Iona and CRMMY. They can just peel for the Zeri. Extend the fight long enough for Zeri to get those stacks up and just take the fight from there. It's really going to It's sort of like that. They have Zeri as a win condition, or they could one shot the Jin. And for blue red team here, as the Dragon Fight is coming, just gonna make a prediction. They will have to try and tunnel down on Navroski, which will be very hard. Or they can, they just have to kill Navroski. If they can kill Navroski, I think they win the team fight. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, and I almost want to be quiet here as we watch this unfold. Jin going to start using his ult. He does have to worry about Kane maybe looking for him, but no, Kane doesn't really have an opportunity to get in. Big fight breaking out there. Still nobody's on the Jin. Never Chan comes through, just going to get popped straight away. Aona looking to do a little bit of damage there. Luden's about to pick up maximum max. Shield comes out, so he might not fall. Luden's is sitting there trying to whittle away at both JC and... I believe we'll see mode they do fall. JC's also going to fall here, and now it's just up to Maximum Max, who probably needs to leave, and it's too late for that one.
Old Gwen would have pentakilled. Yeah, exactly like I said. They went for the Jin fight. Jin got killed, and they just didn't really have that much damage. JEC was able to slightly manage to pull that fight back, but that was only because NX made the honorable sacrifice, ulted Navroski away, peeled her back so that the Gwen could go on a little bit of a rampage. Still not quite good enough, though. I think, oh my gosh. Okay, JEC, please go home and look in a corner and reflect what you've done. Oh my lord. JEC, oh my gosh. I think I need to take an extended break from this. I'm just looking at the items now. I have seen a little bit of a force of nature from JEC pulled out against the solo AP... okay, against the sort of AP Zeri maybe, and the Ari who does true damage with a Q. I feel like if you really were that scared of MR for that, you could have just gone Merc Treads instead of the greedy option of Lucidity and gone Rabadons. Imagine if you had Rabadons. You know what you'd do? You'd Q2 plus Q, you'd Q 4-stack Q into R2 and you would one-shot the Zeri and you'd win the game. But now you can never do that, and you need to wait another 3,600 gold until you're ever a threat in team fights. Because you will do potato damage until you get Rabadons. Rabadon is such a huge spike for Gwen, and you're pissing me off. Sorry.
A little bit of a rant coming out there, no worries though. Iona in the middle of 4 people. Doesn't look like it's going to matter. He's just healing through the roof. Does get the ulti off there. Manages to pop Anax, and it's just a skirmish. Team 1 just looking like they're demolishing this. Mr. Novolsky in the back line just doing work. It looks like he's probably going to end up in the front line now as he probably jumps that wall. No, he doesn't. So he's going to fall back, and I guess they're going to maybe look for the Baron into an end.
Wow, Force of Nature blocking 171 damage that last team fight. I think that was a really solid buy. I'm sorry. But I honestly think that Rabadons, if you had Rabadons and you positioned just a little bit better, you would have 1v5 that team comp. That's the thing about Gwen, it's that you kind of have to rely on scaling and taking the right fights until you have Rabadons. You need 3 items. Once you have 3 items, and the 3 items includes Rabadons, or it's 3 items until you can sort of... So it's 2 items when you can... So 1 item is when you can 1v1, 2 items when you can force fights, 3 items when you win those fights, and then like 4 items you can force whatever you want and you will just win. Especially if that includes Rabadons. Imagine if Gwen right now had Riftmaker, Nash's, and then Zhonya's and Rabadons. If it wasn't Rabadons, it should be Rabadons. Because you have enough the gold. If you can't buy Rabadons, buy the CDR one, the other one. The someone has it in here, do they? It's called Cosmic Drive.
Yes,
but even if you don't get Cosmic Drive, I honestly would have gone Rabadon's 3rd item into this team comp. Because they don't have that much AD threat. You honestly want to kill them before they kill you. Because, as a state right now, you want as much AP as you can so you can convert that to true damage. That's the only way you win this game. Not through building more tank, because you already have 2 frontliners. Yeah,
I would have preferred to have seen just about anything. I strongly agree on the Rabadon's front, but I don't care what it was. I would have just preferred to see damage come out at the Force of Nature. I mean, you're 13-6. You're the team's carry, and you think a little bit more tankiness is going to win you a fight when you can't win them as is. It's just not going to work. The team's falling apart.
It's like
yeah, it's really not, because like
no AP champions. Like Ari does true damage.
Yeah, you are right. But anyways, there's a fight breaking out here, and JC's gonna die for it. Doesn't survive for survives for a reasonable amount, but still gonna fall here. And I think that's gonna be the end for Team 2 here. They're just gonna get ran down. Aona flashing forward. He's looking for the 2 members in their base. Gets the knock up onto one of them. Jin somehow manages to survive through all of this, but does fall now. There's another fight breaking out on the other side, but it looks like, yeah, I mean, they might pick up Big A there if they're lucky. Nope, doesn't even get to do that. And that's the game.
Yeah, I think Aona and Navrosky just got too fed. Aona can just rip and tear the back line, and Navrosky can just completely front to back do whatever he wants, because Aona is distracting the back line, and eventually he'll stack up enough ulting and do enough damage and come clean the rest of the fight up through Aona's damage. It was pretty hard for Red Team to fight this, especially with their team comp. Honestly, seems like a bit of a draft diff. I think there was a potential for them to win, but I think Navrosky just got too fed. Aona had that sort of potential to go into the back line because they don't have as much peel as Navrosky does. And some itemization choices here and there, and just ends the ending of the game.
Yeah, it was indeed. Unfortunately, Jin kind of had that one little pop-off where it looked like he might have been a threat, and then past that point did literally nothing. Proceeded to go from 5-4 to 5-11. So, unfortunate for him there. And I believe, I can't say this with absolute confidence, but I believe that was going to end off our Plat games, and we will be back with, I believe, one more game. So we're either going to be in Plat again, unfortunately, or we hopefully get into the juicy Diamond games. I don't think we're going to be able to go for too much longer tonight, but I hope everyone has enjoyed this so far. Good comment from the chat. I want to kiss Team 1 on the lips. By all means, feel free to reach out to them. I can't give you permission for that myself, but
Not that we're facilitating it.
No, not at all, not at all. Me vouch. There you go, Anna in the chat as well. Thank you guys for that game. Love to see it. Good luck in the next ones. And as I mentioned, I believe we will be looking for potentially a Diamond game coming up soon.
Cool. I'll see you guys soon.
The constant fear of what comes after, and we'll never know. It's weighing me down, got my feet on the ground. Let's hide away from the lies, and run away from this night. Let's run away.
Baby, it's whatever. All this ever, but you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your back, I disappear. But if it don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. And there's no man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away, do you? The weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away, do you? The weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man.
wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you won't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but that is okay. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been tossing the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. Man, we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best. Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat those they don't get it like.
I got a bottle of Patron and some lights off. Two red devil looking eyeballs. And I finna turn up when the night falls. If you hear a siren, then it's my fault. Jump in my whip, baby, let's ride. We ain't gonna stop at a red light. And I'ma take shots like a Tech 9. It's gonna get live. Here we go, it's about to go down. Let me know, I'ma buy another round. Get low, drop it down to the ground. Oh yeah, wow, shorty make it bounce. Mama see the put cuffs on my cardiac. Took my breath away like a heart attack. And I'ma spend every dime in my money back. Everybody wanna know. If you're ready, let me know. Let's go. If you're ready, let me know. Let me know. Let me know. If you're ready, let me know. Here we go. Let's go. I got a bottle of Grey Goose and ice cubes. Have a drink that'll put me in the right mood. 80 proof's gonna lower my IQ. And I've been the same way since high school. I look shorty right in her brown eyes. She about to take a trip to Cloud 9. I'm the man, baby, I get the crowd hype. I turn the cadence of a hook into a soundbite. Here we go, it's about to go down. Let me know, I'ma buy another round. Get low, drop it down to the ground. Oh yeah, wow, shorty make it bounce. Mama see the put cuffs on my cardiac. Took my breath away like a heart attack. And I'ma spend every dime in my money back. Everybody wanna know. Let's go. If you're ready, let me know. Let me know. Let me know. If
see you. I don't wanna hear you tonight. I don't wanna fight you. You don't wanna know if I feel alright. I don't wanna just forgive you, I just wanna be fine. I'll be waiting for a sign to light up, yeah. And your heart is out of sight. I just wanna feel mine. Hey you, I'm gonna be the one for another one. Hey you, maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I don't wanna see you, I don't wanna fear you tonight. You don't wanna know me, you just wanna make sure you're right. I'm gonna be the one for another one. Maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I'm gonna be the one for another one. I don't wanna feel you tonight. Got me. Got me. Can I hear you? Got me. Got me. Can I hear you? I don't wanna call you. I don't wanna know what you think. I'm the one you go to whenever you feel like you're about to sink. I don't wanna just forget you, but I wanna be fine. I'll be waiting for a sign to light up, yeah. And your heart is out of sight. I just wanna feel mine. Hey you, I could become the one for another one. Hey you, maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I'm gonna be the one for another one. Maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I'm gonna be the one for another one. I don't wanna fear you tonight. Got me. Got me. Yeah, got me, got me. Can I hear you? Got me. I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna hear you tonight. I don't wanna fight you. You don't wanna know if I feel alright. But I'm just getting started. My eyes on the target. Nah, nah. You're the battles won, still kingdom come. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty.
Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. And I end up alone, I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Ain't got no place to call my own. Feels like I'm better off alone. So sad inside and hopeless. These Hollywood hoes never notice. Can't get back on. Girl, I miss you. Can't get back on. Girl, I miss you. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. And I end up alone, I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. How'd I end up alone? I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. How'd I end up alone? I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you're Hollywood perfect. Perfect.
the game over? I want your devotion, all your emotions in my hand. I want your obsession, every affection, full command. And if you define me, you won't survive me, you'll be there. 'Cause I am the giant, I am the diamond, not a man. Have you ever played with a queen? I can show you what I mean. I can make you feel free. I got you in the Can you meet me on my level? Oh baby, is your reign over? Can you battle with the devil? Oh baby, is the game over? Have you ever played with a queen? Not till you met me.
You sure do like to share your opinions, talking big like somebody's listening. Nobody's listening. It's so fun and games until it doesn't toss me out. I'll hit the ignition. Now you listen. Hop up in the window. Smaller and smaller you fade out. Hop up in the window. Yeah.
You cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. You cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, hey, watch me levitate.
Try to paint me like a no-name. So sorry, but we're not the same. No, we're not the same. Boo-hoo, poor you. Please forgive me, 'cause I don't feel any pity. I'm fed up with lies. You wanted my demise. Now you're watching me rise, rise, rise. Up in the window. Smaller and smaller you fade out. Up in the window. Yeah.
You cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. You cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch
levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate, levitate. Watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate.
Watch me levitate. You can't kill my vibe, no, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. You can't kill my vibe, no, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, hey, watch me levitate.
It's so hard to open my eyes. I'm blind to the light from the sky. I'm dealing with things I can't write. And all of you know it's been no easy road. But I keep working harder, going harder just to prove something. Burning out, I can't do shit for weeks. Guess I proved nothing. Everybody wants my work for free. I know you have the money, things are looking different. I'm not putting up with you, not anymore. And I know you think you still can take advantage, and you always took my humbleness for granted. But I know my worth, you can't take that away from me. And I know you think you still can take advantage, but it hasn't worked out like you fucking planned it. 'Cause I know my worth, you can't take that away from me. Lost myself, now I'm fully disguised. My heart got bruised up, so I put it on ice. Been told that I wouldn't make it in this life, but now all of you see there's so much room for me. And I know you think I still can take advantage, and you always took my humbleness for granted. But I know my worth, you can't take that away from me. And I know you think I still can take advantage, but it hasn't worked out like you fucking planned it. 'Cause I know my worth, you can't take that away from me.
You used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass, you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, we'd be laughing off it to say anything. A superhero in this. A superhero in this. You called my soul when I was falling. You moved the clouds to stop me from
in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. You can't be close. All will glass you hold. Oh, 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 when I fall too deep, leave me laughing open. Just take me, babe. Quiet's driving me insane. Silence rattles in my brain. Yeah, I gotta get away. Always waiting for the phone, so I built my towers tall, wandering through these empty halls. Break the cycle now. Walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look my fear right in the eye. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel I gotta save me from myself. This emptiness, it hurts like hell. My good intentions let me down. I keep getting in my way. My stubborn pride will dig my grave. Leaving behind with every step I take. Yeah, it's like I'm down. Walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look my fear right in the eye. I just wanna feel alive. 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 What do spirits say? What do spirits say in the darker days? What do spirits say? When the mist is over gone, there's something inside the water. Don't know where they're coming from. They are free to roam above the sea, and their story stays with me like a haunting melody. What do spirits say? What do spirits say in the darker days? What do spirits say? Oh darling, if I had bought you flowers, would you still be here by my side? Yeah, I thought this moment could be ours, while I'm walking lonely through the night. You can break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart. You should fucking stay with him. You should fucking stay with him. Darling, if I had bought you flowers, what if you stayed at home the night? Yeah, I've been lonely counting hours, while I'm getting blinded by the light. You can break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart. You should fucking stay with him. You should fucking stay with him. Break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart.
slipping away, and you think back to a time that you were lost. Thoughts disorganized, can't seem to dry your eyes, and chaos is collapsing from your mind. And you say that you're fine, but now you're out of time. Out of time. You're out of time. You're out of time. And now you're out of time.
You don't know what goes on behind these eyes. You don't know the loneliness hidden inside. You don't know I wanna eat you up alive. Come and get to know me, my type of wild. I'm the kind that spins you and hangs you dry. Well, I'm already on to another side. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. Your love. Cause it's true, no, everything they say about me, I'll suck you, no, my center of gravity. Cause it's true, no, everything they say about me, I'll love you like a supernova, burned into you like a shooting star. Always craving for you to come to me, though this way of life, no, it ain't healthy, but ain't no other way, it's just what I need. I want all your soul, I want your body. I'm the type that licks her plate clean. Don't wanna let go, wanna you can eat. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby,
Let me.
Shall I turn in my badge and
All right. No, you're not on cam for this, anyways. We're back, and everyone heard that one. So hello to you guys, just getting everything sorted. Finally here.
Hello.
All right. So we did unfortunately go into a pro draft, so this is gonna be a quick pick and ban phase. Yep.
Yep, they're not just speed demon brainiacs. I'll give you some spoilers. Actually, I can't. Wow, first pick GP, very ballsy. I wonder what they're gonna counter pick. Wow, the Shyvana counter pick. Oh my god. Okay. We do already know the draft. We will not give spoilers. They will come out slowly. Have patience. So Cletus, I know, is a very comfortable person on the gameplay. I've never actually seen him play it properly in a team, so I'm excited to see that. I also know a great name is a Shyvana player too. So they're both kind of on their like one-trick main champions. So that's gonna be like, I think, the highlight of this match. Jarvan, I like. Good high tempo, good ganks, good in this current meta. Good lockdown. You didn't like the Lilia that much, did you?
No, it wasn't that I didn't like it. We're just talking about how they have orthodox picks for the most part for a high-elo game, and the Lilia kind of stands out a little bit more. You do see it from time to time, but it's more of like one of those pocket picks or more of those situational picks, more so than a forefront pick in a sense.
Yeah. I'd agree with that. I think Lilia is very strong. I do actually wonder why I don't see it in high-elo more often. I think that champion's really strong. But, yeah, well. Yep, and a little snip pick from the pro draft is they did in fact first pick Zeri. No, they first picked Jarvan into a Zeri Lilia, which makes a lot of sense. I think first picking either jungle or AD is quite safe, and in this case, both of them were that. And then they transitioned straight into the Lucian Nami. Lucian Nami very dominant. I'm expecting Lucian Nami to just completely wipe the floor with Zeri here. It's kind of like a time-gated matchup, in my opinion. I don't play bot lane that much, but I do know that Lucian has to get an advantage on Zeri in the laning phase, otherwise he just gets completely outranged later on.
Yeah, for the most part. That's typically how it goes. With Lucian Nami, even no matter what matchup you're in, really, you want that tempo. If you don't get it, you are going to fall behind. You can pick up some cheeky kills a little bit later with your high damage, but you don't really provide as much as a Zeri will. So definitely the early game is going to be the shine there for Nami and Lucian in the bot lane.
Now, you did say that you didn't really think Zed is super good into Orianna. I guess that will just be a skill matchup because Orianna can either blow his shockwave, not position his ball correctly and get one shot by the Zed, or Zed can wipe the floor in the matchup.
Yeah, it does definitely depend, and it'll be interesting to see because we are now finally at that level of play where those minor mistakes do matter a lot. They're going to capitalize on everything they can. Coming out from both sides here, and it'll be interesting to see with that for sure. I think Focus here, although their mid might be an interesting matchup, Focus is going to be on the bot lane and the top lane. Top lane is both playing very comfortable champions, and the bot lane, it's going to really just how that pans out probably is going to control the tempo of this entire game.
I think Lilia won't really look to go top lane as much unless Cletus really extends, because Shyvana doesn't have a lot of CC. Maybe after 6 they can look on Cletus for some dives. I think during the early phase he might want to look to path down bot and save ZKW and Kezarth from getting ganked by D3L. I think that's the current biggest threat. I think if they were to able to do a 4-wave crash into a 3-minute 30 dive, I think that could be detrimental to ZKW. So we'll see if they set it up that way. Maybe they won't. Well, maybe D3L will actually look for top lane gank because Cletus does have the slow with the barrel, or he'll just look mid lane. Who knows? But what I can see, I think D3L will have an advantage pathing bot, and I think Happy has to respond to that as well.
Yeah, more than likely. I think I could be wrong here. I could be throwing one of my own players on the bus, but I think we can refer to him as Del, D3L, Del, DEL. So we'll run for that for now. Maybe a little bit easier to roll off the tongue, but I do agree. I do like the Jarvan and Orianna pick up together. Can be pretty big in team fights a little bit later. So
definitely. I think Blue side here has the Wombo combo in the team fights. If they land that Jarvan ult with the Orianna ult and the Gangplank lands a sick barrel, I think that's it. That'll wipe the floor. But I think if they can't land something like that, Lilia can drag out the fight with the sleep. They can do the 5-man sleep. Zeri can get that stack up, and they have this beefy front line with Shyvana here, and they can drag out the fight for long enough to where they can just chase them down with that Shyvana ghost, with the Zeri ghost, and movement speed to clean the floor.
Yeah, definitely is the case for the most part. I'd say that's how we're going to expect this to play out. All 3 lanes are actually quite interesting to me, though. It can really go any way, either lane. I don't think there's a clear... Actually, I disagree. Sorry, I correct myself. Bot lane, obviously, we know the Lucian should have the early game. But outside of that, I feel like this game can really go either way. We've been watching so many lower elo games today that, you kind of get surprised. But I think this is one of those games where, it's still open for surprises. Anything can happen here.
Yep, and as well as how these matchups are a teeny bit more volatile, which I really, really like. I think... In general, though, I'm expecting for Cletus to have strong side, and same with Ace. For at least in the early stages of the game, all lanes should have priority on the blue team, which might have a little bit of a transition once they hit level 6.
Yeah, most definitely. Now we're going to transition into our intermission while we wait for the game to get underway, and we'll be back with you guys shortly.
And a warning scribbled on my wall saying that you better turn around. Wouldn't be the first to try to burn me down. Your move, you do. Would you love me at my worst? Till the coffins in the dirt try to break me like a curse. You know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd. I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted I'm a haunted house. A haunted house. If you're just get out. A haunted I'm a haunted house. Could you love a haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted I'm a haunted house.
30 seconds until...
Okay, we're back, and we've ran straight into a pause. And there we go. So what I'm actually going to get you to do here, because there's a small problem with spectating, I'm going to get you to get to 48 seconds and pause.
48 seconds and pause, done.
Yep, pause. We're going to pause at 48. Just for everyone watching here, just to let you know what happens. When you pause while you're spectating, or when there's a pause while you're spectating, it causes stutter due to the way that it buffers and the way that it loads up the game. We're going to pause for about 15-20 seconds. We're going to let that kink out, and hopefully we don't get any problems. Now,
Cool.
I do want to mention, hi, Draz, if you can see this from Eid in chat. Interesting. Love to see it. I can see that, Eid. Hello to you. And we'll get off in a couple of seconds here. Are you ready to continue?
Yep.
All right, we'll go 3, 2, 1, go.
49, 50, 51, 52.
Yeah, looks
Yeah.
good.
Now
Awesome.
that E typed in the chat, we got high expectation. We've got your eyes on you.
Eyes are on you now, Eid. We'll have to wait and see. But it will be a very interesting game.
Can we flame?
Finally, can we flame? I mean, we can flame. You can flame.
Yeah, no.
everything.
Every single no. If the if the camera ever pans to eat and he drops a minion, we're gonna say -1.
Do have a 4
That's the way
stack
to do
coming
it.
out. It's nothing crazy in this starting up here. And just to address a comment in the chat before we get into the game, well timed right when LCK Finals is on. We've been live for 6 hours and 21 minutes. Unfortunately, I don't have control over the game times. I really don't. I wish I did. But we've seen Invade actually coming out. 4-man Invade. So they're going to pick up the blue, it looks like.
Yep. Late invade going off.
And I think that's the
Doesn't seem
first
to have
invade of the
split.
day, no? Or like level 1 invade?
Well, there was a couple of attempted invades that went a little bit suspiciously, but I believe that is the first successful invade.
Yeah, and it's going well. It's looking
Wow.
like he'll pick up. Wow, okay, didn't even notice that. I was looking at the map there. A lot of damage dropping down onto Keza the Great. Gage comes out mid lane from the Zed, who picks up level 2 first. But Nami mostly just going to look to heal. Oh, sorry, no, my bad. It's the Lulu that got low, so Lulu just going to slowly heal up with potions.
And as we said, it's really going to be it's really going to be based on Eden Overlast's performance here to try take advantage of that Lucian Nami pick. Bit of a gank coming mid. Nice position.
Potentially, Ice out of position, does flash away, but an engage happening down on bot lane. Keza the Great getting quite low. Del also here, Ignite's ticking. Heal does get popped. Flash as well coming through from the Flag and Drag, and First Blood goes over to Eid.
Hey, this is exactly how I said I'd like the game would play out. You know, Happy doesn't. Starts top side, is gonna pot down bot to try and protect ZKW. Doesn't get, to try and protect the bot lane. Doesn't get there in time. Is able to trade the top side though. So it's not the worst, but So and D3L or Dell, you said Dell Gaming is able to go down, get that pick up, snowball that snowball that Lucian Nami combo, which is already strong into the early game. And yeah, I think this game should just be in Eid's hand for now.
Okay,
Oh my
Eid flashing
gosh.
forward on ZKW. Flash is going to get popped. Does still pick up the kill. They're looking for Keza the Great as well. Probably going to back up there. Don't want to get hit by that tower, but that's going to be 2 kills down onto Eid in the bot lane now.
Wow,
And
he just looks so comfortable.
he does look very comfortable and a little bit more impressive coming out from him in comparison to, we did see him in a plat game earlier today where he had to fill in a slot, but he's looking a lot more comfortable now. I think he had a warm-up game as well with his team, and he's pretty confident.
Not only did he take 2 kills there, he also denied ZKW from pretty much 2 waves there. As we can see, the low minions were quite low. There was quite a lot of them as well. 2 waves were denied from the turret. So not only did he get those 2 kills, he also got a significant XP lead from denying those 2 waves. So all in all, ZKW is probably holding his 2 hands up. Maybe his head is down in his hands. He's feeling not so good anymore. Maybe he wants to go eat from some dinner. Maybe he doesn't want to play the game anymore.
We are only 4 minutes in, so he's going to have to deal with it. Engage coming out from Zed. A little bit of a trade back and forth. Ice getting a little bit more damage off, though, as he leaves. And I'd say it's a pretty even trade, but Ice does have more health at the moment.
Yep.
So-
And hey, as I predicted as well.
Odell here as well. Zed might be caught. No,
just
they're going to back away. They don't want to take the risk. 2 Envy still quite low there, and Nami roaming up. I think it's just going to be a kind of a reset there. Eid happily grabbing these minions. Cletus happily farming in the top lane. A little bit behind, but he does have a half a wave there still waiting for him. And Eid's just going to solo engage onto the Zeri.
Oh my
Just showing how confident he is on this pick. A little bit of an invade coming out there. Keza the Great falling quite low from Dell and Nami there. Overblast, Calm looking great in there. And that's another kill going to be picked up for them. Eid just dashing forward again. He knows the limits of his champ, and he's going to get a kill. There we go. So that's 3 kills down onto Eid now.
Are you allowed to FF in these kinds of games? That's a joke. That's a very big. Anyways, back onto the game. So this is kind of how I expected the game to go. Dell pass down bot, gets the lead for Eid. Eid shows so much confidence playing that Lucian. Is able to capitalize on that. Is able to just take down ZKW. He missed that wave. He's XP down, item down.
Well, Lilia coming in top. Cletus has done a lot of damage though, and Lilia does miss that bowling ball. So it looks like Cletus is going to be pretty safe there. Doesn't have to blow anything. There's another engage come out on the bot lane from Dell. Eid following close behind. Doesn't have a lot of mana though. So it could be a little bit of a risk here. Two NVs coming close as well, and this could turn bad. Maybe they turn onto the Zeri. They look for the kill. Eid does get shut down though. Dell picks up the Zeri, however, and it's now a 2v2. Calm flashing over the wall. Looks like Dell's also going to fall here, unfortunately for him.
Gets the level 6 in time on as well. Unfortunately, Overboss doesn't fall. Shuriken's just missed, but still a fantastic run from 2MV to get that trade back on Eid. And luckily, ZKW gets the trade and gets the shutdown on Eid, so he's able to come back just a little bit into this lane. They look to get the dragon here. Yes! Okay, this is what I've been waiting for. They have finally, just because they got their kills, they didn't back off. They didn't, decide, okay, we got those kills, time to farm our minions again. They go for the dragon, especially with that Shyvana, where he wants those resistances from getting the dragon. They get that first dragon down.
Yeah, now we also do see the rotation. So Shyvana was straight down there to that dragon, and we see Zeri in the top lane already. So I think that's the probably the first ADC in the top lane rotation we've seen all day, but most definitely the earliest one. And so team's playing a little bit funny here.
Good lane macro there, because if you think about it, ZKW, if he did come down bot lane, go back to his own original lane, now Great Name would have to recall and then go all the way back top and miss out on a lot of XP. So they're just being efficient with it. A bit low here.
Great Name does have ulti. Eid's just looking to completely destroy him. Ghost does get popped. Unfortunately, it looks like Eid didn't have a ward to place in the bush to get vision, and so he couldn't pick up that kill, and that's a little bit unfortunate for him. But he did pop the ulti, he did pop the Ghost.
Wow, that does so much damage. Eid is already has a Noon Quiver and a Serrated Dirk, just nearly one-shotting a Great Name here. Even though he's playing the even though he's playing the Shyvana, has the Ninja Tab, he's still not good enough.
Alright, Overblast might be caught out here. 2NV coming down. Kaz of the Great also close by. Eid might have overextended as well. And I think he has. A little bit unfortunate there. Maybe a bit of miscommunication. But another fight's happening on the top lane. And it does look like the GP ulti is going to collect the Lilia there. Happy game going to fall.
Wow. I mean, 2MV is just creating these fantastic opportunities, bringing back that bot lane lead that worked so hard to get. He's able to drag this back. And ZKW is feeling pretty good now. He's got some shutdowns. It's denying some waves of Eid. Dive coming down? No. But yeah, well, I take back what I said. Originally, it was before where ZKW was just felt like he just didn't want to play the game anymore. But never mind. 2 successful roams in consecutive order from 2NV. Gets the shutdown. Gives the some shutdown gold over to ZKW as well. And the lead is not so far anymore.
No, not so far away from each other on after all. Now, if you do, I love seeing this in the Halo games. You look at the list here, they look at the tab, you can see, well, up until that was placed, there were 7 total control wards in the inventories of these players. So you'll love to see it. Vision can win you games, and at least in this Elo, they're aware. Looks like a little bit of an invade here, though.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I stepped a little bit too far forward. Gonna be able to get out, though. But does have to blow the flash. Ignite popped on him, though, so not a terrible trade. But not ideal as well.
QLD is just creating these opportunities to find the great plays. It looks very comfortable on the Z here. Combos have been pretty decent so far. Only messed up like 1 play, but it's just... Oh, another one.
Okay, yeah, and he picks up that kill on the mid lane. So... definitely looks comfortable on his champion. But that being said, another person who looks comfortable on his champion, Eid here, just looking absolutely insane. ZKW, though, does have the ulti popped. Might get away. Yeah, he's going to get away. Lilia coming close as well, so they're going to have to play pretty careful here. But again, just looking so confident on that Lucian.
Yeah, it's really difficult, because you want to contest the way... Oh, no.
Okay, so there we go. ZKW is just going to fall. Lilia, I believe, does have ulti up, though, so Eid's likely going to fall here. He does. Dell's coming down, and this is going to be another kill given over. Maybe not worth it for them. It wasn't worth a shutdown. There wasn't really anything there. Oh, Overblast does pick up the kill, though, just to try and save himself.
Blows the R. Maybe when he was thinking that Overblast might get one-shot by Happy Happy Gaming, though. Still half HP, still feeling pretty safe. Wastes the R for the next gank. Not optimal, but still at least Overblast managed to get away. Wave setting is pretty okay for Eid. Just a 1-for-1 trade.
Ice might get caught out again. No, so he's looking fine.
Not quite. Hey, well, this is what kind of happens. Zed as a champion, able to get some roams down, even if you can't. Oh, engage again, no flash. Oh, okay. I take
reasonably well positioned by Eyes there. Unfortunately, if they'll have the ulti here. Oh, and that's a bit of no, but they still pick up the kill, and you know what? They'll take that. And reasonably well played there. Nice footing coming out from the Orianna to try and evade as much of that damage as possible and keep 2NV under the tower for as long as he could.
Looks like 2NV's macro is a little bit slightly better than his micro, huh? A bit of a disappointing combo, but very nice thought process. Just with the shurikens there. If he did get that kill, though, it would have been further cemented his lead. Unfortunately, the shutdown does go to Dell. Awful timing as well, as Dragon is just spawning. Now they have the positional advantage as well. Coming in here 20 seconds beforehand. Great name does come here, though, so it will be a 5v5. We'll see if they can't burst down the Dragon beforehand.
Yep, so potential 5v5. Cletus does have the ulti available, which he uses to try and zone them off. He also has the TP, which he's just used now. So he'll be coming in. Ooh. Wow, an engage coming straight out from Dell. Does fall very fast, but they also pick up one. Eid in a bit of a caught up position. No, happily gets behind. Cletus now in the front lane. They don't really have someone to tank this, though, as they have lost their jungler. And Eid just falling back slowly, but is it going to be enough? No, 2NV just going to be too strong there, doing too much damage down. Maybe if Overblast landed that bubble, it would have been enough. But that fight ends up going over in Team 2's favor.
And I think that might have been just a thought process advantage. We already had a great name being in that fight from beforehand, using those empowered E's and chunking down their backline eventually to where the fight was kind of hard to take. He sacrificed maybe 1, 2, 3 waves, but he got the dragon in the end and he won the team fight in the end. I wonder if it might have even been better for them to have spotted a great name, realize that he was already there. They have the position. It's not too easy to fight. Maybe it's time that we actually just trade waves instead. Make sure Cletus gets the gold. Make sure he hits that power spike as a gangplank, and trade waves and gold and XP.
Yeah, it could have been the better play in hindsight, but unfortunately it didn't happen for them. They are still sitting 3k gold up, though, so they're not looking too bad. They have got -2 dragons against the Shyvana, though, which isn't great. But nonetheless, they can still make something happen here. They're looking for a 3-man invade. Oh, unfortunately, the Orianna ulti whiffs, but that's okay because the Nami ulti is going to land. Ice picks up a kill. 4 members there, and I think if 2MD goes in, he is going to fall, even if Overblast manages to die for it. A great name also there. They do need to be careful. But a great name going in pretty much solo at this point. Kezar close enough to help out, but not close enough to kill. Oh, 2MD does get stunned, and that's going to give Del a time to kill. Ooh. Wow, trade the one for the one. The Nami does get picked up by the ZQ as well. And Eid happily just farming away, hitting the tower in the bot lane. And he's going to look to take that. No, just a bit of a trade.
Bit of tickling, bit of handshaking. Del, I like these plays from Del. Goes in for the invade straight after. High tempo. Oh.
Very interesting here, though. Looks like they're scared of him. They really had to... They could have just ran at him, to be honest. I think, slowed him down a little bit, gotten in his way. They could have picked it up, but they hesitated just a little bit. Eid... Oh, no! Eid the tower! Almost picks him up. And I think he's at a range disadvantage, so he's probably just going to use the Hex Gate and just get himself the hell out of there.
Yep, definitely. Doesn't spot the Zed coming, but has a sneaking some suspicions. Ooh. Does he see it? Oh. Oh, no. 2MV doesn't know where you went. But yeah, I really like these the plays that Adele is coming up with. Oh, another fight.
Another fight breaking out from Del and Overblast. Cletus also close by. Kezar probably not going to be able to escape this one. Does pop the ulti, and I think that's going to give that to Cletus, and I think that's a good idea there. Just, he's hitting that spike now. Let him get a little bit extra gold, and he's going to become a problem in his own right.
Yep. Well, looking at the champions here, it's really not up to Ed to carry that late game. For sure, in the mid game to the early game, it's all about Ed and what Dell can do. But later on, it's all about those shockwaves, all about those Cletus barrels. So giving those gold as early as possible to Cletus is a fantastic idea. In terms of red team, it's still the idea of... It's similar. We need ZKW to hit those spikes as well, get that 3-atom Infinity Edge power spike. TP coming over. I'm not sure if that's super necessary. It doesn't seem like they're contesting this at all. Comes to TP to take down 67 gold. Thank you very much. But for now, we're looking at 2MV and Happy Happy Game, as well as the great name to see if they can't carry through the mid game for ZKW to get enough gold, get those 3-atom power spikes, and carry the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's you know what? It's been a kill-hungry game just like the rest of them today, but it has been interesting. I will say it was a long wait, but it does seem worth the wait. I'm enjoying this so far. It's good to see the contrast after the games we had earlier today going into this one here.
Everything seems just a little bit more calculated. They seem to have a forward-moving goal and a plan of what to do afterwards as well. It doesn't just seem like see thing, kill thing. Oh my!
But it does for Ed as he tries to pop the Zeri, maybe getting himself a little bit too caught out. Oh, and the Happy Feet dodges the ability there too. But now he's going to get engaged on by Zed. There's no way he didn't see that coming, but it doesn't matter because Overblast is there to back him up. And that looks like it's going to be a fight in Team 1's favor here. Dell going forward, gonna pop the Zeri. Ed also probably about to pick this up. Who's going to get this kill there? And it goes over to Dell. Very well played by Team 1. And Ed, a little bit ambitious there, but he had faith in his team to back him up. Now he might fall, though. Never mind, has the E up.
Oh. 2MV, again, macro plays. See, I like that in concept. I think great names just go on.
Oh, but shut down 2 kills. Maybe not worth it. They do pick up the tower as well, though.
A great name does have TP. Won't be up in time for this dragon, but he gets the 2 in return. This is going to be a 3v4. Are they really going to take this fight? We'll see if they can burst down the dragon fast enough.
With the Hex Gates, it's a bit scary. Zed's going to come out from the other side. He's going to W over the wall. They are going to have to be careful here, but they do have the smite advantage. They do get the smite. Oh, a preemptive ulti coming out from Ice there. But it looks like they're still going to be able to get away. Blue team safely get away.
Again, from what I'm seeing in concept, I think 2MV is just hard carrying the team with the macro plays, but his micro just can't seem to keep up. Last time, huge bubble by Overblast, stopping the Prowler's Claw from killing Ed so that he could still consistently pump out damage, winning them that last team fight there. Secures the gold lead, 8k gold lead down to tier 1 now, just from that one little team fight skirmish into the mid lane tower push. Quite a big swing. I was going to say this is kind of back and forth like the other games, but seems like we have a bit of a lead coming through.
Yeah, for the most part, I think the whole game, Team 1 has had a small lead. They have slowly managed to push it out. Still making mistakes, don't get me wrong, they're not perfect. But they are kind of pulling it through where they can and finding those small advantages. And it's building a goal lead for them slowly but surely. They did manage to pick up a dragon, so they haven't set themselves on sole point now, which is lucky for them and going to make Team 2 work a little bit harder for that one.
Yep, and as... Oh, caught out here? No. He's aggressive.
Ed, extremely aggressive, but they've got to worry about the Shyvana in the back line. Positioning perfect by Ed, though, but he does get put to sleep, so he's gonna fall here, it would seem. Dell in the back line, though, completely destroying this Lilia. And the flag gets the kill. Triple kill coming out for Dell. Wow. What a play.
Wait, who is this Dell guy? He's just so handsome right now. Oh, my mama. A bit of an aggressive E forward from Zeri. I definitely think that Zeri as a champion really requires to save that E, take the patience there, and wait for a nice opportunity to use the E effectively. Eing in like that is just begging for Dell to one-shot you, and that's what happened. Got a nice flag and dragon to an ult combo and just one-shot decimates the backline into a smooth 5v4 finish into the bot lane turret taken from Ice. It's scary because the longer the game goes on, it's going to be a battle of Cletus versus ZKW, really. Can ZKW pace and space the right way? Can Cletus land those barrels that mean it all? Can Ace land that shockwave? Can Happy Happy get that 5-man, 4-man ultimate? It's kind of going to be based on the team fights, but at this point, I don't even know if we'll be able to see the team fights with how the game is rolling down. I mean, Team 1 is just getting such a rolling advantage with these little skirmishes that turn out into aces. Maybe we won't get to see those huge team fights after all.
Dell going in the back because you know that 3 people are there. He doesn't really seem to care. He's just that strong. Rest of the team in tail there using those hex portals. The ulti pops 2 down. Engage coming out from bot lane. Cletus versus Zed. They are going to trade kill. Zed doing a lot of damage, but Cletus just blows him up. And
if I could replay that...
Oh
no, you go. Oh my
that's probably the Baron here. Without a doubt, they're going to at least look for it. Great name, going to get caught out as well by Eyes. Going to run him down. Does need to be careful though. Rest of the team's close by. And there we go.
That was so... Okay, so Dell not only like just Giga Chad 6-pack, 8-pack abs with the huge chest and deltoids. He walks in. I think he even... I don't know if he saw them. But he straight up, he went over, he was like, who cares? Sees 3 of them, he engages into 3 of them, and then like, does this crazy ult play, Q back into the old flag, and then the ult perfectly stops them all so that even though he's slept, he can't get hit. And he drags them all for long enough to one-shot, to kill, I think it was Envy who fell over, and just solo carries, solo gets them the Baron, and snowballs the game. Oh my, that was handsome. Like that ult placement with the old flag. If you meant to do that, that was sick.
Yeah, look, we did have a little discussion earlier today before this game started where I told you that he was a bit of a monster in his own right, and I'm glad he's not letting me down here. Look at him go again, just straight up against the Zed. Does not care. Eid also going to blow up a couple of members there, and okay, just... Okay, well, he's still going to fall.
That's a second flag kill here. A bit of style points. I think you should flash the mastery a bit. And here, this is what I was saying before. See, good teams, they can see that the dragon is spawning. They can see that, but who cares? They don't go for the bot inhib. They know they can end. 22 minutes in, they have that 14k gold lead. They have the Baron. They're not going to go for the bot inhib. They're not going to go for the dragon. They're going to go for the end. This is how you should play the games.
Wow, I'm sorry, I'm not bothering to call this because it's just a absolute stop coming out from Team 1 still. I mean, look at how low they're getting, but they're playing to the edge of their limits. They know what they're doing here. And it's honestly just enjoyable to play. I'm getting lost, to watch, sorry. I'm getting lost for words as I'm watching that there.
I mean, yeah, but I mean... Oh.
Yet again, another situation. Sleep going down onto ice, but it's not enough.
No follow-up. Turnby took the portal a bit too far away. Wasn't able to come and capitalize on that Lily asleep. Does still
Turnby there, though. Does pop Overblast. Ice also a little bit out of position, potentially, for this Zed. But, yeah, it's going to be a double kill over Turnby, so that's a bit unfortunate. Dell is close by, but I don't know if it's worth taking this. I mean, you're worth 700 gold shutdown. You might give it away.
He doesn't die here. He's a Spartan. Oh, wait, never mind.
No, but Eid's there! No. Eid's there! ZKW, you're going to get blown up!
Yeah, see, Dell doesn't die. Dell's a Spartan. Oh my lord, this guy, do you know him in real life? Like, any chance he's single as well? Like...
Look, I haven't met him in real life yet, but I do know that he is in Sydney and there is a meetup coming, so feel free to maybe slide into his IRL DMs there, you know, and we'll get you an invite for that one.
Keep me posted. I will bring him champagne and whiskey. It's all going to be his, as long as he's willing to duel with me a couple of games.
Oh, just domination coming out. 16k gold lead. Now, I know in the past couple of games, we were talking about how, unfortunately, it requires a large gold lead for those games to close it out. Now, although we're also seeing a large gold lead here, it's at 24 minutes. It's hard to close the game out, and they're just continuing to gain an advantage. You can see just the Lulu getting popped there. Eid just looking for more. He doesn't want to stop. Who said Lucian was an early game champion? Look at him go 12-6 as he blows up another one. Lilia down in the back, and he's going to look for more. He does pick up another one on the Zed, and that's a 25-minute close for Team 1.
That just looked so unfair. At the start of the game, I was like, oh, this is kind of evenly matched. Like, everyone's doing pretty well. It seems like 2NV's coming up with some good comebacks for the ZKW as it gets catched a couple times. One team fight, 5 minutes, 10 minutes down the line, it's like, this is unwinnable.
Now we do have the damage charts popped up in front of us, something we haven't looked at for the other games, but I do want to say that despite him being an early game champion, Eid on the most damage. I know the game only went for 25 minutes, so yeah, maybe there was still reason to believe that he was meant to be the carry at this point, but without a doubt, he definitely was. 26k coming through, 20k coming through for Dell on a semi-tanky, bruiser-esque jungler, just very well played by Team 1 here. And although we won't be spectating Game 2, unfortunately, I want to know the results. I need to see those results.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling, because there's gonna be 2 more games, and there's gonna be the same. Is it gonna be the same teams, or are they gonna switch it up a bit?
I think the support might change, or no, sorry, the jungler might change. So we might not have D3L, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
So your man crush will be be back, I believe, in Game 3 more than likely.
I gotta go now. Oh man, oh no.
But no, nonetheless, an amazing game to watch. And now I do have to, because we are on the Vespertine Twitch here, I do have to tag it. Team 1, also, although representing New South Wales here, also known as Vespertine Vertigo. Good goddamn job, guys. And it was very fun. It was a pleasure to watch you guys play that game. Also, props to Team 2, of course. They really held it together in the early game. They tried to not fall too far behind, tried to play to their win condition and scale up, but unfortunately they just got kind of battered around.
Very close game until it wasn't.
Yeah, it was. But nonetheless, like I said, very fun game to watch. We will be ending the broadcast there. It is 6:48 p.m. local time for us here, and we have been going since about 12 o'clock. So nearly 7 hours in. I need to go get myself some food because I haven't eaten all day. I need to also get some rest after that because it's been a long one. But thanks everyone for watching. Don't forget to drop the channel a follow if you are still here in the chat. We do broadcast tournaments on here all the time, whether it be our own tournaments, whether it be other tournaments like this one. We're always going with something, so come back and tune in again, guys. But till then, thank you.
Thank you so much for listening, guys. I'll see you guys next time. See you guys around.
So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything. You think that I'm insane, it's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it, I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it all. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the.
Team Vespertine! Vespertine! I can't speak. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Thank you, thank you.
Welcome to Failure Land. This is where game ideas go to die. Okay, we got Blizzard of Fire, took down the whole platform. Silent Ninja 5, forever silent. Poppy Seed Prophecy, one of my